With every rule they shatter, new threats rise in their path. Bella and Edward must face the world they defied, and each other. Welcome to part 3 of What If Bella and Edward Broke All the Rules. The rebellion reaches its breaking point. EPOV. Leaving my face buried in Bella's neck, I try to think of a good way to explain what I just said. Several seconds tick by. I got nothing. She grips my hair in her hands and tugs, not hard enough to hurt, but hard enough to make me lift my head, forcing me to look at her. What the fuck did you just say? She asks quietly, her voice sharp as steel. I can't stop the soft laugh that erupts from my chest. I've heard her cuss, of course, but really only when she's drunk or pissed off. Oh, shit. She lowers her hands to my chest and shoves. This time it does hurt. Ouch. Fuck, ballerina, I say, pushing back onto my knees. I shove one hand into the top of my hair and watch as she sits up and scoots away to lean against the headboard. Her feet on either side of my knees. Even in the darkness of the room, I can see the anger sizzling in her eyes as she holds my gaze. I reach for her calves, sliding my fingers between her smooth skin and the cool sheets, then squeezing gently a couple of times. Swallowing loudly, I try to think of something to say. She jerks her legs out of my grasp, pulling her knees to her chest and wrapping her arms around them. So you and Rose are playing a game and I'm the what? The pawn. The prize, she asks calmly. But it's not a good calm. It's the kind of calm that comes before the fucking shitstorm blows everything to hell. No, Bella, please, baby, listen. Let me explain, I plead, hearing the panic in my own voice. All right, baby, she says snidely. Talk your way out of this one. I move to sit cross-legged, but don't scoot closer to her. Rose made me promise I begin, stumbling over the words. I heard that part, she interrupts. I want to know why and why you agreed. Why? I ask incredulously. I'm kind of surprised she'd have to ask that. I know they told you when you first moved in next door that I haven't been very respectful of women, not for a long time. Rose liked you, she didn't want me to treat you that way, I say. Yeah, that sounded pretty good, I think. And I should get bonus points because that's actually the truth. So why did you agree? She asks, tilting her head slightly. It doesn't sound like she was impressed with what I just said. Have you met my sister? I joke. Well, sort of. She is fierce, but that's not the only reason I agreed to her rules, or maybe it is, but it's not the only reason I'm still sticking to my promise. Bella isn't laughing, so, shrugging, I continue. Because I liked you, too. I didn't know if you would ever give me a shot, but if you did, I didn't want to fuck it up. What do you mean? She asks. I didn't want it to be a spur-of-the-moment thing that you'd regret in the morning, I explain. She's nodding. Wow, she says icily. What enormous egos both of you have. So I get no credit here. You don't think there's a chance that I wouldn't have let you talk me out of my clothes? Ballerina, I would have. It's what I do, I say, then realizing what I said, I quickly backpedal. Did not do. She huffs out one chuckle at that statement and shakes her head. And even though I know I'm still in trouble, that's enough to make me feel a little better. So Rose thinks and you agree that I'm not capable of deciding when I want to have sex. No, ballerina, it's not like that. She was protecting you from me, I say urgently. Then, like it always does around her, the fucking truth comes spilling out. But it really isn't about her anymore, it's me. I'm trying to do this the right way with you. Sex. You're trying to do sex right with me? She asks sarcastically. No. Yes. But no, I say with a sigh. I'm not explaining myself well, that always seems to happen around her, too. I'm trying to do the relationship right, not skip all the steps. But you didn't tell me, she says, still glaring at me. I didn't think it was exactly a object for a first or second date conversation. I would have told you, would have talked to you about it, I reply, hoping I sound sincere. I am fucking sincere. She looks down at her knees and is quiet for a minute. I don't know if that's good or bad, so I swallow nervously and wait. How do you think it makes me feel that you screwed all those girls before and now you won't have sex with me? She finally whispers. I don't know how it makes you feel. I hope it makes you feel like you're different to me, I say. Christ, I've never had a conversation this intense and emotional with a woman without trying to run away. Different like a freak, she asks, her voice still hushed. Shit, it sounds like her feelings are hurt. No, Bella, I answer softly, but my tone is firm. She lifts her chin a little, her huge brown eyes looking at me again from under her brow. Different like. Sex with them didn't mean anything to me. It fucking does with you. It makes me feel like you wanted them more than you want me, she says. Dropping her eyes to her knees again and sniffling. Oh, Jesus. This is the shit girls come up with. Instantaneously, I'm frustrated that she doesn't understand how I feel about her. And I feel guilty for the way I've acted with girls in the past. That's fucking ridiculous, ballerina, I insist, using my arms to push myself closer to her and wishing she would let me touch her. I don't try though, not yet. I want you so fucking much that I can't stop thinking about it, can't stop thinking about you. But I want more than that with you. Since she didn't recoil, I think it might finally be safe to scoot closer. I shift around to sit next to her, leaning back against the headboard, my arm resting lightly against hers. I'm sorry for telling you the way I did. I honestly didn't think it would come up tonight, I explain, turning my head to look at her. Again, she chuckles. Her hair is hanging down, blocking my view of her face. I'd like to pull it back so I can see her. But I'm afraid she might pull away then. You know what I mean, I say, nudging her arm with my elbow. I think it should be our decision, Bella. I think we should talk about it. But I don't think we should decide in the middle of the fucking night once we're already aroused. You know, that's the best thing you've said since this whole conversation started, she says, looking over at me at last. Her face is serious, but she doesn't look as mad as she did a few minutes ago. Lowering her eyes again, she sighs loudly and scoots to the other side of the bed. Farther away than she started when we first got in bed a couple of hours ago. I'm going back to sleep. Want me to go sleep on the couch? I ask quietly. No, that's stupid. We're adults, she answers. She doesn't look at me though. Busying herself getting the covers straightened back out. She looks fucking good in my bed. Jesus, I can't wait to really roll around in the goddamn sheets with her. Yeah, but one of has trouble keeping her hands to herself, I tease, hoping it's safe to lighten things up now. She looks at me then, raising one eyebrow and smirking a little like she's trying not to laugh. At least she doesn't look more pissed off. You're not gonna have to worry about that again tonight, barman, she says coolly as she lies down on the far side of the bed with her back to me. I lie down, too, facing her, scooting as far as I can toward the middle without encroaching on her side. Are you breaking up with me? I ask softly. Am I what? She asks, sounding surprised as she peeks over her shoulder at me. Breaking up with me, I repeat. No, she says, drawing the word out and rolling over to face me. Are you going to break up with me the first time you get mad at me? I smile slightly. NNNU, I say, repeating the way she said it. Shit, ballerina, I don't know anything about relationships. I haven't been in one in 6 years. None at all, she asks, narrowing her eyes. None that lasted more than a couple of days. None with conversations and dates and sleepovers, I say, smiling at her. She says. Her eyes slide closed and she's smirking slightly again. Are you still mad? I whisper. Yes, she whispers back, her smirk breaking into more of a smile, but she rolls her lips together a second later to contain it. How mad? I ask. I'm probably pushing my luck. But I can't make myself shut up. Shish. Go to sleep, Edward, she says softly. I sigh, but I quit talking like she asked, thinking of the irony of this situation. The first time in 6 years that I ask a woman to come home with me, she wants to have sex and I don't. Well, I do, but I don't. I close my eyes and start to drift back to sleep, wondering how she'll surprise me next. The first time she stayed here she said my name in her sleep. Tonight, Jesus, if she gropes me like that again, there's no way I'll be able to stop. Just as I'm about to fall asleep, I feel her SCO. OT a little closer to me and then I feel one finger trace lightly across my lower lip. She pulls her finger away and sighs deeply. I don't open my eyes, but my lips curl up slightly into a smile. Surprise. Blank, underscore, blank. In the morning, I wake up first and shower, pulling on jeans before I leave the bathroom. I think Bella's still sleeping as I walk into the closet to get a t-shirt. Until I hear her voice behind me. I didn't know you had a tattoo, she says, still sounding groggy. I stop in the doorway and turn slowly, trying to be prepared for what I see. Fuck, it's worse than I thought. She's sitting up, the covers tangled around her feet, with her knees bent and her arms loosely draped around them. Her face is slightly flushed, her hair tousled. She's smiling shyly at me and I see the familiar pink tint flood her cheeks as she blushes under my gaze. She's so fucking sexy and adorable all at the same time. I can't stop myself from walking over to her. I also can't stop myself from noticing that the way she's sitting my boxers are loose around her thighs and I can see all the way up them. She's wearing black underwear, or maybe dark blue. All I want to do is run my hands up those long ass legs of hers and pull them off. But I don't. I won't. Yet. Morning, ballerina, I say, leaning down to kiss her. She slaps a hand over her mouth just before my lips touch hers. MRNGBRF. She mumbles behind her hand. I don't fucking care. Move your hand, I say, laughing. She lowers it and lets me kiss her once, with her lips clamped shut, before she pulls away. Do I have time to shower? She asks, swinging her legs over the side of the bed to stand up. Sure, I answer, then frown when she turns away from me. What the fuck are you doing? Making the bed. What does it look like I'm doing? She asks, looking over her shoulder at me as she bends over the bed, smoothing her hands across the sheets. Fucking teasing me, I think, but I'm not stupid enough to say it out loud for once. The way she's bent over and the way she's got my boxers rolled up around her waist give me a great view of her legs. Every time she moves, I can see the definition in her calves. The deep indentations on her outer thighs. I also get another glimpse of the underwear, they're definitely black and lacy. Jesus, Bella, you don't have to do that, I finally say. Hoping it's only taken a few seconds and not several minutes for me to respond. I really couldn't say for sure though. I walk around to the other side of the bed, mimicking her movements. This shit feels way too domestic. It should freak me the fuck out. It doesn't, but that freaks me the fuck out. Panicking slightly, I finish my side without waiting for her, then step back to look at her. Damn, the view from the front is even better. She's smiling slightly. She repeatedly tosses her messy hair over her shoulder, and when she looks up at me, her eyes are warm and shining. There goes my panic. I swallow and then smile back at her. What? I ask when she continues looking at me. You really cuss a lot, she observes bemusedly. Thanks for the update, I reply, making her laugh. Fuck. I mean, Jesus. I can try to tone it down if it bugs you. She shrugs one shoulder as she smooths the comforter once more and then pulls at the bottom of the boxer shorts, tugging them down an inch or so. It doesn't bother me, I guess. She says unconvincingly. I'll try to watch my language, alright. I'm not gonna fuck freaking promise any miracles or anything though. I've been talking this way a long time, I grumble. Smiling when she chuckles at my slip up. Thanks, Edward, she says. I see her eyes skim quickly down to my bare chest and then back up to my face. Am I still in trouble? I ask, trying to look remorseful. I feel it, I'm just not sure if I look it. I do my best impression of the sad eye look Rose gives my dad when she's in trouble. I guess I look fucking stupid because Bella laughs out loud at me. Her persistent giggles make it impossible for me to keep making the sad face. "Oh, Edward, you have no idea how much trouble you're still in," she manages to say between gaspy breaths. As I watch her turn to walk into the bathroom, I wish she wasn't still mad at me because I really want to hug her. I wish I hadn't made that promise because I really want to follow her into the shower. Groaning quietly as she shuts the door, I have to disagree with what she just said. I think I know exactly how much trouble I'm in. Blank, underscore, blank. When we get to the bar, I park next to Bella's studio door. She gets out immediately, wearing her dress from last night but carrying her shoes and stockings. I definitely want to see her in those again sometime. "I'm changing before I come over. Don't warn Rosalie," she says over her shoulder as she unlocks her studio door. I know she's still mad at me, too, but she's thawing out. She agreed to go eat lunch with me in a couple of hours and talk. After she walks inside the studio, I lean against my car for a minute and briefly consider going back home. In 20 minutes or less, one of these women is going to be mad at me. Well, matter if it's Bella. Jesus Christ. Women. Reluctantly, I walk across the parking lot to the bar and go in. I know Rose and Emmett are here, but when I get inside, it's quiet. The final cash register receipt for last night is laying on top of the bar, so I pick it up to look over the totals. They're good. We'll make money, which is not always a given when I have to pay a band, too. Well, there's the guy who disappeared so early last night, Emmett says, coming out of the back room carrying a box full of liquor bottles. It wasn't that early, I say, defending myself already. I think I'll be doing a lot of that today. It was after midnight when we left. He asks, feigning ignorance as he walks behind the bar. I continue studying the paper in my hand, refusing to look at him. "Oh, yes. I noticed that Tiny disappeared at the same time," he taunts, setting the box down on top of the bar in between us. Propping his forearms on top of the box, he leans across the bar to talk to me quietly. "I need to know if you broke your promise to Rosalie. Lauren and I have a bet." "It's none of your business, dickhead," I answer testily. "Look at me," he orders, smirking slightly when I do. "Nope, you didn't. You still look too tense." "Maybe I'm tense for another reason," I sneer, walking behind the bar to fix myself a soda. "Maybe, but you don't. You look like a guy who's recently been laid by the girl he's been hot for since August," he says. "Hold out as long as you can, okay? I've got the over and Lauren set the date at Thanksgiving." "Jesus fucking Christ, you asshole," I say, raising my voice at him. I know that neither Lauren nor Emmett or Rose for that matter know what Thanksgiving means to Bella, but it pisses me off anyway. Emmett is facing away from me now, restocking the back bar with full bottles and chuckling. Rose comes out of the kitchen carrying the garnish station, smiling, making me feel guilty all over again for the smackdown that I know is coming. "Hey, where did you and Bella disappear to last night?" she asks. Before I have a chance to answer, the side door opens and Bella walks in, her face set, her eyes shlee. Ding my way for just a second before she fixes her stare on Rosalie. "Hi, Bella," Rose says cheerfully. I don't feel sorry for my sister very often, but I want to jump in front of her right now and take all the blame. Bella looks just as mad as she did last night. "Rosalie, we need to talk. Here or at my place?" she asks. Rose looks shocked at Bella's terse tone, but suggests they go to a booth in the back, out of sight of where Emmett and I are standing. Bella takes off at a quick pace, not sparing me another glance. Rose looks questioningly at me. I half smile empathetically at her as she walks past me to follow Bella. I know exactly what she's in for. "Dude, do I need to ask what she's pissed about?" Emmett asks quietly, moving to stand next to me behind the bar. "Probably not," I answer with a sigh. Emmett chuckles quietly as he shakes his head at me. "Now they'll both be pissed at you. Want a shot?" "No, I'm taking Bella to lunch later. We have to talk, too," I say, raising my jaw. ND to drag through my hair a couple of times. Jesus, this is exactly why I never date. It was much easier to just get what I wanted and go home alone. Right, he says flatly, drumming his fingers on top of the bar. Right, I agree, nodding. So, you want to give up Bella and go back to whatever you had with Kate, or the redhead you let hang around last spring, or what's her name who came in all summer hoping you'd notice her. Didn't you end up screwing her in her car or some shit? He asks sharply. Fuck, now I feel sick. Thanks, M. I wasn't already feeling shitty enough, I remark acerbically. I have a point here, E. He says, turning sideways to face me. When I glance at him, his arms are crossed over his chest and he looks mad at me. Jesus, I can't win today. Don't keep me in suspense, I mumble. Turning to face him, I copy his stance, willing to play the pissed off tough guy game, too. You and I used to close down the damn bar every night, working or not. Now on my nights off, I'd rather hang out at home with Rose. You're finally with someone you really care about, too, he insists. Unfucking necessarily. I already know I care about her. You don't want to go back to those other girls for real. Do you? No, I grumble, dropping my eyes and losing the tough guy game. I want Bella. That's what I thought, he replies smugly, smacking my shoulder painfully before he turns to finish arranging the liquor bottles on the back bar. But really, dude, after Thanksgiving, okay. He grunts lowly and then chuckles when I elbow him in the back as I pass him. Blank, underscore, blank. BPOV. Bella, what's wrong? Rose asks with a frown as she slides in the other side of the booth. Her blue eyes are darkened with concern. Who the hell do you think you are? My protector, my defender, my mother, I ask sharply, answering her question with one of my own. No, she answers, her tone hesitant. What's going on? Nothing, thanks to you. Your brother won't touch me with a 10-foot pole because you made him promise not to, I say angrily. Please tell me you didn't believe him when he said it was 10 feet long, she jokes, laughing until she sees that I'm not joining in. Oh, come on, Bella, that was funny. Rosalie, I can honestly say that nothing about this is funny to me right now, I reply, feeling like I could burst into tears at any second. I'm pissed. I'm hurt. I feel like an idiot. I am not amused or entertained by the way you and Edward have teamed up to run my sex life. She sighs and looks pleadingly at me. I'm sorry. It was necessary. I'm not sure if you recognized the way he was looking at you 2 months ago, but I sure did. Fine, I say curtly. That's the past. Let him out of the promise now. Rose looks down at the table where her hands are clasped before slowly looking back up at me. She shakes her head slowly, her face serious. I'm sorry, I can't do that, she whispers. Oh, my God, Rosalie, I exclaim loudly, before lowering my volume and leaning across the table toward her. After all the lessons I've given you, you won't do this for me. You won't let Edward and me make up our own minds. Bella, if you let him make up his own mind right now, he'll have you flat on your back in your office in 5 minutes, she says intently, leaning across the table toward me, too. So what? Why is it your business? I hiss, anger flashing through me again. She inhales loudly and sits back, leveling her steel blue eyes at me. It's not really, but I love him and I want what's best for him. And, believe it or not, I love you, too. So you're substituting your judgment for mine, I seethe, ignoring her heartfelt declaration for the moment. I can't get sidetracked now. I guess I am, and I know that's crappy of me. I know I'm a shitty friend. That's probably why I don't have many, she says, laughing humorlessly. Still fuming, I stare at her and she calmly stares back, neither of us talking for a minute. Look, Bella, we haven't traded a lot of stories from our pasts, she remarks quietly. You probably don't know that I used to be the same way Edward was before he met you. Sex didn't mean anything to me. You know who taught me different. I shake my head. I can probably guess who, but this is her story. Emmett, she confirms, smiling softly. He taught me to respect myself and to respect Respect our relationship enough not to rush through the beginning just to get to the sex. Because you can't go back. This is a really great time in your relationship, the beginning, the learning. We've done some of that, I reply. No, you haven't, she insists, dismissing my argument. You guys have dated for 1 week. You have a really good thing going here. Don't get so busy getting to the next stage that you don't enjoy the stage you're in. You know how long Emmett and I waited? 2 days. I ask, snark plainly evident in my tone. She smirks slightly at me. No, smartass. 4.5 months. And that was after we'd been friends for over a year. And you know what? I wouldn't change it. Because when we finally slept together, we were ready physically and emotionally. I knew how he felt about me and vice versa. Holy hell, she sounds like a mother, not my mother, but a mother. Lift the ban, I say through gritted teeth, trying again. Even though Edward told me last night that he feels we should make the decision. I don't want Rosalie to think that our decision has anything to do with her. I don't want her thinking she has any control over our relationship. No, she answers quietly again. My eyes fill with tears. Why are you doing this to me? I whisper. Her eyes shine with unshed tears, too, when she answers. I'm trying to be a good friend. Trying to watch out for you, and him. I think you guys could have something really good. I just want you both to have the full experience. My mouth is gaping open a little. This is not how I expected our conversation to go at all. My feelings are still hurt, I'm still pissed, but I think that Rose and I are eventually going to be really close friends. So, we're back to the part where Rose knows best. I ask spitefully, pushing away my tender-hearted feelings of a second ago. Are you going to constantly insert yourself in my relationship with Edward? Because if you are, I need to get out of it now. Keeping my eyes locked on hers, I slide toward the edge of the seat. Bella, she pleads when she realizes I'm getting up. I don't have anything else to say to you, Rose, I say flatly, standing up. Her eyes are filled with tears again and she reaches for my wrist, grasping it in her hand. Please, Bella, try to understand. Wouldn't you do the same if you saw Alice or maybe even me rushing into something? She asks. A perfect, round teardrop hovers on her lower eyelashes, then finally slides in a perfect, straight line down her cheek. Yes, no, I lie. It changes everything when you take that step, Belle, she asserts. Cutting me to the quick with her expressive blue eyes. And if you wait until it's the right time, it will make you two closer, make everything even better. It adds to the relationship instead of becoming the relationship. I pull my arm away and she lets go easily, tears now streaking swiftly down her face. Jesus, I can't believe Rosalie cries. She works so hard at maintaining her tough outer shell that I never imagined I'd get past it this fast. I have to go, I mumble, trying to guard my own emotions as I walk away from the table. Ballerina, Edward asks cautiously as I pass by the front of the bar. I don't turn to look at him, but I can see him looking at me out of the corner of my eye. Shaking my head briskly twice, I answer him. No. No, don't. I don't want to talk to any of you right now. I say, my voice cracking at the end. These people in this place have become such a big part of my life that my heart twists painfully as I walk out the door. Blank. I walk straight back to my studio, locking the door behind me. I don't feel like going home to wallow, so I call Alice, hoping she's not busy. Bella, spill it, sister. I want the deets, she chirps when she picks up the phone. There are no deets, I say, sniffling. What? He asked you to go home with him, she says. I hold the phone away from my ear. Her voice is quickly climbing into the screech zone. Can I come over? I ask. She offers to come and get me immediately and arrives 10 minutes later. As soon as I'm in her car, she interrogates me. I tell her what happened last night, all of it, and cringe when she giggles, looking over at me. Why would Rose think she'd get away with something like that? She laughs. I don't know, I mutter, SHR. hugging my shoulders and tilting my head back against the headrest, looking up. Frowning, I swivel my head back and forth trying to figure out what the spot on the headliner is. I know someone else who thought she'd get away with it once. Alice says dryly. Me, I ask disbelievingly, snapping my head back down and turning toward her. I never imposed a random sex ban. You're right, you imposed a random groping ban, Alice laughs. She doesn't turn her head, but I see her eyes slide toward me briefly. One night. It was one night, and you were too drunk to make a decision about Jasper that night, I insist. Adamantly defending my actions. So you decided. And you scared Jasper so badly that he didn't try to touch me again for 2 months. She cries. You never told me that, I reply quietly, studying her amused profile. You always said you didn't want to hear it, she shrugs. There wasn't anything to hear, but you wouldn't even listen to that. But then you started telling me everything, I whine, chuckling, too. When he finally quit looking over his shoulder long enough to get down to business, yes. You're damn right I did, she says, then punctuates her comment with a satisfied sigh. Geez, guess I'm a hypocrite again. God, were the Cullens put on this earth just to point out my faults? Oh, there's another one. Assuming that other people were created just to teach me a lesson makes me the owner of my own massive ego. Edward and Rosalie aren't the only ones suffering from overimportance. I sigh, but I'm not satisfied. Now don't be a downer, Alice scolds lightly. Jasper's making us breakfast. Let's eat and talk about the groping again because, seriously, these are some great times you have ahead of you, Bella Swan. I roll my eyes, but I take the hand she reaches out toward me. Love you lots, she says, squeezing my hand. Love you lots, too, I reply, squeezing back. ___. 3 hours later, Jasper and Alice drop me off at the pizzeria where I agreed to meet Edward. Thanks for the ride, I say as I get out in the parking lot. Don't be too hard on him, Bella, Alice says, turning around to look at me. Okay, Mom, I'll be home by dark, too. I tease. He's a good guy, Bella, Jasper chimes in. Before I shut the door, I lean in to reply. I know, and I do. Inside, Edward is sitting in a booth, waiting for me. The booth behind my side is empty, but the booth behind his side holds a family: mom, dad, and 3 kids. After I slide in my side and we both say hello, we spend a few silent minutes studying the menu. So half meat with extra meat and half veggie? He asks, smiling at me. I narrow one eye and look at him suspiciously. Shrugging and looking sheepish, he explains. Rose told me that's what you like, the veggie. I nod. Damn, another point in Rosalie's favor. Even when she knows I'm mad at her, she's supportive of my relationship with her brother. I hate it when I feel petty. Our waitress is young and pretty and flirty. Edward doesn't seem to notice. Once he's ordered for us, I pick up the menus from the table to hand them back to her, dismissing her. That docen, please her, she'll probably spit on my half. After she walks away, Edward sighs and props his elbows on the table. So, Bella, I think we should wait, not have sex yet, he starts. Edward, I hiss, leaning across the table toward him to speak quietly. There are little kids sitting behind you. He turns to look, then turns back around, chuckling and turning slightly red. The man's back is to us, but his shoulders are shaking like he's laughing. Thank goodness I can't see his face. I know mine is turning red. What I meant to say was, you know how I feel about candy. I think we should wait to have the candy, Edward says, laughing when I cover my face with my hands and giggle. It takes a minute for me to regain my composure enough to lower my hands, but when I do, he's still staring at me, smiling at me. Yes, Edward, I think you were clear on your feelings about candy, I say, biting the inside of my cheek to try and control the laughter. I just don't see the point in waiting for the candy. That's not true anymore. After I spent the morning listening to Rose and then Alice, I began to see the potential benefit in waiting a little longer, in getting to know each other better, letting things develop at a slower pace. But I want to know that this is truly how Edward feels. I didn't look at him long enough last night to judge his sincerity. The candy will be there. We don't have to rush, he says, leaning forward slightly and fixing his bright green gaze on me. I'm wondering though, I want to know why you don't want the candy, I say, dropping my eyes to the table in front of me. Ballerina, he says insistently, waiting until I raise my eyes to continue, I want the candy. His gaze is intense as he stares at me. When he reaches one hand across the table toward me, I put my hand in it without hesitation. Are you afraid the candy won't be good? I ask nervously, biting my lip. Edward shakes his head, reaching his other hand across the table and cradling my hand in both of his. I think the candy will be the best freaking candy I've ever had. But I want to feel like I've earned the candy. He's looking at me seriously again and squeezing my fingers lightly. I spike an eyebrow. You want to pay for the candy? I ask. I don't think that's what he means, but I want to be sure. No, I want to deserve the candy. He's studying me intently again. What about you, Bella? Do you want to wait? 12 hours ago, I didn't. I start, looking down for a minute before lifting my eyes back up to his. But now, yeah, I'm glad we didn't have candy last night. I don't think I'm ready. I sigh, hating to admit that although I felt physically ready last night, I want to feel more connected to him emotionally before we take that step. But he smiles at me as if he suspected that already, and he nods like it's okay with him. That makes me sigh again. So candy later? I ask, butterflies fluttering wildly in my stomach. Jesus, I hope he doesn't say, no, thank you. Yeah, ballerina, definitely candy later, he says, his voice dropping down even lower until he almost sounds like he's growling. Under the table, he slides his feet forward and traps one of my legs between his. At the same time, he scratches his thumbnail slowly back and forth across my palm, tickling me, sending tingles of desire coursing through my body. Oh, our waitress arrives with drinks and plates then, eyeing Edward a little longer than she should as she sets everything down in front of us. I start to roll my eyes, then think better of it. I guess I'll have to get used to Edward getting this kind of attention if we are going to be a couple. A couple who will eat at restaurants, go to the movies, shop in the art district, and eventually have candy. Crazy good candy. That thought makes me giggle quietly. Edward smiles back at me even though our waitress is leaning way over the table as she sets Edward's drink down, her versus neck t-shirt gaping so at Edward could see right down her shirt if he was looking, but he's not. He's still looking at me. Once the waitress walks away, swinging her hips exaggeratedly even though Edward's not watching, and to get one other point straight with him. This waiting has nothing to do with your sister trying to shut down the candy store. I ask, serious but smiling as I lean across the table to talk quietly. He chuckles, but answers right away. Not anymore, he says, his eyes shining. He tightens his legs around mine for a second under the table. I mean, yeah, at first. She's fucking mean, you know. I look sternly across the table at him, having to bite the inside of my lip to keep from laughing out loud. Jesus, he's so fucking cute. Jesus, I'm starting to sound like him. What? He asks, frowning back at me. Language, Edward, I reply, then laugh when his face settles into his trademark smirk. Behind him, the family is getting up from their booth. Mr. Eavesdropper tosses some money down on the tabletop as his family heads toward the door. He starts to walk away, then turns and walks back toward us, stopping at the edge of our booth. You know, he says, capturing both of our attention immediately. Edward and I both look up at him expectantly. They have these little mini candy bars, fun size. They're pretty good at giving you a taste before you have the full-size candy. Embarrassed, I drop my head down toward the table, not raising it again until Edward laughingly tells me the man is gone. When I look at him, his cheeks are flushed, too, but he looks happy. So fun size? He asks, linking our fingers together. Nodding my head and laughing again, I agree. Fun size. Blank, underscore, blank. For the next few days, Edward is so busy that we barely see each other. Even though the Halloween party is over, Halloween is not. He says he doesn't know if it's because his bar is called Full Moon or if people are just always crazy around Halloween, but the bar is packed every night until Thursday, which is actually Halloween night. Each night, I go over to the bar before my classes and I go back after classes are over, but Edward has to close every night. So I'm asleep by the time he gets off work. We don't have much time alone, but we make out in his office or mine every night for a few stolen minutes. There is absolutely no groping though. Damn it. And Rose, even though I'm not really talking to her, speaks to me every time she sees me. Luckily, she only works 2 nights this week, so I don't see her very much. I know that I will forgive her, but first I want her to understand that I'm not the pushover that she seems to believe I am. Finally, it's Friday night and Edward's not working. He picks me up for dinner and takes me to a great Italian restaurant where we eat leisurely by candlelight. He orders us after dinner liquors when we're finished eating and we spend another hour talking at our table while we sip the licorice-flavored drinks. By the time we leave the restaurant, it's too late to see an early movie and I'm too tired to see a late movie. There's nothing playing that I want to see anyway. When I suggest watching a movie at my apartment instead, he agrees, smirking like he knows that I'm hoping for more than just kissing once we're alone. When we get inside my place, Edward opens a bottle of wine for us while I go to change. I wore a black wrap dress and boots to dinner, but want to be more comfortable now. A few minutes later, I walk back into the living room wearing gray yoga pants and a black tank top and cardigan. Edward smiles at me when I sit down beside him and take the wineglass he offers me. We spend the next few minutes talking before we finally settle on a movie to watch. We're only about 5 minutes into the film when he pulls me close to kiss me. Sighing, I twine my arms around his neck as he strokes his tongue lazily against mine. After several minutes, I pull on him as I lean back and he follows easily, shifting us until we're lying side by side on the couch. His hands roam all the safe zones, grazing the side of my breast a few times without stopping to really touch me. Suddenly, gunfire erupts in the movie and Edward pulls away from my mouth and lifts his head to look at the TV. He keeps his hands on me, but his eyes on the screen for the next couple of minutes. Shaking my head in amusement, I lower my arms from around his neck and roll over to watch the movie, content to be held in Edward's arms while he indulges his inner 14-year-old boy. Tightening the arm he has around my waist, he pulls me tightly against him so my back is pressed to his front. He leaves his hand on my stomach, eventually sliding it up under my tank top to rest skin on skin. For the next 15 minutes, the movie consists of bad acting, car chases and unrealistic gun battles, but Edward seems to be watching intently as he glides his fingers distractedly back and forth across my abdomen, tickling me lightly. I snuggle back a little farther into his chest and sigh contentedly, despite the awful film. As I press myself closer to him, he lowers his face to my neck, kissing me through the strands of hair resting there. And his hand wanders upward slightly to rest right under my breasts. "Ballerina, this movie sucks," he murmurs against my ear. "Let's make out instead." My heart rate spikes, and I'm internally grateful that he doesn't think the movie is good, either. "What? I like the movie," I tease, trying to sound serious, but I feel his chest rumble behind me as he laughs. "Liar," he accuses, removing his hand from my stomach and lifting it up to gather my hair out of his way. Once he has unfettered access to my neck, he settles his mouth again, kissing and licking his way from my ear down toward my shoulder at the same time he slides his hand back up my shirt, sliding up to cup my breast immediately this time. I shiver involuntarily as a jolt of desire shoots down my spine. Inhaling sharply, I arch into his touch, pushing my hips back against his at the same time. He grunts quietly against my skin and uses his index finger to circle my hardened nipple through the lace of my bra. Reaching up behind me, I bury my hand in the top of Edward's hair, gripping lightly, and then gasp quietly when he pulls the cup of my bra down and captures my nipple with his warm fingers. Sighing at the touch of his hand on my bare skin, I close my eyes and enjoy the tingling sensations racing across my skin, the fire rushing through my blood. Letting go of his hair, I start to turn over to face him. But he stops me when I'm on my back, putting his mouth on mine and sliding his top leg in between mine. As he glides his tongue along my lower lip, he reaches for the front clasp of my bra and flicks it open just like I hoped he would when I got dressed tonight. After pushing the lacy scrap of material out of the way, he spends several minutes caressing me, giving equal attention on each side. By the time he begins slowly inching the fabric of my tank top up to uncover me, I'm squirming with anticipation. I wrap my arms around his shoulders and try to pull him on top of me, but he resists. Drawing his mouth away from mine to slide down my neck. I feel him scoot a little lower beside me, but leave my eyes shut until I feel the chill of the air on my bare chest when my shirt is pushed all the way up. Raising my head up slightly, I open my eyes to see him looking at what he's uncovered. His eyes snap up to mine and he smiles slightly at me. "You're gorgeous, Bella," he says softly, his darkened gaze staying locked with mine as he squeezes my right breast gently. Before I can respond, he lowers his eyes and his mouth to my chest again, closing his lips around my left breast and sucking slowly. "Oh, God, Edward," I moan as he continues to pull on me, alternating the suction with deliberate, swirling strokes of his tongue across my nipple. Burying both hands in his hair, I hold him to me, only letting him move when he releases my left breast and moves to the right. The delicious torture goes on for several minutes, and then he finally pushes up to put his lips on mine again. As our tongues tangle together once more, I lift my hips seeking, and Edward places his thigh more firmly between my legs, letting me press myself against him as I whimper quietly. "Jesus, ballerina, I want to touch you." He breathes into my mouth. "I want you to," I pant, granting the permission that I understand he wants before we go farther. He immediately moves the hand he still had on my chest to slide down my side and the outside of my hip and then curve around to cup my behind, guiding me gently as I rock myself against his leg again. "Fuck, Bella," he says hoarsely, pulling my hips against his leg roughly and pushing his thigh right up against me. Suddenly, his leg is gone and I feel his hand glide across my stomach and down the front of my pants. I gasp sharply and open my eyes to find him looking at me, watching me. As he uses his index finger to slowly circle my clit, my eyes begin to slide closed on their own. "Look at me, baby," he says softly, lowering his lips to mine for a brief instant before he raises back up enough to see my face. I do as he asks, even though I'm a little embarrassed. My hips jerk against his fingers as he finally touches me and I can't stop the low moan that escapes my lips. "Edward, Edward," I whisper. Smiling slightly at me, he lowers his mouth to mine again, closing his eyes and grunting into my mouth when I dig my nails into his shoulders. Finally, he pushes a finger inside me, going slowly, giving me time to adjust. When he finally begins to move his fingers on me, I wrench my mouth away from his, trying to catch my breath. He shifts his mouth to my neck, never slowing his fingers. It doesn't take long for me to be on the edge of what I'm sure will be the greatest pleasure I've ever had. It's so close and then it's gone. What happened? It was so close I could practically touch it and then poof. Edward raises his head to look at me, stilling his fingers and then smiling again as he bends down to kiss me. "Relax, ballerina," he says, nibbling and licking at my lips for a minute until I respond to him, gripping his shirt with my fingers. Despite our awkward position, I try to slide my hand down his chest from his shoulder. But I can't get past his arm. I huff in frustration. "What, baby?" he asks, retreating from my mouth to study me. "I want to touch you, too," I whisper, forcing myself to look at him. Groaning quietly, he leans over my chest, lowering his forehead to the swell of my breasts. "You're gonna fucking kill me," he says gruffly, but he gently removes his hand from me and shifts our arms around so that I can reach him. He unbuttons and unzips his jeans and guides my hand down to him, covering my hand with his when I wrap my fingers around him. I see him looking down, but I'm not feeling that brave. So I close my eyes, but smirk a little when I hear him inhale sharply. He keeps his hand over mine for a minute, teaching me how he likes to be touched, helping me find the right rhythm. Releasing my hand after a moment, he glides his hand up my inner thigh, grazing the spots aching for his touch. When he slips his hand inside my pants again, I bite my bottom lip and lift my hips toward his touch. This time when I feel the pressure rising, I try to stay relaxed and ride it out while continuing to stroke him, too. As I get closer, I feel my lips part and drop open, my hips rock faster against his touch until the pleasure shoots through me, radiating out from my spine in wave after wave. "Oh, God, Edward," I gasp. "Oh, my God." Arching my back, I cry out one more time. Then Edward's hips jerk and I feel the warm rush of liquid coat my hand as he groans loudly. "Bella, Bella, Jesus," he says, leaning in to kiss me, slowly pulling his hand away from me and grabbing my hand from him. "Sorry, baby, just wipe that on me." He rubs my hand across the untucked tail of his shirt. "It's okay," I sigh dreamily, smiling at him. I'm so happy that I made Edward come that I could care less that he did it all over my hand and my side. "Can we do that again?" He laughs, sliding his arm around me and pulling me close. "Definitely," he replies, kissing the top of my head. "I just need to recover first from the fun-size candy," I ask cheekily, giddy and sated at the same time. Smiling when I hear him laugh, I pull away a bit so I can look up at him, and then stretch toward him to kiss him. "Stay here tonight," I murmur. "Yeah," he answers, smiling against my lips. After we both clean up, we snuggle into my bed. Edward's wearing his boxers, which were luckily spared from any overflow, and the t-shirt he wore under his button-down shirt. I have on flannel pajama pants and a t-shirt. He gathers me close, kissing me goodnight, and it occurs to me that even though we've slept in the same bed before, this is the first time we've been like this at bedtime. Wrapped in his arms, I fall asleep quickly, but wake several times during the night. Every single time, even if we've moved around in the bed. Edward's hands are on me. If I try to scoot away, he either tightens his grip and pulls me back or follows me. When the room begins to lighten a bit with the sunrise, his hands and lips begin to roam to the good spots again, eventually resulting in a repeat performance of last night. We kiss lazily even though we have morning breath, his isn't even bad. And he eventually curls up behind me to go back to sleep. He pushes his hand up my shirt to cup the underside of my breast, stroking his fingers across my skin slowly. As he drifts off, his movements slow and then he reflexively grips me in his sleep. I smile tiredly as he sighs into my hair. I freaking love it, and I think I might also love him. Over the next few days, Edward and I spend a lot of time together. But he doesn't sleep over again. He has to work Saturday and Sunday nights, so we hang out during the day instead. We spend Saturday afternoon at his condo and I help him decide where to hang his copper sculpture. On Sunday, we go to lunch at the waterfront with his parents. Monday night after classes are over at the studio, I stop at the bar and he takes me upstairs to the storage area. Even though he tries to act cool, I can see the excitement in his eyes as he shows me the tentative drawings for the renovations starting this week. In a couple of months, the whole second floor of this building will be converted into a game room and additional bar area. Then he shuts the door of the small storage area we're standing in so he can kiss me, long and slow, before I go home. After classes on Wednesday night, I spend a few minutes straightening up the studio, wiping off the mirrors. I chuckle to myself thinking of the 4-year-old ballet class one taught in here tonight. You're so cute and they love watching themselves in the mirror and touching the mirror, and breathing on the mirror. Kneeling down, I spray and wipe the spot where 2 girls in pink tutus repeatedly practiced writing their names in the fog from their breath. When I hear the side door creak open, I frown, wondering who's coming in. Since I told Edward the first would stop by the bar, I doubt if it's him. Bella, Rosalie calls. Crap. It's been almost 2 weeks since our argument, almost 2 weeks since I found out that she unilaterally ordered a sex ban on my relationship with Edward. I haven't really spoken to her since, and I don't answer her now. I continue wiping the mirrors, even when I hear her footsteps stop in the doorway and see her image reflected in front of me. Although I wipe over her several times, neither she nor her reflection disappears. Bella, sighing loudly, I stand and turn to face her. Hi, Rose. She's uncharacteristically timid, shifting her weight from side to side and looking everywhere except at me. I know you're still mad at me, but tomorrow is Emmett's birthday and I really don't want to screw this up, she says, her voice quiet and hesitant. Finally, she shifts her gaze to meet mine. Will you help me rehearse? Please. I eye her warily for a minute and then nod slowly. Surprise crosses her face before she smiles in relief. Really? She thought I'd say no. That makes me happy in a weird way. Maybe she thinks I'm tougher than I actually am. I'll do it because I like her and I think we'll get past this eventually. But even if I didn't like her, I'd still do it because I'm the one who taught her the dance. I would never say no to a student who asked for help. Thanks, Bella. I still have the playlist on my iPod, so I start it on the sound system. While Rosalie takes off her jacket and lays it on the chair at the front of the room. Once the music starts, I sit in the chair and watch her, not able to stop the smile that spreads across my face. She does well, and Emmett will definitely like his present. When she's finished with the 2 songs Alice and I choreographed, she turns to look at me. So, she asks, wrinkling her face up slightly as she waits for my evaluation. It was good. You just need a couple of pointers, I answer, standing up. I start the playlist over and stand beside her in the center of the room. We aren't even through the first song when she tries to start a conversation. You and Edward are spending a lot of time together, she remarks, meeting my eyes in the mirror for an instant before sliding hers away. She Oak's almost scared of me. I've never seen Rose display this lack of self-confidence before. She's usually I do what I want and I don't care what you think, kind of girl. It's one of the things I admire about her. Although I wouldn't tell her that right now. I think that's what you're supposed to do when you date, I answer, purposefully using the same tone Alice uses with me when I make a comment about something that's obvious. He seems really happy, Bella. You're very good for him, she says, smiling slightly. I stop dancing and turn to face her, resting my hands on either side of my waist and jutting one hip out to the side. Are you trying to butter me up, Rose? I ask coldly. It won't work. The only way for me to stop being mad is if you take yourself out of the middle of this relationship. If either of you had any relationship experience, I would, she argues, facing me, too. But you guys are both new to this. Just relax, get to know each other. Easy for you to say, I scoff, narrowing my eyes angrily. You're shacking up every night with your boyfriend. She crosses her arms over her chest and looks snottily at me. Well, I happen to know that my brother didn't sleep at his condo the other night either, she retorts. Luckily for you both, Edward's still being a dick to me, so I know there's no way he's getting laid. Our relationship is not about you, I yell, mimicking her stance and glaring at her. You're exactly right, but this relationship is partly about me, she answers angrily, waving one of her hands back and forth between us. If you and Edward screw up your relationship, how the hell will we ever be sisters? My mouth drops open and I stare, flabbergasted, at Rosalie, all the fight draining out of me instantly. She sniffles twice, then stomps to the front of the room to get her jacket. Barely breathing, still unable to form coherent sentences from the jumbled words running through my head, I can only watch as she picks it up and rushes from the room. After I hear the side door open and shut, I finally allow my knees to buckle and lower myself to the ground. Rose wants us to be, she wants Edward and me too. Holy crap. I didn't kn. Ow, that's where all this was coming from. I know how I feel about Edward, know that I'm falling hard for him. But I'm not certain he feels the same. It's obvious that he likes me, but Rose must think he's falling in love with me, too. And that knowledge makes me simultaneously elated and terrified. Blowing out a shaky breath, I pull my legs into my chest and wrap my arms around them, dropping my forehead to rest on my knees. At times I worry that Edward will figure out I'm boring, or decide he doesn't want to be with me. I don't know anything about the girls he used to date, or what led to his 6-year period of not dating at all. I think there was probably a girl involved in that somehow, but he hasn't told me yet. Sighing, I twist my head from side to side against my knees, trying to be away the throbbing in the middle of my forehead as I turn my thoughts to myself. Sometimes I feel like I don't know what I'm doing with Edward. I've never dated anyone seriously. I have no idea what it takes to make a lasting relationship work. In a way, Rose is right. Edward and I are new to this kind of relationship, but that doesn't mean we need her telling us what to do. We're figuring out hat feels right to us, and I think we're doing okay so far. We're getting to know each other, growing closer. We see each other every day. We talk or text several times a day. I've never wanted to spend as much time with anyone as I want to spend with him. So why the hell can't she just let us make our own decision? My irritation flares again, and I have the urge to go find her and tell her how I feel. I don't think that would be helpful in the long run, though. I'll wait a day or two before I seek her out and have my say. Rose's playlist is still going, now blaring AC/DC from the speakers, but I can hear the side door open again, followed by footsteps in the hall. Assuming it's her, I don't get up. Rockin' out, ballerina, Edward calls from the hallway. I lift my head from my knees just as he appears in the doorway. Bella, what's wrong? He walks quickly to where I'm sitting and crouches down in front of me. Launching myself into his arms, I hit him with so much force that he has to pee. Oop, one hand down on the floor behind him. He pulls me with him as he sits down, settling me sideways with both of my legs draped over one of his. What's going on? He asks quietly. Your sister didn't know, she still won't. I don't know if, I say against his shoulder, my broken phrases uttered between stuttering breaths. Baby, I don't understand. Was Rose over here being mean to you? He asks, holding me tightly with one arm and trailing his other hand soothingly up and down my leg. No, I cry. I screamed at her and I didn't know, and I'm still pissed, but now I know. Know what? I can't talk about this with you. I whine, pulling back to look in his eyes. It's just between Rose and me. Okay, he answers with a quiet chuckle. I'm probably better off not knowing then. Are you all right? Sighing, considering, I slide my eyes away from his and then back. Yeah, I nod, slightly surprised that I've calmed down so quickly. Are you on a break? Yep, he says, checking his watch. 10 minutes left, so we can make out for 9.5. I ask, quirking an eyebrow at him. Sounds good, ballerina, he answers, lowering his head to mine. As I'm driving home 20 minutes later, I laugh out loud when I get a text from Edward. Best fucking break ever. Blank, _ blank. Is it lunchtime yet? I'm starving, Jessica complains. Nope, you've got another hour, I answer, glancing at the clock on my computer monitor. I'm bored. Why does Arrow always give you the typing stuff? She gripes. I don't answer, but I think it has something to do with the errors always present in her documents. He asked me to get this brief done today since I don't work tomorrow. He didn't want Jess finishing it up. She stands up and rolls her desk chair in front of my desk, then drops into it with an exaggerated huff. What's new with you, Bella? You give in and go out with Tyler yet? Smiling, I turn to look at her. She's nice and we're casual friends, but I haven't told her that I'm dating Edward or that we made out for 9.5 perfect minutes last night. In fact, I haven't told her anything about Edward. I'm too afraid to jinx it. But when she kept hinting about Tyler last month, I told her that he asked me out and that I turned him down. Nothing's new, I answer with a shrug. What about you? One question is all it takes. Jessica goes on and on about her husband's new job, their holiday plans, their baby plans. When Arrow's office door opens several minutes later and he strides out to the reception area where we sit, she rolls her eyes at me and pushes herself back behind her own desk. Bella, I need you to type this contract, he says as he hands me the folder he's carrying. He remains standing in front of me as I begin typing. Hen walks around my desk to stand behind me. I can bring it into you when I'm done, I hint, hoping he'll go back to his office. I'll wait. It won't take you long, he answers, hovering over my shoulder as he reads the words on the screen. I bite my bottom lip to keep from arguing and type as fast as I can. You put the wrong date here, he says, leaning forward, leaning on me to point out the line on my screen. I hear the door to the office open, but don't turn my head to see who's coming in. When Jessica clears her throat before she speaks her unspoken signal to me that a good-looking guy has come in, I suppress my smile. Hello there. What can I do for you? She asks flirtatiously, dropping her voice an octave. I need to see Arrow. Recognizing Edward's voice, I turn to smile at him, but he's not looking at me. He's glaring at Arrow. Cullen, Arrow says tersely, straightening up. What are you doing here? I came to talk to you about some renovations I'm going to make at the bar. I need you to sign the construction permit application, Edward answers, walking over to stand in front of my desk. And I came to see if Bella is available for lunch. Hey, ballerina. He drops the glare as he lowers his eyes to meet mine. When I say hi and smile at him, he smiles crookedly back at me. You have an appointment with me, Arrow snaps, recapturing Edward's attention. Nope, but since I'm starting demo tomorrow, I figured I'd better get you to sign off today, Edward retorts, his face impassive, but the taunting tone in his voice has me fighting the urge to laugh. My office. Right now, Arrow barks. Stalking across the room, he pauses in his office doorway and turns expectantly, waiting for Edward, but Edward's looking at me. Can you get away for lunch? He asks quietly, ching his palms on my desk and leaning down toward me. Sure. Smiling again, he stands back up and turns to walk across the office, taking his time despite the fact that Arrow's face is getting redder by the second. Once Edward's inside, Arrow scowls at me and then slams the door. For a moment, I remain staring at it, listening to Arrow bellow behind the wooden glass. But from the corner of my eye, I see Jessica come to stand in front of my desk. Hello, ballerina, she mocks, sounding amused. Who's the hot guy with the attitude? Smiling widely again, I turn to look at her. That is Edward. Yum. I couldn't agree more. Blank. By the time Edward emerges from Arrow's office, I've explained everything to Jess. She seemed a little hurt at first that I hadn't mentioned him before. But I think she understood that it's a potentially sticky situation since we both rent business space from Arrow and Edward clearly don't get along. Ready, Bella, he asks after I've introduced him to Jessica. Sure, I'll just grab my coat, I respond, getting up and going into the small office kitchen where our coat closet is. When I walk back out, Arrow is standing just outside his office, sneering at me. Fortunately, Edward's looking at me, not Arrow, so I grab his hand and pull him outside before he notices. After we've ordered at the diner down the street, Edward tells me about his meeting with Arrow. He signed everything, but he was pissed, he chuckles. Especially about you. Gave me the fucking third degree about us. Why? He shrugs. No idea. You'd tell me if he was fucking with you again. Right. Why the fuck was he leaning over you when I got there? Does he always do that shit? He asks, his amusement fading quickly to irritation. It was work, Edward, I reply. He was just pointing out something I needed to fix. That part is true, but I was uncomfortable with the way he remained bent over, kept his chest pressed against my shoulder. I don't think it would be helpful to tell Edward that right now though. I still think you should reconsider working for him, he suggests. I still think you should reconsider bringing it up all the time, I retort. Lifting one eyebrow at him. Feeling feisty today, ballerina? He asks, quirking an eyebrow back at me. I'll drop it for now. Smiling, I reach my hand across the table. Edward takes it immediately, linking our fingers together. I feel like I've hardly seen you since Sunday, I complain. I know, baby, and I have to close tonight, it's Emmett's birthday. Rose is taking him out or something, he says. Okay. I nod before looking down at the table, willing my face to remain pale despite the fact that I feel my cheeks heating at the thought of roses, or something. Although I'm still mad at her. I hope that her gift-giving goes well. Emmett will like it either way, but Rose worked hard. She'll be disappointed if it doesn't go according to plan. But since you don't have to work tomorrow and I won't have to go in until noon, I could if you want, it'll be late, he stammers. Edward, will you come over tonight after work? I ask, raising my eyes to his and smiling. Gee, when I see the nervous look on his face. He grins. That's what I was trying to say. But I didn't want to be rude and invite myself, he says. Edward, you can invite yourself over anytime, I insist. Oh, shit, you're in trouble now, ballerina. He laughs, his green eyes shining. You'll never get rid of me if I have an open invitation. He squeezes my fingers as I laugh, too hoping it's true. Blank, _ blank. Jessica meets me at the door when I return to work, already wearing her coat and holding her purse. Oh, my God, finally, she whines. I'm so hungry. I want to hear all about your lunch when I get back though. She slides by me, rushing into the hallway as I call out my assent to her back. Chuckling happily, I walk into the kitchen to hang up my jacket. You're not his type, you know, Arrow says from behind me. Startled since I didn't hear him approach, I jump and inhale sharply, then hope he didn't notice that he frightened me. As his footsteps come closer, I quickly replace the hanger and turn to face him. I can see by the unpleasant look on his face that I'm not going to enjoy this conversation. Cullen has a pattern, and it doesn't involve long-term relationships, he continues. I guess we'll see, I answer haughtily, smiling icily at him even though my stomach just dropped and my pulse is racing. Yes, Bella, you will see. Cullen will be chasing after the next tall, beautiful woman that walks into his bar wearing a short skirt, he sneers. That's his type. Excuse me, Arrow, I mumble, turning sideways to scoot by him and walk to my desk. You know, when that giant Native American came and threatened me in September, I assumed he was the one you were involved with, he calls from behind me. Giant Native American, that has Jake written all over it. I haven't talked to him in a couple of weeks, but he'll be hearing from me later today. I never dreamed you would be foolish enough to think someone like Cullen would really be interested in someone like you. Arrow continues, laughing scornfully. Immediately, I feel sick and take a deep breath to try and tamp down the nausea. He's wrong, no he's wrong. Edward does care about me, he does want to spend time with me. Why am I letting Arrow's words affect me this way? If you're right, I'll know soon enough, I reply evenly, refusing to let Arrow see that he's rattled me ag. Aim that he's hit on one of my biggest fears about Edward. I sit down at my desk and begin working on his brief again, trying to hide the fact that my hands are shaking. Don't worry, Bella, my offer still stands, he says smoothly as he stops in front of my desk. Involuntarily, my eyes lift to his face. I'll be here to pick up the pieces when Cullen's through with you. Deliberately, his eyes drop to my chest, lingering there long enough to make me shift nervously on my chair. When he looks up and winks at me, it sends a shiver up my spine. He turns and walks into his office, shutting the door behind himself. I stay seated at my desk staring into space until Jessica gets back, then I force myself to smile and tell her about my lunch with Edward. Blank, _ blank. I continue to feel unsettled all afternoon, so I don't stop at the bar before my classes. I text Edward when classes are over to let him know I'm heading home, still not ready to see him still Afra. It of what I might see or might not see in his eyes. After taking a shower and putting on pajamas, I lie down on the couch and cover up with the Afghan that was my dad's, seeking comfort. Edward S. 8 He'd call or text when he was on his way, so I keep my phone beside me. It's a little after 2 when he calls to tell me something's wrong with the credit card machine and it will be a while before he's done. Sleepily, I insist that I still want him to come and am relieved when he agrees without hesitation. I fall asleep again until I hear the text chime on my phone. I'm at your door. I rush to the door and open it. He looks tired but happy to see me. He's only stepped 1 foot forward when I wrap my arms around his neck, feeling the cold of his leather jacket through my thin pajama top. He chuckles quietly as he picks me up and walks in, kicking the door shut. "Hi, baby," he murmurs into my hair. "I'm sorry I'm so late." "What time is it?" I ask. "4, he says, yawning. "Tanya did something to the credit card machine and it ran some of her tabs twice. I had to go back through every fucking receipt and find the duplicates so I could back them out. Fucking bitch." "I'm sorry," I whisper. Then press my lips to his neck. "You're cold." In response, he presses his lips to my neck. "You're warm," he says, then yawns again. "I've been up for 22 fucking hours." I hug him more tightly for a moment. "Let's go to bed," I say. "Ballerina, it's a good thing I'm so fucking tired," he says, rearing back to look at me and smiling. Hearing those words come out of your mouth, shit. Smiling, I peck his lips quickly. "Put me down so I can lock the door," I say. Instead, he turns and locks it without putting me down, then starts down the hallway to my room. He finally sets me down beside the bed and takes off his jacket, jeans and shirt, climbing into bed beside me in just his t-shirt and boxers. "I'm sorry about tonight," he says, sighing and pulling me to his side. "But I don't have to go in until noon tomorrow. And I'm taking Saturday night off." "Okay. It's fine, Edward," I say, wrapping my arm across his torso. "I'm just glad you're here now." He hmms sleepily and grips me more tightly for a second. But I hear his breathing drop into a slow, deep rhythm almost immediately after. I snuggle in a little closer to his side, breathing him in. He smells good, a faint mixture of leather, cologne, mint and cigarettes. Even though he says he quit, I know he still sneaks them when he's stressed out. And I know he's worried about the changes he's making at the full moon. Sinking a lot of his profit back into a building he doesn't own. Resolving to talk to him about it more tomorrow, I inhale deeply again and close my eyes, drifting off to sleep effortlessly. Blank. Several hours later, I wake up lying on my back. Edward is on his side next to me, his arm draped heavily across my waist. Turning my head, I look over at him, smiling when I see the dark beard growth along his jaw. I'm definitely getting my hands on that when he wakes up. I study the angles of his face, the way his long, dark eyelashes fan out against his cheekbones. I struggle against my desire to kiss him. It's only 9 and he was so exhausted when he got here. I should let him sleep. Sighing quietly, I slip out from under his arm and move out of the room. After getting a bottle of water from the fridge, I use the bathroom, and then go back to the bedroom. As I get back under the covers, Edward opens his eyes and blinks at me sleepily. "Where'd you go?" he mumbles. "Bathroom and to get a drink," I whisper, turning onto my side to face him. "I thought you left," he mutters, moving closer to me and wrapping one arm around my back. Laughing quietly, I tilt my head up to look at him. "Edward, we're at my apartment," I remind him. "I know, but I still woke up alone," he grumbles, letting his eyes slide closed. "I'm sorry," I soothe, scooting up to press my lips to his. He smiles before he puckers back. "I knew I could get you to kiss me," he teases as I pull away. Laughing, I raise my fingers to his cheek and rub back and forth lightly, feeling the slight prickle of his stubble. "Are you petting me again?" "Uh-huh," I whisper as I listen to the quiet rasp of my fingers sliding across his whiskered skin. "All right," he shrugs. I lean in to kiss him once more. moving my hand from his jaw into his hair. At the same time I skim my foot up and down his calf, and then hook my heel behind his ankle to pull his leg in between mine. Grunting quietly, he glides his hand down my back, stopping to rest on my behind for a moment, then continuing along my leg until his fingers grip the back of my knee. He tugs gently, lifting my leg higher on his hip and pushing his thigh more firmly between my legs. Once he's satisfied with my leg position, he skims his hand back up my leg, finally coming to rest on my lower back. "Morning, ballerina," he murmurs against my lips, nipping lightly before moving his mouth down my neck. Before I can answer, he presses gently against my lower back as he rocks his hips against mine. "Edward," I manage to say, embarrassed when it sounds more like a gasp. But I can feel him and he feels really good. Also, I'm surprised because Edward has blatantly kept our hips from meeting like this since the night I found out about the sex ban. He groans softly into the spot on my neck where he's sucking as I clutch at his shoulder. He moves his hips lazily against mine several times, holding me in place with his hand. Once I begin moving with him, he slides his hand up to my chest, covering my breast and squeezing lightly. "Jesus, Bella," he growls, lifting his head and pressing his lips to mine again. As we kiss, both of us breathing hard, he pulls the strap of my cami down until I bend my elbow and pull my arm free. He pushes the fabric down, cupping my bare breast with his hand and gripping my nipple between his thumb and forefinger. Gasping again, I pull my mouth away from his, and he kisses down my neck until he reaches my chest and covers me with his mouth. Still thrusting his hips against mine, he swirls his tongue around my nipple, then begins to suck. When my hips move faster against his, he pulls on me more vigorously and slides his hand down to my ass, squeezing as he rocks more forcefully against me. Suddenly, the shrill ring of Edward's phone fills the room. He ignores it, not stopping the motion of his hips or mouth. After 6 rings, it stops, but starts again a few seconds later. He pulls his face away from my chest. "Don't move," he orders hoarsely, kissing my lips quickly before he twists his upper body away to grab his phone from the nightstand. "Fuck, it's my mom." I pull my leg down from his hip, even though he frowns at me as I do. I can't hear what Esme says after he answers, but Edward sits up and moves to the side of the bed. As I pull my top up, I watch Edward reach for his hair, first running his flat hand across the top to check it and then pulling at individual pieces to fix it. Smiling, I roll my eyes at his back. "Is she okay? How long? Tell Rose not to worry about it. I'll cover her until you get back." Okay, Mom." "Jesus," he says, finally chuckling after sounding upset at first. "Love you, too. Bye." He sets the phone down and lies back, throwing one arm across his eyes and reaching for me with the other. I scoot close to his side and wrap my arm across his chest. "Everything all right?" I ask hesitantly. "Yeah, my Aunt Maggie is getting ready to have another freaking kid and she has to go on bed rest or some shit. Mom and Rose are flying to Chicago to help her until the kid's born," he explains. "For how long?" I ask, propping myself up on my elbow so I can look at him. "I don't know, a week or 2, I guess," he answers. He moves his arm from across his eyes, lifting his hand to touch the side of my face. "Sorry, ballerina, my mom sure knows how to kill a fucking mood, huh?" He pulls my head down toward his until our lips meet gently. It's not passionate like a few minutes ago when he kisses me though. "It's all right. I like this, too," I answer, burying my face in his neck and hugging him with the arm I have across his chest. "Me, too, baby," he agrees, wrapping me tightly in his arms. We lie silently for a minute until he sighs deeply. "Well, I guess I should get up," he says. "Now I have to fucking work for Rose today. I swear to God she does this shit on purpose." Laughing, I push myself up again to look at his face. "Language, Edward," I say sternly, trying to look serious. But when his lips start to curl upward, mine do, too. "Come on. I'll fix you breakfast before you go. It's the most important meal of the day, you know. I like the meal I was having before my mom called, he says, laughing when I duck my head into his chest in embarrassment. Come on, baby, I'll make my grandma's special pancakes for you. Why were they special? I ask, sitting up and watching him as he gets out of bed. Because they were the only fucking thing she could make without burning, he says, smiling when I laugh and reaching a hand toward me to pull me up. Wonderful woman, terrible cook. Blank, blank. When I walk into the full moon late that afternoon, Edward isn't behind the bar, Lauren is. As I make my way toward her, I continue scanning the happy hour crowd for him. Hi, Bella, she says, coming to stand in front of me when I sit on a bar stool. Looking for Edward. Yeah, is he around? Upstairs with the architect. They should be down soon, she smiles. Or you can go up. I'll go up, I shrug, smiling back. As I climb the stairs, I hear Edward's voice but I can't make out what he's saying. When I'm near the top, the room comes into view. I'm surprised at the amount of change up here in just one day. All the walls that divided this space into separate storage rooms are gone, leaving a large open space with support poles placed sporadically throughout the area. As I step onto the plywood floor, I turn in the direction of Edward's voice and see a red-dead woman with her arm around Edward's shoulders. Their backs are to me, but she's tall and wearing stiletto heels, a short skirt, and a strapless top. She's standing behind him with one hand on his holder as she points at something on the blueprint he's holding in front of them. I hesitate. I'd like to turn around and hightail it back downstairs, but it's too late. I'm wearing boots and have already taken 3 noisy steps. The woman turns to look at me but doesn't remove her hand from my what? Is he my boyfriend? I guess I think of him that way now, but we haven't discussed whether or not we have official titles. May we help you with something, hun? She asks condescendingly. I'm immediately intimidated. She's beautiful, and tall and wearing a short skirt. She tilts her head slightly and smiles frostily at me, probably recognizing that I'm feeling uncertain about coming up here now. I was just looking for Edward, I finally say, only pausing to swallow uncomfortably once. When he hears my voice, Edward turns to face me, dislodging Ginger's hand from his back. Hey, he smiles. Is it 5 already? Almost, I say, feeling a little better when our eyes meet. I smile back at him. I'm a little early. Do you want me to wait downstairs? No, come here a sec. I want your opinion, he says. Bella, this is Victoria, the architect. Hi, I say, turning my attention back to her. Hello, she answers coolly. You are Bella. She extends her hand, the one that was previously resting on Edward, toward me to shake my hand as I approach. Swan. I own the dance studio next door, I answer, shaking her hand. She squeezes harder than is necessary or polite, so I do, too. When she frowns fleetingly, I know I've either surprised or hurt her. Hopefully both. I'm stronger than I look. Dropping her hand, I look her in the eye before looking at Edward. We have a disagreement about the bathroom, he says, stepping over to me to show me the plans. Victoria thinks nay, stall unisex bathroom is the best bet for up here. What do you think? Depends. Do you want women to come up here at all? I laugh, looking at him. Well, yeah, if the women don't come up, the men won't come up, he reasons. I nod, agreeing with him. Then forget the unisex bathroom. Women do not want to share a bathroom with a bunch of men, especially drunk men. It's gross. Edward laughs, releasing one side of the plans and wrapping that arm around my shoulders to pull me close. He presses his lips against my forehead. That's the perfect answer, he says, pulling back to look at me, not icing the gift bag hanging from my left hand. What's in the bag? Emmett's present, I answer. Is he here? Yep. You want to go find him while I finish up with Victoria? He asks quietly, completely ignoring the statuesque unisex bathroom proposer. I'll be down in a few minutes. I nod and turn to go downstairs, then gather the courage to turn back. Fixing my gaze on Victoria, I warn with my eyes and smile with my lips. Nice to meet you, I say pleasantly. I'm sure I'll see you again soon. Without waiting for her to reply, I walk toward the steps, listening as Edward tells her he agrees with me about the bathrooms and she's just going to have to find a way to make them fit. Satisfied with myself, I hasten down the stairs smiling. I hear Emmett before I see him just as I reach the bottom of the stairs. Tiny, get over here woman, he calls loudly, walking around from behind the bar to greet me. He scoops me up and hugs me tightly. Emmett, I can't breathe, I laugh, hugging him back. He loosens his hold slightly. Thank you. Rose said you and Alice helped her taught her. That's the best birthday I've ever had, he says. I'm glad. I laugh as he sets me down, then hand him his gift. Happy birthday. His eyes light up when he looks in the bag and finds brownies and cookies. Tiny, you know how I love the shit you bake, he sighs, shaking his head. Rose can't bake. He looks up at me, pursing his lips and pulling them to the right slightly so that his deep dimple appears in that cheek. Please forgive her soon. This is killing her. She knows what she has to do for me to forgive her, I say, lifting my chin to look up at him. He nods. I know. I don't agree with what she's doing, but there's no changing her mind once she's determined that she's right about something, he states, pulling me into another hug. He chuckles quietly and whispers in my ear. Edward's giving me the dirtiest look right now. I try to pull away and turn around, but Emmett won't let me go. Hey, dickhead, Edward says from behind me. My sister's only been gone 4 hours. You probably shouldn't be trying to pick up someone else's date already. I'm just thanking her, Emmett says. She helped Rose with my birthday gift. What did you get? Edward asks curiously. Private, dude, Emmett replies, turning red as he relieves me. Say no more please, Edward laughs as I turn to look at him with a smile, which fades when I see that Victoria is still with him but she has her suit jacket on and is carrying her briefcase. You ready to go, ballerina? We can walk out with Victoria, Edward suggests. I nod, taking the hand he holds out toward me. I'll be back in a couple of hours, Emmett. Bella and I are going downtown for dinner. Victoria ignores me, talking only to Edward on our way out to the parking lot. She tells him she'll have new plans ready early next week and suggests they meet for lunch or dinner to look at them. Just come by, Edward says, shrugging. Edwin the construction and my sister being out of town, I won't be able to get away for lunch or dinner meetings for a while. I almost laugh as Victoria's eyes slide toward me, clearly noting that he has time for dinner with me. Edward unlocks the doors of his car with the remote and opens the passenger door for me. Meanwhile, Victoria wrenches the door of her red sports car open and tosses her portfolio into the back before getting in and slamming the door. Pausing before I sit, I look up at Edward. He's standing on the outside of the open door and I'm on the inside. I don't think she likes that answer or me, I say quietly. She's a bitch, Edward answers, leaning in to whisper in my ear. I don't fucking care what she likes and neither should you. He leans back to smile at me, kisses me across the top of the door as Victoria drives away. Ah, that feels so good, Alice moans, lowering her feet into the hot, soapy water below. I follow suit without the moaning and sink my feet down into the little tub at the foot of my chair. So, Bella, we haven't really had a chance to talk without a bunch of little ears around. Give me the scoop on the beautiful one. There's no real scoop, I say, eyeing the pedicurist coming toward us with a tray of multicolored little bottles. I see him every day, but with Rose gone for last 2 weeks and construction going on at the bar, we haven't really been out on a date in a while. But he's sleeping over, she leads, pointing at the bright blue polish for her toes. Alice, I hiss, glaring at her and jerking my head toward the woman standing in front of us. What? She could care less if you have a guy spend the night, she laughs. Red-faced, I point to the dark purple bow. TTLE of polish and the pedicurist walks away. He is sleeping over regularly, isn't he? 5 times in the last 2 weeks, I whisper. Weekends mostly. Any. She pauses to clear her throat dramatically. Progress. Oh, my God, are you trying to embarrass the heck out of me, or is this just normal Alice? I groan, quietly, covering my face with my hands. This is normal Alice, she quips. They just never had consistent Bella groping to discuss at length before. Laughing, partly because I am pretty happy about the consistent groping, I lower my hands and turn to look at her. She's looking back and she wiggles her eyebrows and motions for me to talk with her hand. It's basically the same, I say. And it is. And that's fine with me. Since the morning we were interrupted by Esme, there hasn't been any more of that. But I'm content with the kissing and the fun-size candy for now. But you're spending time together, getting to know each other better, right? She asks. I nod. And you still really like him? Yeah, I really like him, I answer, smiling and looking down at my lap. I guess our feet have been soaking long enough because the pedicurists approach and sit down in front of us. Bella, are you in love with him? Alice asks softly, reaching over to touch my forearm. I think so, I answer quietly, looking at her. She rolls her lips together and looks a little teary when she answers. I think you are, too. Quote, we're both quiet for a couple of minutes as our feet are scrubbed until the skin is pink and new. When Alice starts talking again, she tells me everything she still has to do tonight to be ready to leave for Texas in the morning. Her commentary is interlaced with complaints about having to be there 5 days before Thanksgiving. I know Jasper's going to La Avenue me with his mother while he goes hunting or something for 3 days, she gripes. I love my mother-in-law, but I don't want to listen to her extol the joys of motherhood for the next 7 days straight. But you'll do it for Jasper, I remind her, smiling at her when she nods and smiles. Yeah, she grudgingly agrees, picking up her phone when it buzzes and rolling her eyes as she reads the text. It's him. He's at the full moon with Emmett and Edward. Can you give me a ride there when we're done here? Yep, I answer. I'm heading there anyway. Edward's going to try to leave by midnight tonight. Are you freaking about next week? She asks quietly. I swallow down the lump in my throat. No, I'm sure I'll be sad, but I miss him every day. I don't think that one particular day will be any worse just because it's been a year since he died, I answer. And I'm looking forward to spending the day with the Cullens. Even Rose, Alice asks, isn't she coming back tomorrow? Yes and yes, I answer. I'm going to have to let it go. Edward says we'll make our own decision anyway. I just don't want her to think she can push me around. I think she knows that. And I'm impressed with the tightrope walking Edward's doing between you and his sister, she observes, clearly trying to steer our conversation in a less serious direction. I think it's harder on him than on me, I agree. She giggles. In lots of ways. So really, are you getting any bolder, in the bedroom? She asks, getting my attention again. When I look at her, wide-eyed and horrified, she shrugs and tries to look innocent. What? I'm leaving town tomorrow for a week. I just want to know that you're in good hands. I am, I hiss, turning to look at my pedicurist. She's talking to the other pedicurist in I'm not sure what language and seemingly not paying any attention to the conversation Alice is trying to have with me. In fact, I'm thinking that I might be ready to move forward. Really? Alice asks. When I turn to her, her head is tilted to the side and her eyes are narrowed into blue slits capable of detecting even the smallest lie. Have you looked at it yet? Looked at what? I frown. It, she says, exasperated with me for not getting it. Him. With one finger she points down. Oh, no, not yet, I mumble, clasping my hands in my lap. I drop my gaze to my fingernails and begin picking at the chipping, pale pink polish. I really wish we had time for manicures, too. But Alice still has to pack. She bites her nails anyway, so she never wants to pay to have them done. Then you're not ready, she pronounces, undeterred by my obvious discomfort. When I look at her, She reaches over to touch my arm again. I mean it, Bella. Get more comfortable with yourself and with him. When it's time, you'll know. Rolling my eyes at her, I turn away, convinced that the pedicurists silent now are listening to us. Can we talk about something else? I beg. Yes. Let's talk about famous explorers. B. Christopher Columbus, Lewis and Clark. Who else is there? She asks. Laughing in relief and having no idea what brought this on, I chime in. Don't forget Sacagawea. Right. She gets extra points for carrying a kid on her back the whole way, too. Alice laughs. Who else? Who else? She taps her chin with one finger, still thinking. Cortez, I suggest, still mentally running through the highlights of my world history high school class. Marco Polo Magellan. Her eyes light up. Magellan, that's a good one. Wasn't he the first sail around the world guy? She asks curiously. I think so, I answer. I don't remember that much from high school history. Then channel him while you explore. I want you to Magellan Edward, she orders. I want you to Magellan the hell out of him. In spite of my embarrassment, I can't stop the giggle that escapes, and neither can the pedicurists. IKNW, they were listening. As my face heats once again, I shake my head at Alice and then lean it back against the headrest, closing my eyes. Just the thought of what she wants makes me nervous as hell. I don't know if I'll be brave enough to do it. But I know this. I can never get my toenails done here again. Blank, blank. Thanksgiving morning dawned sunny and unseasonably warm. Esme finally relented and agreed that I could bring a salad for dinner. So I make that and bake a loaf of banana bread to take her, too. I didn't ask Edward to come over last night, wanting to be alone for a little while today. Jake's mom, Sue, already called this morning to check on me. Alice texted me. I assured them both that I'm okay. After the food is done, I walk to the bookshelf and remove a couple of my dad's photo albums, then sit on the couch. As I look through them, tears fill my eyes several times, but I also laugh a lot remembering holidays, fishing trips, dance recitals. For the first time since he died, it's more sweet than bitter too. See the pictures of him and recall all the things we used to do together. After an hour, I put the books back on the shelf and go to get ready. I've just finished when Edward knocks on the door. Hey, ballerina, he says softly, studying my face before stepping inside and putting his arms around me. Hi, I answer, hugging back. How are you? He asks, pulling away to look at me. I'm okay. All TALK to you about it, but I'd rather get through the day first, I say. He nods and smiles, reaching up to cup my face. You look great, he says. So do you, especially your hair, I tease, lifting my hand toward the top of his head. As I expected, he ducks away, making me laugh. He's so particular about the hair. Well, during the day, he doesn't seem to mind if I put my hands in it when we're making out at night. He carries the dishes out to the car and holds my hand during the drive to his parents' house. He's always attentive with me, but I know he's making an extra effort today, and I know. Alice was lecturing him the other night. When we were at the full moon after our pedicures last week, I saw Alice corner Edward on her way back from the bathroom. When I tried to go save him, Jasper stopped me and told me to let Alice have her say. She seemed happy about whatever Edward saw. Neither of them would tell me what they talked about, and she even hugged him goodbye when they left. As we pull into Carlisle and Esme's driveway, I'm a little nervous. I've never spent a holiday with anyone except my dad and Jake's family. But I'm pretty comfortable with Edward's parents, and I'm glad that I told them about my dad a few weeks ago when Edward and I ate lunch with them. Emmett and Rose don't know though. Hopefully the subject of my family won't come up. I'm afraid I'll lose it if someone asks about it right now. Edward seems to sense my unease, so he stays close to me, even hanging out in the kitchen with Esme, Rose and me until Esme tells him to beat it so we can have girl talk. He leans in to kiss me before grumbling about being kicked out and leaving the room with a grin. When I turn around to look at Esme, she's smiling, looking down at the gravy she's stirring on the stove. He's so different with you, Bella, she remarks. He's never been very verbal with me about his feelings even when he was a little boy. But it's obvious that he cares very deeply for you. I smile at her when she looks up at me. But I'm not very verbal about my feelings either, so I don't reply. Luckily, Emmett appears in the kitchen doorway, so the silence doesn't stretch too long. Esme, the doc says he wants his dinner on the table right now, he says, sounding serious. I said no such thing. Carlisle calls from the other room, laughing. I know you wouldn't be that stupid, Esme answers. Then turns her attention to Emmett. You, on the other hand, apparently don't know what I do to my children when they lie to me. Using her apron, she wipes off her wooden spoon and then whacks it against her palm a couple of times. Time to run, big boy, Rose advises. We both laugh when Emmett squeals and leaves the room with Esme and her spoon hot on his heels. Since the food is ready, Rose and I begin putting everything in serving dishes and carrying them to the dining room. As we're arranging everything on the table, she quietly asks, "Are we on a one-day truce?" "No, Rosalie, we're on a permanent truce," I answer. "I don't want to fight. Let's just not discuss your brother and me, okay?" "Okay," she replies. "I'm glad you're here today, Bella." "Me, too," I answer, smiling at her. Once again, the serious moment is broken by Emmett as he runs into the room, causing all the glassware on the tabletop to clink together. He slides into a seat and ties his napkin around his neck. "Hey, Rose," he teases. "Your mom says Tiny and I get to do the wishbone because she likes us best." "That's not what I said, Emmett," Esme answers, stepping up beside me and putting an arm around my shoulders. "I said you two get to do the wishbone since you're the newest members of the family." Edward and his dad are walking in and I'm afraid that he'll freak out when he hears what his mom just said. But he just smiles at me, leaning against the wide doorway of the dining room with his hands in his front pockets. Esme leans close to whisper in my ear as she hands me the wishbone. "Hold on to the big side," she says. "And don't forget to make a wish. Blank, _ blank." Late that night, at Edward's insistence, I tell him in detail about last Thanksgiving celebrating early at the Black's house because my dad was working the evening shift, drinking wine with Jake and Jared, my confusion when my dad's deputy came to find me and sitting up all night in my dad's bedroom hoping it was all a mistake, sitting on the couch wrapped in Edward's arms and my dad's Afghan. It hurts, but I feel protected, too, by both of them. He rubs my back and whispers that he's sorry. "I wish you had met him." "Wish he had met you," I say, smiling at him sadly. "Me too, ballerina," he says, lifting his hand to cup my cheek. "He would like you," I predict, then chuckle. "Well, until he heard all the cussing." He smiles and leans down to kiss me. "What can I do for you tonight, baby?" "Stay," I ask. He nods and kisses me again. "And just hang on tight, okay?" Several hours later, I wake up still curled against Edward's chest but my arm is asleep. Rolling over, I shake it out a couple of times, wincing when it begins to wake up. I adjust the pillow under my head and burrow down under the covers. I haven't gone back to sleep yet when I feel Edward roll toward me, molding his body to mine and tenderly putting his arm around my waist to hug me. "Thank you," I whisper, taking his hand and pulling it to my lips. I kiss his hand twice before I put it back on my stomach and cover it with mine. He doesn't answer me except to lower his lips to my shoulder, searching till he finds a spot not covered by the wide strap of my tank top and placing a lingering kiss on my bare skin. I lie awake for a long time and I think Edward's awake, too. But neither of us says a word as we lie intertwined and hanging on. Blank, _ blank. On Saturday, Edward comes Christmas shopping with me, following me from store to store and helping pick out gifts for his parents and for Rose and Emmett and only saying the F word 27 times. Exhausted by the time we're finished, we go back to his condo, where we decide to order dinner in and watch a movie. I'm afraid that he'll think it's a boring way to spend a Saturday night, but he seems happy. We split a bottle of wine with dinner. Then I load the dishes in the dishwasher while Edward packs up the leftovers and puts them away. Can we finally fucking sit down and relax? He asks, laughing when I frown over my shoulder at him. Most of the time, he's better about the cussing, but I think he licks it when I pretend to be mad if he slips. As I start the dishwasher, I hear him loading the DVD player in the other room. I gave in earlier on the movie since he was such a good sport today, so he's putting on some boy movie with fast cars and guns. That's all right, I'll just stare at him during the movie. When I get in the living room, he's sitting in the middle of the couch. He holds his hand out to me and pulls me down beside him after I grasp his fingers. He pulls me close, and I rest my head against his shoulder. It's not the kind of movie I thought it would be, it's a guy comedy. I'm not really paying attention, but Edward laughs a lot. That fact alone makes me smile. Twisting my body toward him, I wrap both of my arms around his and cross my legs, then sling the top leg over Edward's knee. He runs his hand up and down my leg absently while he watches the screen. I wait a while longer, trying to work up the courage to do what I want to do. I turn my head and study his profile, his neck. Those 3 little moles that I always want to put my tongue on. What? He asks, looking at me from the corner of his eye. Just looking at you, I reply. You like this movie, huh? Yeah, it's one of my favorites, he answers, then swiftly turns his head to look at me with a frown. Is something wrong? I've seen this a lot, you know, if you want to talk. I sit up suddenly and turn, swinging my leg over to straddle his lap. First surprise and then amusement settle on his face. He puts his hands on my hips, squeezes gently, and looks up at me. I don't want to talk, I say quietly as I lean forward. Bracing my palms on his chest, I kiss him gently twice, then rest my forehead against his, keeping my eyes closed. I feel safe with you. You are safe with me, ballerina, he says, moving one hand up to cup the back of my neck, tangling his fingers in my hair. I want to I say, then huff out a breath when I can't find the words to say what I want. What is it, baby? What do you want to do? He asks, bringing his other hand up to my neck and pushing gently so that I sit back a bit. He puts 2 fingers under my chin, forcing my head up, and I hesitantly open my eyes and look into his. I want to look at you, touch you, I whisper. He chuckles quietly, his eyes shining. Okay, what are you waiting for? You won't laugh at me? I ask, looking down at his chest again and unbuttoning the first 2 buttons of his shirt. Not unless you hit a ticklish spot, he says. My eyes dart back to his. You're ticklish, I ask, smiling at him. Very, he says, nodding slowly. Where? I ask excitedly. Why don't you find out? He says, settling against the back of the couch, sliding his hands down to my thighs and cocking one eyebrow at me. Smiling, I lean forward to kiss him again, lifting my hands up to cup each side of his jaw. He kisses back, but lets me lead, holding still as I pull at his lips with mine. When I gently bite his lower lip and suck it into my mouth, he groans quietly and skims his hands up my thighs to my hips. Letting go of his lip, I move my mouth across his cheek to his ear and trace the tip of my tongue along the outline of his ear while I use my fingers to do the same on the other side. When I move my mouth and kiss down his neck, he tilts his head back to rest against the top of the couch and slides one hand into my hair, gripping lightly. For several minutes, I kiss and suck along both sides of his neck, pausing twice to put my lips against his briefly. By the time I sit back slightly and finish unbuttoning his shirt, he's panting, watching me with dark, heavy-lidded green eyes. Leaning forward, I kiss his upper chest as I spread the sides of the shirt apart. Slowly, I skim my hands down his chest, stopping to circle his nipples pleased when I hear him inhale sharply. Jesus, ballerina, he breathes quietly. I hum against his chest and then sit up to push the shirt from his shoulders and down his arms. He leans forward slightly to help, then I pull the shirt completely away and toss it to the side. Burying my hands in his hair, I press my lips to his and kiss him deeply before letting my hands and mouth wander down to his shoulders. When I trace my nails lightly down his ribcage, I hit the first ticklish spot, chuckling softly with him when he shivers and tries to push my hands away. "Hold still, baby," I murmur, kissing the spot over his heart, feeling the thundering beat under my lips. "I warned you," he replies, sounding amused and still out of breath. "I want to look at your tattoo," I announce, shifting off of his lap and pressing his left shoulder until he turns slightly sideways, letting me get behind him. "What is this?" I ask, using my index fingers to trace along the dark lines. "A Celtic cross," he replies, reaching back to grab my leg with his hand and pulling until I hook my leg over one of his. "When did you get it?" I ask, rising up on my other knee behind him. I wrap one arm around his chest and hang the other one over his shoulder as I lean forward and put my open mouth at the top of the ink. He inhales sharply and covers my hand with his. Like 5 years ago," he answers as I kiss across his upper back. "Fuck." Chuckling quietly, I pull my mouth away from his skin and trace the artwork with my finger again. "It's pretty, Edward. I like it," I whisper. "Thanks, but Christ," he says hurriedly, "please come back up here so I can touch you." Immediately, we both shift and he lifts me as he sits back, putting me in my previous spot straddling his legs. I lower my mouth to his and kiss him hungrily, sliding my hands through his hair repeatedly as he reaches for the hem of my shirt. I let him pull it off and go right back to kissing him, sighing deeply as he glides his hands up and down my sides. Sitting up, I brush my hands down his chest again, then look into his eyes as I reach for the button of his jeans. "Jesus, Bella," he breathes, as I unbutton his jeans and slowly pull the zipper down. "What the fuck's gotten into you tonight?" "Language, Edward," I remind him teasingly, leaning forward to kiss his neck as I stroke T. He backs of my fingers up and down the front of his boxers. He groans quietly as his hands move to my hips and then around to my behind. I suck on his skin gently, feeling him grow harder under my hand. Hearing his breathing become more ragged. "Fuck," he breathes. I lift my head and put my lips on his again, kissing him desperately breathless, too, now. After a minute, I sit up to look at him, smiling when I see that he's looking down. "Baby," he breathes, still watching the movement of my hand. I push myself off of him and stand on trembling legs. When I grasp the waistband of his jeans, he helps, quickly pushing both his jeans and boxers down around his knees and then kicking them off. He reaches for me, sitting forward to kiss my stomach as his hands grasp my breasts, squeezing gently, and then plucking at my nipples through the sheer fabric of my bra. "God, Edward," I whisper, sinking my fingers in his hair. Lowering one hand to the button of my jeans, he pulls it loose. "Please," he asks, looking up at me. Breathing hard, I nod slightly and step back, out of his hold, to lower the zipper. I push the jeans off quickly and stand in front of him in just my sheer black bra and lacy underwear. "Fucking Christ, you're gorgeous," he growls, leaning forward to pull me toward him. For a minute, I let him kiss across my bare stomach again while he runs his hands up and down the back of my thighs. Then, remembering my intention, I wiggle away. "Sit back, baby," I whisper. When he does, I finally drop my eyes and look, inhaling shakily. I've never really looked at a guy before. Since I've had my hands on Edward before. I'm not surprised by the size, but I am surprised that I'm not scared or disgusted when I see it. Lifting my eyes back to his face, I smile at him and take the hand he holds out to steady me as I straddle him again. I wrap my arms around his shoulders tightly, pressing my body against his. Digging his hands into my hair, he pulls gently until I kiss him again, although we're not kissing so much as heavy breathing with our tongues in each other's mouths. When his hands row down my back, I pull my mouth away and scoot back on his legs. Slowly, I trail my hands down from his shoulders. across his chest and then lower, finally wrapping my hand around him. Show me what feels good, I whisper. Fuck, ballerina, it all feels good, he groans, but he takes my wrist. Lifting my hand up to his mouth. Keeping his eyes on mine, he kisses across my palm, then uses his tongue to coat my hand. He leads my hand back down and I grip him again. He's still holding my wrist, guiding my hand up and down and twisting slightly. A moment later, he stills my hand and takes my thumb, using it to trace around and over the tip. He groans, letting go of my wrist and raising his hand to dig into my hair again. Knowing what he wants, I put my lips on his, tracing his lips with my tongue. I repeat the hand motion, happy when his eyes slide closed and his head falls back. He grunts several times and moves both of his hands to encircle my thighs. When my hand feels too dry, I lick my other hand and use it to wet his skin again, so that my hand moves up and down more easily. Fuck, he says, again. Bella Bella. He opens his eyes, his green irises dark now, to look at me. His hips buck twice and he moves one hand from my leg to grab the shirt on the couch beside us, putting it in his hand over mine as he comes. I lean forward to kiss his neck down to his shoulder, smiling against his skin. He's still panting when I lean back up to kiss his lips. Baby, he whispers, sorry about your shirt, quote. Straightening up, I look down between us and giggle when I see my crumpled blue tee still laying across him. It's all right, I whisper. He wipes himself and my hand off and tosses the shirt to the side. I'll wash it later, he murmurs, lifting his hands to cup the sides of my face. But right now, it's my turn. Sitting up, he kisses me gently until I imper and try to get my hips closer to his. Then he scoots forward on the couch and gently adjusts me, moving my legs to wrap around his hips and pulling me right up against him at the same time that he raises one hand to my chest, using his thumb to circle my nipple. When I can't breathe anymore, I wrench my mouth away from his, tilting my head to the side slightly as he kisses down my neck and across my collarbone. He wraps his arms around my back as he moves his mouth farther down, kissing and sucking along the top edge of my bra and pressing me backward, supporting me with his arms. Finally, he covers my breast with his mouth, wetting the sheer fabric as he sucks strongly. When he switches sides, I whimper again. Edward, God please, I pant. He continues pulling on me for a moment, then slowly pulls me back up straight. Bella, he whispers, kissing me again, sweeping his tongue into my mouth. Lowering his hands to cup my behind, he pulls my hips against his and I can feel that he's getting hard again. Suddenly, he twists sideways until we've changed positions, so I'm sitting on the couch and he's sinking to kneel on the floor between my legs. I feel his hands at my back, hooking my bra and I pull it off as soon as it's loose. He pushes me back and puts his lips over my bare breast, swirling and sucking as I clutch his shoulders. His hands glide slowly down my sides, ousing to dip under the band of my underwear, then continuing down my thighs. He pulls back from my chest and raises his green gaze to mine. I have a sudden flash of Edward being in this position before, but I can't focus on that now. Where's that fucking scar? He asks, still looking at me, but tracing his fingers lightly along the front of my right knee. That tickles, I whisper, smiling at him, trying not to think about where he is and what he's doing and what I'm wearing, which is only underwear. There it is, he says, finding it with his ring finger and smiling at me. As he bends his head and places his lips gently on my knee, I ask breathlessly, I told you about my surgery. I don't remember talking about it at all. Raising his head up, he smirks at me. He's so cute that I wonder how I ever found this smirk annoying when I first met him. Told me about it and asked me if I wanted to kiss the scar, he answers, grabbing my hand when I try to cover my face with it. I never wanted to kiss someone's knee before that night. Really, he says, pushing himself all the way up on his knees and framing my face with his hands. There are a lot of things I never wanted to do before I met you. Me, too, I breathe, leaning forward to kiss him. The kiss starts out slow and sweet, a silent declaration of my feelings for him, the things I can't say out loud yet. Quickly, the kiss heats up, turning into a frenzy of roving hands and lips. Suddenly, Edward pulls away and turns around, shoving the coffee table away a couple of feet. He reaches behind me to grab the white, furry blanket from the back of the couch and spreads it on the floor behind him. He pulls his boxer briefs out of his discarded jeans and awkwardly puts them back on without standing. Not a good idea for me to be naked with you right now, ballerina, he explains when I frown at him. I don't have that much control. Smiling, I don't hesitate when he reaches for me, wrapping my arms around his shoulders as he lifts me from the couch and puts me down gently on the blanket. He follows me down, settling on top of me and hovering on his elbows. He lowers his lips to mine again, kissing me until I have to pull away to take a breath. When he scoots down and latches onto my neck, I can't stop my hips from pushing up against his. He thrusts against me slowly several times. Unhurriedly, deliberately, he scoots farther down, skimming his lips back and forth across my ribs. Raising his head, he looks up at me as he pushes himself backward again. Edward, I say, not sure I'm comfortable with where I think he's headed. I've pushed myself tonight and am now almost totally naked in front of him and surprisingly not that freaked out about it. Please, baby, he says, his gravelly voice deeper than normal. He dips his head and kisses a trail from my navel down to the top edge of my underwear. Looking up at me again, he rests his chin on me, pressing down gently and smiling when I gasp. Edward, I breathe, unsure of what to say. When I take a shuddering breath a second later, Edward takes it as tacit agreement and lifts up to pull my lacy underwear down. I'm not sure I can't let you. Yes, you can, he argues, shifting my legs together to pull the scrap of lace off and then moving them apart again. He reaches for one of my hands and places it on top of his head. If you want me to stop, just pull. You don't even have to say anything, okay? Rolling my lips together nervously, I nod, looking at him long enough to see his answering smile before I squeeze my eyes shut, partly embarrassed by what he's doing, partly afraid I won't like it. I couldn't have been more wrong. As soon as I feel his warm breath against me, I gasp quietly. With my eyes still shut, I feel his arms come around my thighs and then his tongue there. He varies the motion of his mouth, quick then slower, soft then forceful. Everything he does feels good, so good. The steady rhythm he finally settles into sends me quickly spiraling toward the edge. He pulls away abruptly, making me realize too late that I'm gripping his hair tightly. Do you want me to stop? He asks quietly. No, God, please don't stop, I moan, fleetingly embarrassed by how desperate I sound. But when he puts his mouth back on me, when he sucks this time slowly, gently, I'm not ashamed at all. Unable to stop myself, I thrust my hips up against his mouth. He suddenly sucks faster, more vigorously, and I need to see. Lifting my head, I open my eyes and the sight of him lying between my legs gives me the last little push. My back arches as I collapse back to the blanket, groaning and pulling on Edward's hair again as pleasure races through my body. It takes several seconds for him to pull his mouth off me. He kisses down along the inside of my right thigh and then up my left as I lie gasping for breath, my heart still beating wildly. Please come up here, I beg hoarsely, needing to feel his arms around me, his weight on me. He crawls up my body, pausing to drop kisses in several more spots. Finally, his face is right above mine, and I raise up to put my arms around him, my lips against his. Sighing when he puts one arm around my shoulders and presses me back to the ground with his weight. We kiss several times before he rests his head on the floor beside mine. Edward, I think I'm ready, I whisper a few minutes later, stroking my fingers through the hair at the nape of his neck. Several seconds tick by before he answers me. Finally, he moves his head, kissing my shoulder before raising up on his elbows to look at me. He smiles and places a lingering kiss against my lips. Ballerina, You have to know it before we move forward, he says quietly, his green eyes boring into mine as he pushes up again. Irritated, I feel my mouth settle into a pursed, straight line. Why are you always fighting me on this? Baby, believe me, when you're really sure, you won't get any fight from me, he says, chuckling lightly. But you always feel like this at night, and then during the day, you're more hesitant. You have to be sure during the day, too. I roll my eyes, turning my head away from him when he smiles smugly. He's right and he knows it, but I'm still annoyed with him until he kisses across my cheek and then traces the tip of his tongue along the shell of my ear. Bella, I want you, he says. But this is a big step and I don't think this is the best time to make a decision about it. You've been so emotional the last few days. Now I'm miffed again and I turn to look at him. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I demand. It's supposed to mean that you've been upset about your dad. Understandably, he says gently, making me feel guilty immediately because he's been so attentive and careful with me the last couple of days. Oh, I reply, dropping my eyes to his neck. When we're together, I want you to only be thinking of us, he says, raising his fingers to stroke along my cheek. Not your dad, not my fucking sister. It's kind of weird that he's mostly naked and I'm totally naked and he's bringing up our relatives. But I get his point. Us, I repeat, swinging my eyes back to his. Sighing, I smile as I pull him down to me. You're staying here tonight, right? He murmurs against my lips. If you want me to, I answer. You know I want you to, he insists, rearing back to frown slightly at me. Don't you? No, I don't know, I answer. The last few times that we've spent the night together, it's been at my apartment. Usually Edward is coming late from work and just comes there. I want you to stay, he says. I want you to stay whenever you want to. Okay. Will you loan me something to sleep in? Nope. I like you like this, he says, trailing a hand down my side and leaning down to kiss me again. I kiss him back for a few seconds, then skim my hands down his back and around to his sides. I hit the tickle spot I found earlier, and then slide up under his arms. No, stop, he begs, squirming and laughing until I pull my hands away. Okay, I'll give you a shirt, but no boxers. Edward, I warn, tapping my fingers lightly on his sides again. Jesus, ballerina, he replies, acting irritated. I'll give you the fucking boxers, too. He pushes back onto his knees, offering me a hand to help me sit up. He grabs his shirt from the couch and hands it to me, watching as I slip my arms into the two big sleeves and pull it closed in front of me. What? I ask, looking sideways at him and smiling because he is. He stands and then helps me up, too. You look fucking good in my shirt, he says, leaning down to kiss me. But after we when you're ready, you're never wearing clothes in my fucking condo again. As I wrap my arms around his neck and feel his hand snake up under his shirt to rest at the small of my back, I think I might be okay with that. Yep, I resolve as he breathes my name into my neck and hugs me tightly. I think that sounds just fine. EPOV. Blank, underscore, blank. Fuck, I can't sleep. Turning my head, I look at Bella, burrowed down under the covers of her bed, her eyes closed. Her lips slightly parted. She sighs intermittently all night long. She probably doesn't know that, but I do, since we've spent the last 10 nights every night since Thanksgiving together at either her apartment or my condo. As if she knows what I'm thinking, she exhales deeply. It's fucking cute. She reaches toward me in her sleep, resting her hand on my chest and then sighing once more when I cover her fingers with mine. The last 7 weeks have been pretty fucking perfect. It's been easy to fall into this relationship with her, talking to her, hanging out with her, sleeping with her. Sleeping, not fucking sleeping. We haven't done that yet and I don't even mind much. I mean, Christ, I want to, but not until she's ready. Plus, I actually like this part. Not that I'm going around bragging about the fact that I'm not getting laid, but I like being next to her at night, like having my hands on her while she's sleeping. And the nights aren't completely innocent. She's getting more comfortable with me with herself physically. She gives me a certain look, a shy little smile, when she wants to fool around. I'm getting pretty fucking good at reading those signals. But I'm trying to control myself and not be all over her all the time, not make her think she has to get me off every night. I try to show affection in other ways. I hug her, rub her back, kiss her without trying anything more. It seems like it makes her happy, and for 8 nights, it's made me happy, too. But the last 2 nights, I can't fucking sleep. Bella's room is just starting to get light as I reach toward the nightstand and pick up my phone to check the time. It's not quite 7 o'clock on a Sunday morning. Silently, I set it back down. I know I won't be able to go back to sleep. Turning to look at her again, I start to feel it, the same thing I've felt off and on for the last couple of days. It's a slight tightening in my chest, a twisted knot in my stomach, and suddenly, I want to leave. Swallowing uncomfortably, I lift her hand off my chest and gently lay it down as I scoot out and sit on the side of the bed. I pull my jeans on and stand up to button and zip them, then pick up my wallet, phone and keys from the nightstand. I'll grab my shoes and hoodie from the living room on the way out. Behind me, I hear Bella moving around in the bed and know I'm going to have to face her. She'll have to get up and lock the door behind me anyway. "Where are you going?" she asks hesitantly, her voice rough with sleep. Turning around, I smile at her, hoping it's convincing. "Hey, ballerina, I can't sleep. I've got some shit to do at home anyway, so I thought I'd go," I say. It's not exactly a lie. I really haven't been home in 3 days except to shower and change clothes. "Oh, okay," she says, half smiling back at me and pushing herself up to sit propped on one arm. "I know we planned on hanging out today, but I think I'd better go into work. Emmett probably won't be in good shape today. He went to his fraternity alumni Christmas party last night. Last year he didn't recover for 2 days," I say, forcing a laugh. "Okay," she repeats, her smile fading, her eyes studying mine. "Do you want me to stop by later?" Fuck, she's catching on that something's wrong with me. Her big, brown eyes widen as she waits and waits for my answer. Yeah, sure, of course," I finally stammer. Then, because I know she sees right through me, I do the most obvious fucking thing in the world and close my eyes, scrubbing across my face with my hands. "You want to come lock the door behind me? There's a key on the counter. I was going to give it to you anyway. You might as well take it now," she says. My eyes pop open to meet hers, her gaze as wary as she watches for my reaction. "If you want it, I mean." Finally losing her nerve, she drops her eyes, ooking down as she picks at the covers with her fingers. "Shit." I sit down on the bed and lean toward her. "I want it," I say. Then kiss her gently. I do want it. I want her. I just don't know what else is going on with me. Don't know why I can't sleep, why my chest inexplicably tightens up around her the last 2 days. She moves her lips with mine, raising her hand to cup the side of my face. "Is something wrong?" she asks quietly when I pull away. "No, baby, I just need to take care of some stuff I've been putting off," I insist, kissing her lips again and then her forehead before I stand up. "I'll see you later, okay?" "Yeah," she answers, but her usually animated voice falls flat. I know I'm responsible for that. I just don't know how to fix it right now. After saying goodbye, I walk out to the kitchen, find the key and then let myself out, locking the deadbolt from outside. I turn away from the door and lean back against the wall beside it, looking down at the key in my hand. Fuck, should I put it on my keychain or in my pocket? If I put it on my keychain, what does that mean? That I'm planning to use it regularly, that it's not just for occasional or emergency use. With my other hand, I pull my keychain from my pocket and study the keys attached to it. Car, bar, office, safe, condo. That's it. I have a key to my parents' house. It's in a drawer in my kitchen. I have a key to Emmett's. It's in the same drawer. I haven't had a key to a girl's place since sophomore year of college. Sighing, I close my eyes and swallow. I usually try to avoid thinking about that shit, about her. It's not fair to Bella that I compare them, even if it's only in my head and only for a minute. The way I feel about Bella is so much different and I know her so much better, but still. Fuck. Now my chest hurts again. Pushing off the wall, I walk down the stairs to the parking lot and out to my car. Pressing the unlock button on the car remote, I take one last look at the single key in my left hand, then put it in my pocket. Blank, _ blank. When I get home, I text Emmett and tell him to take the day off if he's feeling shitty. I'm tired, so I flop down on the couch and channel surf for a few minutes. After scanning through every fucking cable channel 3 times without finding anything to watch, I sit up. I'm still fucking jumpy. I don't want to go to the bar this early though. Pushing myself up with a sigh, I head for the treadmill. It only takes me a few minutes to build up to a decent pace. Grabbing the clicker, I turn the television in here onto ESPN, my usual, but it doesn't hold my attention for long. My mind keeps drifting back to Bella. I can't understand what's changed in the last 3 days, can't understand what's wrong with me. I'm not even sure if I want to see her later today, and I don't know why. Maybe it's because everybody is pushing me around with her. Rose and her sex ban. Emmett constantly bugs me about treating her right. My parents invited us to the fucking Nutcracker Ballet next Friday night, which is exactly what I wanted to do, spend my night off double dating with my parents. Little Alice got in on it right before Thanksgiving, too, cornering me at the bar one night to fucking lecture me. More agitated now, I push the treadmill speed higher as I remember that conversation. Edward, can I talk to you for a minute? She asks as I come out of the storage room. Sure, I answer hesitantly, stopping and leaning back against the wall of the hallway. I look out toward the bar and see Bella sitting beside Jasper. I know Bella told you about her dad, she begins, then waits until I turn back to her before she continues. She's going to be very emotional this week, you know. I mean, she won't show it 'cause she's always trying to be tough. You know that about her, right? Right, I answer slowly, no. Letting my guard down yet unsure what she wants. I mean, that's how she was raised with her dad. She's doesn't like to show weakness, she says. She's not weak, I argue, frowning. Alice pauses, in her diatribe, to look at me with surprise, her dark, archy eyebrows shooting halfway up her forehead. Well, that's encouraging the way you immediately jumped to her defense, she nods. I didn't mean she's weak. I just meant that she will try to act like nothing's bothering her. She won't ask for what she needs. You're wrong, Alice, I think to myself. Bella does ask me for what she needs. I glance over to the bar again. Jasper is turned toward Bella, talking to her with his hand on her forearm, but she's looking nervously at me. I smile at her so she'll know I'm okay, then wait until she smiles back before I look at Alice again. I know Rose went all 18th Amendment on you and made you an involuntary sex teetotaler, and I know that you and Bella are planning to make your own decision. She informs me as I raise my right hand to stretch across my forehead, using my thumb and middle finger to rub my suddenly throbbing temples. Just don't let her make that decision this week, okay? Fucking Christ. If one more person tries to tell us what to do about our goddamned relationship, I'm going to lose it. But I don't think yelling at Alice will help the situation. So I take a deep breath before I lower my hand and start talking. Alice, look, I say, then raise my voice a little when I see her getting ready to interrupt. I will do anything I can to help Bella get through this week. But all the other stuff, that's really just between her and me. And the best thing for us would be if all of you would butt the fuck out. I know you have good intentions, but please just back off, okay? Amazingly, that shut her up, at least temporarily. And I beat a path back out front before she could get her thoughts together enough to say anything else. She seemed okay though, and she even hugged me goodbye when she and Jasper left. So I guess I passed whatever the fuck test that was. Breathing hard now, I take a drink from my water bottle, still running fast. I grab the bottom of my shirt. lifting it to wipe my sweaty face and then pulling it off completely and hanging it from the handrail. I try to pay attention to the NFL pregame show that's on, but my fucking brain wanders right back to Bella on its own within a couple of minutes. Maybe we've been spending too much time together. I mean, fuck, I can't remember the last time I hung out this much with one person. I've always liked having my own space. Before Rose and Emmett hooked up, I used to get irritated at him because he never fucking left my place. But it's different with guys. I could just tell him to fucking get lost when I wanted to be alone. I would never say that to Bella. I don't want to hurt her. Fucking hell. My chest feels tight again. I stop the treadmill and get off, bending over to put my hands on my knees as I try to catch my breath. When I look up at the television, the camera is zooming in on some blonde cheerleader in Boston as the show fades to commercial. She's hot, big blue eyes, pouty red lips, great fucking tits. I stare at her until she's gone, then stand up and walk to my room to shower. As I stand under the steamy spray, I close my eyes and picture the cheerleader from TV. She reminds me of a little blonde that hung around the bar early last summer. She made no secret of the fact that she wanted me. Reaching down, I stroke myself as I think about the night she pulled me into the backseat of her car. Groaning quietly, I remember how she sucked me into her warm mouth, didn't protest when I came there, and then hand-jobbed me back into hardness and rode the hell out of me. I ignored her when she came into the bar the next night and the night after that and the night after that. It was 4 goddamned days before she finally got the hint that I wasn't interested in a repeat fuck. But I jacked off for the rest of the summer remembering that night. Until I met Bella. Christ. I let go of my dick. It wasn't working anyway. I wash my hair and body, standing face first under the spray to rinse. This time when I close my eyes, I see Bella, her smiling face, her beautiful eyes, the way she bites her lip when she's close to coming. Jesus, 8 nights ago she was all over me, undressing me on the couch, kissing me, touching me. It was one of the best nights of my life, and not just because of the physical stuff. It was also the way I felt when she said she feels safe with me. And when she let me strip her bare, let me put my mouth on her, I knew she really trusts me. I haven't tried to get her naked since then. I know I don't have the willpower to keep doing that shit without going farther. Opening my eyes, I look down at my cock fucking hard as hell now that I've been thinking about Bella. I wrap my hand around myself, stroking slowly as I remember her small hands on me, her soft skin under me. I let my eyes slide closed and my head drop back, feel the water beating against my neck and chest. Tugging myself faster, I imagine how fucking great it will feel when I finally get inside her. I wonder if she'll ever be comfortable enough to give me head. Fucking shit. Just the thought of her lips wrapped around me is enough to drive me over the edge, panting and groaning her name. Still gasping for breath a minute later, I lower my head again and lean forward, putting my hands against the cool tile wall in front of me. What the fuck is wrong with me? Jesus. I'm crazy about this girl, so why the feeling of dread? Why do I feel a little bit resentful toward her the last couple of days? As I get out and dry off, I try to come up with an answer. While I pick up the dirty clothes I've left lying around for the last few days, I try to come up with an answer. When I turn into the bar parking lot and sigh in relief that Bella's truck isn't parked beside her studio door, I settle on the only reason that makes sense to me. I'm a prick who doesn't fucking deserve her. Blank, _ blank. Inside the bar, I put glasses away, fill the garnish station, wipe down the bar stools. The whole time, the key to Bella's apartment is burning a hole in my pocket. I constantly rub my hand over the denim to make sure I haven't lost it. But I haven't put it on my keychain either. I don't know what to do, and if I keep acting like an asshole, she'll probably just ask for it back anyway before I get a chance to use it. Fuck. That makes my chest hurt and pisses me off at the same time. Irritated as hell with myself, I finally take the key out of my pocket and angrily toss it down on top of my desk next to my car keys and smokes. By the time other employees arrive, My negative attitude has deteriorated into pure animosity. I can tolerate Lauren and the kitchen guys, but Tanya starts needling me as soon as she gets here, asking stupid questions. Making fucking annoying comments. I huff at her, snap at her, cuss at her, and she keeps coming back for more. A few minutes before we open, I head to the storage room. I know Lauren's following me, but I don't acknowledge her. You know she takes that as encouragement, right? Lauren asks me quietly as soon as we're alone in the room. What? I shrug, walking to the back shelf to get extra coasters and napkins. Behind me, I hear Lauren filling a box with bottles of liquor on the small table in the middle of the room. The bickering. Tanya thinks you're interested when you pay her the slightest bit of attention. Lauren insists. Turning around from the shelves to look at her, I see she has assumed Rose's favorite impatient stance, arms crossed over her chest and one foot tapping impatiently. I'm not interested, I grumble, turning back around. No shit, I'm just saying, don't egg her on. She'll do something to screw you over or something to try to screw up what you have with Bella, Lauren says. Jesus fucking Christ, I mutter at her, not even trying to hide the frustration in my voice. Typically, Lauren is unflappable and laughs at me. Don't be an ass to me, Edward. What the hell is wrong with you today? Nothing, I answer, but I know I still sound cranky. I turn around just in time to see Lauren roll her eyes my way as she grabs the box from the table and walks out. She gives me a wide berth for the first hour that we're open, not really ignoring me, but clearly staying out of my way. Tanya continues trying to start shit with me, trying to provoke me into reacting to whatever idiotic statement she makes. Although it takes a lot of effort, I stop reacting to anything she does. An hour into the Seahawks game, the crowd is happy since we're ahead, but I'm still in a shitty mood. Wanting to get away from everyone, I step over the yellow caution tape on the stairs and go up to the construction area on the second floor. It doesn't look a lot different than it did last week, but I haven't had a chance to be up here alone to really try to get a visual of how the upstairs will look when it's finished. For several minutes, I walk around slowly, studying the room from different angles, figuring out how I want it to look: the bar, the tables, the games. The blueprints are hanging on the exposed brick wall for the framers and I stand staring at them for a couple of minutes. I'm starting to feel better until I hear footsteps on the stairs. Fuck, it's probably Bella. I'm definitely not ready to see her. I take a deep breath and try to formulate what I want to say. Hey, I begin as I turn around, but it's not Bella who's standing at the top of the stairs. Victoria, what are you doing here? I came by last night, but missed you. I took a chance that I could catch you today, she says, smiling at me. She's advancing toward me slowly, wearing her trademark short-ass skirt and high heels. As she walks, she shifts her hips aggravatingly from side to side and tosses her hair as she grins slyly at me. Or are you already caught? She asks throatily as she stops in front of me. What the fuck does that mean? I'm not in the mood to play games today, Victoria. I say tiredly, reaching one hand up to grasp the back of my neck. She knows I was pissed at her early last week. It took her 3 days longer than she said it would to do the bathroom redraws. The whole fucking construction crew was sitting around waiting on her. It means, are you and that little dancer serious? She asks, leaning forward so that her chest is almost touching mine. Or are you still available for fooling around? Sorry, Victoria, I say, my eyes darting around the room. I take a step back, leaning against the wall because I feel like she's standing too close. I force myself to look her in the eye as I continue. I'm pretty tied up right now. She says, tilting her head to the side a bit and then licking her lips. I'd be willing to bet she practices this look in the mirror. Are you sure? No one would have to know, you know. For a second, I think, well, my dick thinks this could be a good idea. She's pretty. She has a great body. At our first meeting in July, she flirted with me and I flirted back, but I wasn't about to risk screwing up this project by screwing her before it was completed. Back then, I figured we'd fuck once it was over though. But then Bella moved in next door and everything changed. Since the first time I kissed her, I haven't really considered being with anyone else, and that kind of pisses me off. There's a good-looking woman with long fucking legs standing in front of me, propositioning me, but I couldn't be less interested. Looking into Victoria's blue eyes doesn't make my heart race. The thought of my hands on her skin doesn't twist my gut. I don't smile when I see her just because it's her. I could fuck Victoria, but that's all it would be. It wouldn't be dinners and hanging out and watching movies and laughing. It wouldn't be sneaking my hand under her shirt to rest on her warm back while she's sleeping. It wouldn't be listening to the fucking sighing all night long. Or trying to pull her out from under the covers where she burrows every goddamned night. I could fuck her, but I realized a few months ago that just fucking isn't enough for me anymore. I chuckle lightly and Victoria smiles, probably thinking that I'm considering her offer. I'm not. I nod. I'm sure, Victoria, I answer. Her eyes turn ice cold as her smile twists into a sneer. Then you can forget about me doing all these redraws for free. She hisses. She's probably not used to being turned down. Hell, I'm not used to turning women down either. No problem, I answer, stepping around her and heading for the stairs. Anxious now to get the fuck away from her. Just send me a bill. You'll regret this, she predicts, her high heels clicking quickly across the floor to catch up with me. I doubt it. I can't think of any bitch I've ever regretted not fucking. Who the fuck replaced the fun guy the first met last summer with a 16-year-old pussy-whipped boy? Jesus, Victoria, shut up, I seethe, walking down the stairs. I'm even more aggravated when I get to the bottom and see that she pulled the yellow tape completely down. I pick it up, then wait for her to pass so I can reattach it. She stops right in front of me, standing a stair above me, and pressing her tits into my face. People like us don't change, Edward. Call me when you come to your senses, she whispers huskily, trailing a finger down my cheek. I keep my eyes on hers. Not because I'm attracted to her, because I don't fucking trust her. When she finally passes me, I fix the tape and then turn around. She's walking out, shaking her hips the same way she did upstairs, and I watch for a few seconds. I know I shouldn't, but she really does have a nice ass. Running my hand through the top of my hair, I turn to my left to head back behind the bar and meet a harsh blue glare. Motherfuck, I whisper under my breath as I walk toward him. What the fuck are you up to, Edward? He growls when I reach him. What the fuck are you doing here, Emmett? I retort, turning sideways to pass behind him. One of the guys I was waiting on earlier catches my eye and signals for another round. I told you to stay home. Are you cheating on Tiny? What? I ask, whipping around to face his piercing eagle eyes again. You were upstairs with that red-headed witch alone, then you were checking out the view from the back as she left, he fumes. You two screwing around? No, dickhead, I answer as I grab beers for the guy and his two friends. I open them, set them down in front of the men and add it to their tab. For the next few minutes, I ignore Emmett completely as I pick up empty glasses, noisily put away liquor bottles and repeatedly huff when I have to step around Emmett, who's intentionally blocking my way every time. I slide my eyes his way the 30th time I pass him and see that instead of glaring at me, he's now studying me intently. There's no one to wait on right now, so I cross my arms over my chest, lean back against the bar, and look up at the flat screen just in time to see the Seahawks score. The room erupts in cheers and applause. You and Tiny fighting or something? Emmett asks quietly, moving to stand beside me. Neither of us looks at the other, but I know this is his peace offering. No, I respond, then change the subject. I don't want to talk about Bella right now. You and Rose have a good time last night? I ask as my peace offering. You mean at the party or once we got home? He replies, then grunts lowly a couple of times. Emmett's not ever really crude about my sister, so I know he's trying to amuse me. Jesus, you fucker. That's disgusting. I don't want to hear it, I groan, laughing for the first time today. The laughter is short-lived though, and I'm right back to acting like an ass in a few minutes. He lets me simmer for a while, then corners me again at one end of the bar to ask what my problem is, saying he knows it has something to do with Bella. Exhaling loudly, I give in and spill it. I don't know what the fuck's bugging me, I complain. I feel weird kind of mad at her even though there's no reason for me to be. I can't fucking sleep the last 2 nights and I couldn't get away from her fast enough this morning. He's nodding along with me by the time I'm done talking. Yeah, you're freaking out, he states simply, then turns away. What the fuck are you talking about? I ask, gripping his shoulder until he faces me again. You are freaking out, he repeats loudly and slowly like I'm 90 fucking years old and can't hear him. Don't worry, it's a classic reaction for most guys. You're in a relationship with a woman that's starting to feel kinda serious, right? Not like you're just dating. He looks expectantly at me, but I'm not ready to talk about that. I shrug ambiguously, nodding as if I answered him. He continues. No matter how happy you are with her, your psyche will start trying to fuck it up so you don't end up in a. He pauses and clutches his throat as if he has to struggle to say the next words. Committed relationship. Did you freak out with Rose? I ask as he drops his hands, laughing at his own stupid stunt. Nah, he answers dismissively, pausing to look up at the television when the room erupts in applause again. Niece. Seahawks intercepted, but I'm not afraid to commit. He lowers his gaze to meet mine again. Neither am I insist. He laughs like a goddamned hyena at that statement. Yeah, that's why you haven't dated anyone in 6 years, he says, raising his eyebrows at me. I glare at him angrily for a moment. Fuck you, I say under my breath, turning away from him. He steps away to fill an order for Tanya, leaving me alone to think about what he said. When he gets back to me, I ask quietly, so you think I'm just freaking out about the relationship part? He shrugs, ramping my irritation right back up. Probably. Tiny doesn't annoy you otherwise, right? Right, I answer. You're no. She pissed that you guys aren't having sex, right? Right, I nod. He shrugs again. You gonna see her later? Before I have a chance to answer, Lauren appears beside Emmett. If you 2 chicks are done talking about your feelings over here, I could use some help, she jokes, sliding in between us. Unless you're heading to the back room to have a pillow fight in your undies. Laughing, Emmett GS an arm around her shoulders and walks to the other end of the bar with her. I wait on the guys at my end of the bar and I fill a couple of orders for Tanya, still trying to ignore all her snide comments until she starts in on Bella. Haven't seen what's her face around today, she says as I set beers on her tray. I put ice in 2 glasses and grab the bottle of Jack, pouring it into the glasses. With one hand while I shoot Coke from the beverage gun with the other. Did you finally come to your senses? What? I huff, setting the drinks down on the tray and then looking at her. Oh, come on, Edward, she chuckles. Everyone knows you're not boyfriend material, well, everyone except the naive girl next door. What a dumb bitch. I'm looking at the only dumb bitch I know, I say angrily. Pushing the tray across the bar toward her. Tanya cackles loudly as she walks away after getting the outburst she probably wanted. Since everyone's on my last fucking nerve, I tell Emmett that I'm taking a break and go back to my office. Shutting the door behind myself, I sit at my desk and turn on the laptop, then notice my cigarettes and keys laying on top of the desk where I left them hours ago. Picking up the key to Bella's apartment, I turn it over and over in my hand, not surprised when the chest-tightening, gut-twisting feeling appears again. Opening the drawer in front of me, I sweep my smokes and car keys in and then drop Bella's key in, too. Out of sight, out of mind, I think as I slam the drawer shut. Determined to do something productive today, I get started on all the year-end stuff the accountant will need and try not to think about Bella anymore. An hour later, I'm pretty engrossed in the profit and loss statement I'm working on, so I barely glance at the door when it opens. I shift my eyes long enough to see my sister come in, but I don't make eye contact. What the fuck is she doing here? She's not scheduled to work today. She stands in front of my desk and waits. Since I'm still in a bad fucking mood, I don't speak, or even acknowledge her presence. I know this will get me in trouble with her, but I really don't give a shit at the moment. Well, hello, Edward. I'm fine, thanks for asking. She says sarcastically. She heaves a big shopping bag up and drops it onto my desk with a thud. I look out of the corner of my eye, wondering what's in the big crate and barrel bag. But not wanting her to know I'm curious. She stands still in front of me for another minute, then sighs loudly. I know she's gonna really get pissed in about a minute, so I finally look up, pushing my laptop to the side. What the fuck do you want, Rose? Oh, there's my sweet baby brother, she sneers. Emmett said you were being a douche. What's up your ass today? I've got a sister who's bossing me around. A waitress who's a total fucking bitch. A bartender who makes fun of me most of the time and an architect who's trying to get me to stick my dick in her, I complain. Women are up my ass today. Smiling, Rose shakes her head at me. You're so melodramatic, she laughs. Just like Mom. Jesus Christ, I mutter under my breath, covering my face with my hands and leaning back in my desk chair. Why can't everyone just leave me alone? It's a conspiracy, she says flatly. Everyone's trying to ruin your day because it's all about you in your little world, isn't it? Jesus, you're an arrogant prick. That's not really news to me. I hear the crinkle of the paper bag and drop my hands. Rose is picking it up from the top of my desk. Since I've just admitted to being a prick, I grab it. Yanking it from her grasp and looking inside. What the fuck is this shit? I grumble. Candles, more candles. Jesus. How many motherfucking candles are in here? Enough to make even you look romantic. She says testily. Give them back. I'm not letting you have them now. She leans across my desk, trying to take the bag back. Why do I have to be romantic? Are you lifting the ban? I ask, rolling my chair back a few inches so I'm just out of her reach. No, but I want you to be prepared in case I have a sudden change of heart. And just so we're clear, it's good to be romantic when you're not expecting sex, too, she says, putting a hip on the desk to extend her reach. When I scoot back farther then move the bag around as she grabs for it, she laughs and so do I. You think you're gonna have this change of heart soon? I ask. It doesn't really matter. The decision isn't about Rose at all. I won't do anything until Bella's ready even if Rose gives the green light today. She shrugs. You were pretty sweet on Thanksgiving. You did a good job making her comfortable at Mom and Dad's, she says. She tilts her head and narrows her eyes, looking thoughtfully at me. How come you told Em and me not to ask about her family? I'm not discussing that with you, Rosalie, I say, suddenly serious. Can I ask her about them now? She asks. No, just leave it alone, okay? I insist. Don't push her. Does she not have a family? Goddamn it, Rosalie, I lay loudly. Leave it alone. I expect her to get mad, expect her to cuss me out, stomp out of the room, slam the door. I don't expect her to stand up and walk around the desk. She leans down, putting her arms around my shoulders to hug me and kiss my cheek. That's kind of a perfect answer, Edward, she says quietly. You get to keep the candles. Make it nice for her, okay? I mean, when it's time. Before I have the words to answer her, she's pulled away and gone out my office door, shutting it quietly behind herself. Sighing heavily, I decide to go out for a smoke, hoping to calm my jittery nerves. I stash the bag of candles under my desk and roll my chair forward, yanking the desk drawer open to get my cigs. And there it is, the little gold key taunting me. Holding it again, I close my eyes, rubbing them with the heels of my hands as I tilt my head back against the headrest. When I hear the office door open, I assume it's my sister coming to give me more shit. Fucking Christ, Rosalie, I groan. What now? I hear her laugh before she speaks and my heart starts to race, my lips curve upward all on their own. Apparently your mood hasn't improved since this morning, Bella remarks as she shuts the door. Without lifting my head, I lower my hands and open my eyes to look at her. She's beautiful, smiling, eyes shining, wearing the hoodie I gave her all those weeks ago and leaning against the closed office door. I feel the familiar tightening in my chest, but it doesn't bother me that much right now. Baby, I say, pushing my chair back from the desk. Come here. When she gets close enough, I reach for her, pulling her down to sit sideways on my lap. Wrapping my arms around her tightly, I bury my face in her neck. Fuck, she smells good. I feel her arms wind around my shoulders, her fingers sift through the hair at the nape of my neck, her lips press briefly against my temple. Are you having a bad day? She asks gently. Yes, I mumble into her skin, nodding. Then I lift my head to look at her. I mean, I was. Until now. I feel better now. I raise one hand, the hand holding her key to her jaw. Keeping my fingers curled around the key while stroking my thumb along her cheek. I chuckle once as I look at her, amazed at how much calmer I feel now that she's here. It's strange that she's both the problem and the solution. Maybe this is what it feels like when you date someone who's also become one of your best friends. What are you smiling about? She asks, frowning and smirking at the same time. Fuck, she's adorable. I answer, leaning in to kiss her lips gently, and once I start, I can't stop. I nibble at her lips until she finally opens up and deepens the kiss. She HMMs into my mouth and grips my hair more tightly as she slides her tongue against mine. By the time we break apart minutes later, we're both breathing heavily. I press my lips against her neck as she sighs quietly. You sigh all night long, I say quietly, smiling against her skin. She laughs lightly before she answers. I do. Does it drive you crazy? Yeah, it does, but not in the way she means. All the little fucking noises she makes in bed drive me crazy. No, ballerina, I answer, not ready to confess that to her. Lifting my head, I stare into her warm, brown eyes. She smiles as she reaches up to grasp the hand I still have resting against her jaw. I'm looking at her and not really paying attention to what she's doing until she's pried my fingers open and is staring at the single gold key. Why are you holding my key? She asks, frowning at it, not looking at me. I didn't take time to put it on my keychain yet, I answer, scrambling to not look like the asshole I've acted like all day. I'll do it right now. Swallowing audibly, I reach around her to lift my other keys out of the desk drawer. Nervously, I slide her key into place next to my condo key. I wait for the tension to return. Anticipate the pressure I assume I'll feel in my chest, but it doesn't come. As I study all the keys in my hand, I decide hers looks pretty fucking good next to mine. It's like I'm holding all the things that are the most important to me in the palm of my hand: my business, my condo, my ballerina. And my car. I still fucking love that car. Now my goddamn chest feels tight again, but not because of the Mustang and not because I'm scared. Looking up, I find Bella smiling at me and I smile back. As I toss the keys into the air and catch them when they come back down. Only one thought crosses my mind. What was I so afraid of? EPOV. Just before 6:30 on Wednesday night, I grab a to-go cup and fix Bella a Diet Coke as Emmett eyes me from a couple of feet away. When I glance at him, he's smirking. I can tell he's got something to say, but he stays quiet until I put the straw through the lid and pick up the cup. Going to see Tiny? Yeah, I respond. I just want to say hi. She won't have long to talk because she still has 2 more classes to teach. But I wasn't at the bar when she got to the studio tonight, and I played poker and drank tequila last night until almost 3. So I crashed at my own place. Meep meep, he says as I pass him. What the fuck is that? I laugh curiously, turning to face him. It's the sound of the minivan you'll be driving in 5 years, he grins. Slinging the bar towel in his hand over his shoulder. You're a goner. Jesus. I knew by his smirk that he was going to make fun of me, but I didn't think it would be about this. Shut the fuck up, dickhead. I grouse. How long until you're hauling a carload of whiners around? Probably 3 years, he says with a shrug. I feel my mouth drop open. That answer genuinely surprises me. Emmett and I have never talked about this shit before. It will have to be an SUV though. Can you see Rose in a Mini? He laughs and shakes his head. She'd try to run me over with it if I bought one. I'm still standing with my mouth hanging open, staring at him. You think I'm just fucking around with your sister? He asks, apparently insulted by my silence. He yanks the towel from his shoulder and slaps it down on top of the bar. I love her. I'd ask her to marry me today if she would say yes. But she wants to finish school first. Finally, I snap my teeth together. Emmett, we're gonna have to drink whiskey if you want to continue this conversation, I mumble. Jesus, my best friend wants to marry my fucking sister and have kids. Fuck. I know he loves her, but fuck. Grinning once more, he chuckles and shakes his head. No, we'll do it another time. Go see your girl. I'm still half stunned as I walk across the parking lot to Bella's studio. I go in through the side door, it's still never locked, and walk past her dark office toward the front of the building, then belatedly remember why I don't come over here this early in the evening. There are 150 fucking tiny, pink wearing ballerinas twirling around in the lobby, or at least 20 of them. It's a lot of fucking pink. I spot Bella by the front door, standing with her back to me and talking to another woman. She's dressed exactly like the little girls, except her stuff is all black. I see her wearing dance clothes almost every day, but I don't usually get to look at her from the back. Standing still, I stare at her long legs, her sculpted shoulders, her exposed neck until the little pinkies start looking at me and giggling. Bella turns around to peek at the laughing girls, and then smiles when she sees me. She holds a finger up for me to wait and I nod at her. The mini ballerinas are all still staring at me with their beady eyes, making me nervous. I shift uncomfortably from foot to foot and put my empty hand in my front pocket. A minute later, Bella turns around and walks toward me. Hey, what are you doing here? She smiles, taking the cup and immediately drinking from the straw. I haven't seen you since early last night, I shrug, both hands now stuffed in my front pockets. And, she asks, and I wanted to see you, I say quietly. Can I kiss you in here? No, she laughs, looking down at the little girls still around us. Hug you. She shakes her head, but reaches for my forearm, squeezing gently. I pull that hand from my pocket and grasp hers, holding it loosely. And swiping my thumb across the backs of her fingers. I talked to Emmett and he's gonna cover the bar for the weekend, I say. Are you going somewhere? She asks, frowning slightly. We have that thing with my parents Friday night. I remind her. You know there are going to be men dancing around in tights, right? She asks gently, but she's smirking at me. Are you sure you want to go? Fuck, no, I don't want to go. But as my dad pointed out the other day when he called, this is the kind of shit you do when you're dating someone. When I saw the way her eyes lit up after I told her they had invited us to the ballet, I felt that goddamn tightness in my chest again. But I'm starting to accept that my chest is tight for another reason besides freaking out. Yeah, ballerina, I answer. Maybe we can go out afterwards since we'll already be downtown. She nods and takes another sip of her soda. I'm taking the rest of the weekend off, too, and I want to spend it with you. She holds the straw between her teeth as her lips slowly curve up into a slight smile. Then she puckers to take one more drink before she answers. I'm baking cookies this weekend for all the dance classes. We have holiday parties next week. She stalls, not really agreeing but not turning me down flat either. Encouraged, I shrug one shoulder and smirk at her. I have a pretty big kitchen, I remark, squeezing her hand. You could use it if you stay with me. My fucking heart is pounding as I wait for some indication that she's going to say yes. I can't tell from her face she doesn't look convinced. Are you sure? She asks uncertainly. Last weekend I acted like a I rush to explain, and then remember there are a bunch of kids in the room. Smiling sheepishly, I stop and try to think of a different word to describe myself. Dick, asshole, shithead, douche, motherfucker. Jesus. They're all true, but I can't say any of them in here. Finally, I come up with a G-rated version. Jerk. I'm sorry. I say it quietly, looking at her and hoping she can see how sincere I am. I don't want to be all up in your space, she says teasingly, but I know there's some underlying truth in her statement. I never explained what was going on Sunday, only saying I woke up in a bad mood. She probably gets that it was somehow related to her. She almost always sees through my bullshit explanations. But I spent Sunday and Monday nights at her apartment without freaking out again. I want you in my space, I counter, sliding my fingers in between hers. Are you Mr. Bella? A high-pitched voice asks. I turn my head and look down at the kid I didn't even notice approaching. Bella replies before I have to. No, Abby, she says patiently. This is Mr. Cullen. Are you Miss Bella's boyfriend, Mr. Cullen? She asks, her huge brown eyes still fixed on me. What a curious little shit. She's kind of cute in a little shit kind of way though. He's my friend, Abby, Bella states, saving me from having to answer again. What she said surprises me though. She doesn't consider me her boyfriend. What the fuck? I kiss her all the time. I've had my hands and mouth all over her. I think of her as my girlfriend. But I guess we've never talked about it. I never introduce her that way. When she met Victoria a couple of weeks ago, I stayed silent, letting her speak for herself. When she stopped in to see me last night before I left for poker, a couple of my buddies were at the bar to pick me up and I introduced her as the owner of the dance studio next door. I'm gonna need to fix that shit. Bella, I begin. I'll think about the weekend, okay? She says, smiling slightly at me. I gotta go. She squeezes my fingers before releasing my hand. I watch as she herds all the pinkies into a room and then shuts the door. I'm turning to go back out the way I came in when the studio door opens a crack and Bella sticks her head through. Thanks for the drink, Edward, she says softly as I walk toward her. If you want, you can use your key later. I'm closing, so it will be late, I warn her. She smiles up at me as I stop right in front of her. I remember, she nods, then crooks her finger. When I lean down, she pecks my lips quickly, pulling away before I even have a chance to kiss her back. See y'all later. She disappears and shuts the door, then I hear the music start inside the room. Hear her voice as she calls out instructions to the ballerinas. I just stand there, listening. When I feel the pressure in my chest this time, I'm pretty sure I know what it is and I smile. Blank, _ blank. When we get to the theater Friday night, my parents are waiting in the lobby. Bella and I are a few minutes late. She was ready when I got to her apartment to pick her up. But she looked so fucking good that I couldn't help kissing her and then I couldn't stop kissing her. We made out for several minutes standing just inside her door, and then she had put on new lipstick and I had to get her old lipstick off of me. My parents both like Bella, so they'll probably just assume we're late because of me, and I guess that's technically right. My mom is a patron at Macaw Hall, meaning she gives them a shitload of money every year, so someone takes our coats and brings us champagne when we go up to the second level of the auditorium. We have a few anutes to drink it and then we're shown to our VIP box seats. Bella and my mom sit beside each other, leaving Dad and me to sit on each end of the 4-seat box. Once the lights go out, I reach to my left and grab Bella's hand. Then pull it over to rest on my knee. Since I've never been to the ballet before, I'm not exactly sure what to expect. As it turns out, it's fucking boring. There's no talking at all. Just music and dancing, and there's a creepy magician. I have trouble staying awake, and when the lights finally come on, I breathe a sigh of relief. Edward, Bella and I are going to the ladies' room. Why don't you and Dad get us a drink? My mom says as they stand. I feel my eyebrows shoot toward my hairline and glance at my dad. The intermission is about 20 minutes long, son, he says. Interfucking mission. This goddamn thing is only half over. I barely refrain from groaning and dropping my head back, but I manage to nod and smile as I stand up to let the women out. Jesus Christ, Dad, I mutter as we walk out to the bar. You didn't tell me I was gonna need a case of Nodos to make it through this. He laughs and claps a hand on my shoulder. Edward, this is the first of many things you'll attend under silent protest if you stay in a relationship, he advises, which doesn't make me feel any fucking better at all. But did you see Bella's face? She's really enjoying it. Sometimes that's the only pleasure you get out of going to these kinds of events. Yeah, I saw, I admit grudgingly. I watched her some during the dancing and it was better than what was happening on stage. She loved it. She loved it so much that I'll probably bring her to see something else sometime. But I'll definitely remember to drink a shitload of Red Bull first. Your mom and I are going to a jazz club when the ballet is over. Would you and Bella like to join us? He asks. Thanks, Dad, but I think we're gonna go somewhere else. I haven't been very good about taking her out lately, I shrug. There are some cool bars down here. He nods and smiles. See, you're learning already, he says as we step up to the bar. Something she likes, then something you like. Everybody wins. 2 white, 2 red. I tell the bartender, then turn back to my dad. Maybe I'll drag her to a Mariners game in the spring. He shakes his head. I wouldn't recommend it, son, unless she already likes sports. I took your mom once. He shares. Once. She talked the whole time, asked questions about every single thing, gave a commentary on the uniforms and was afraid the manager was being mean to the umpire when they argued about a call. It was torture. I'm still laughing as I see Mom and Bella approaching from my left. Turning my head toward them, I watch Bella, watch the way the black silk fabric of her dress moves around her legs as she walks. The dress has long sleeves that are split open from shoulder to wrist, exposing her smooth, ivory skin every time she moves her arm. She looks fucking fantastic. Inhaling sharply, I pick up my red wine and Bella's white and walk to her, completely ignoring my parents. As she takes her wineglass from me, I bend down to kiss her, sliding my hand inside the sleeve of her dress to cup her elbow. You look great, I murmur against her lips. Did I already tell you that tonight? Yes, she smiles against my lips, holding her glass between us. But it's okay if you keep saying it. Quote, you're better than all those other dancers, too, I continue, looking straight into her eyes. Laughing quietly, she reaches one hand to my neck and holds me in place while she kisses me again. No, I'm not, but it's sweet of you to say that. It's true, I insist, linking our free hands together and turning toward my parents who are both staring at us and smiling. I see Bella turning pink out of the corner of my eye, so I try to get their attention focused on me. What? I ask my parents, not used to seeing me fucking domesticated yet. It works. Hey, laugh even though my mom chides me for cussing, and then we spend the next 10 minutes standing, sipping our wine and talking as couples, which is really weird for me. After we set the glass aside and begin walking back toward our seats, Dad asks Bella several questions about her studio. I can't stop staring at her as she answers, captivated by the way she smiles when she talks about the kids. By the sound of her voice as it rises with excitement, by the feeling of her hand as it moves to wrap around my bicep. Squeezing lightly, she tells my parents about my panic at being surrounded by the little ballerinas a couple of nights ago. Mom and Dad think that's pretty fucking funny. They're scary, I shrug as we step into the box. Edward, you're always very good with Aunt Maggie's kids, my mom remarks. Aunt Maggie has boys, I reply. I can play sports and wrestle around with them. It's little girls that scare me. Well, you'll have to be brave because they're coming for Christmas, she says, taking her seat. You remember the new baby is a girl, right? They're bringing the whole fucking brat factory west. I groan, but I'm kidding. I like it when they're all here for the holidays. Edward, my mom warns. Sorry, I chuckle, glancing over at her apologetically, but she doesn't seem appeased. She's staring me down, looking directly at me as I sit, before sliding her eyes to Bella and then back to me. Bella has gone quiet in her seat and is reading through her program. Oh, fuck, The holidays, we haven't even discussed that yet. Ballerina, I whisper, putting my arm around the back of her chair and sliding my fingers inside her sleeve to rest on the bare skin of her upper arm. Are you going to Forks for Christmas? No, she whispers without looking up. Then will you spend it with me? I know it's still 10 days away and you could decide to dump my ass by then, I say lowly, smiling when she turns to look at me after that statement. And you'll have to put up with my fucking sister and all my little cousins, but I really want my Aunt Maggie to meet you. It's the truth. Aunt Maggie and I have always been close. I've always wanted her approval on the big things. And Bella is starting to feel like a pretty big thing. You do. She smiles. Yeah, of course. She's my favorite aunt. I want her to meet my girlfriend, I say, then swallow. I feel Lee. I can't fucking breathe as I wait for her to say something. She licks her lower lip, which makes me want to kiss her. She clears her throat quietly before she answers. Won't that be awkward? I'm there and your girlfriend is there, too. She whispers. Chuckling, I tighten my arm around her shoulder and lean down. I was talking about you, Bella, I whisper in her ear. But you knew that, didn't you? You just like screwing with me. I like everything with you, Edward, she whispers back, putting her lips against my ear, fucking turning me on with her low, husky voice and warm breath. I can't imagine that screwing will be an exception to that rule. She kisses the spot right in front of my ear and then turns toward the stage as the lights go down for the next act. Fucking hell, he definitely knows how to knock the goddamned wind out of me. I look at her profile, at her smug, satisfied smirk and realize that she knows exactly what she did. My dick anted up as soon as she breathed in my ear. And after the screwing talk, he's all in. I don't think I'll have trouble staying awake now. Still uncomfortable several minutes later, I decide to give her a taste of her own medicine. Sliding my hand down from her upper arm, I touch the inside curve of her elbow with my thumb, skimming lightly across the pulse point several times. After I hear her breath hitch, I curl my fingers in and brush the backs of my fingers up her arm slowly. When I reach her shoulder, I wrap my whole hand around the top of her arm, working my index and middle fingers under the strap of her bra, and sliding them down little by little until they rest at the top of her left breast. She inhales deeply, and my fingers fall a little lower. Now I'm the one with the smug smirk. This certainly makes the fucking ballet more enjoyable. I don't try to move my hand any lower, content to sweep my fingertips across her skin so lightly that I barely touch her. I can feel her heart pounding in her chest. I see her lips part as her breaths come faster, so I tease a little more, stopping the movement of my fingers for a minute or two until I feel her breathing return to normal, and then starting again. She wiggles around a bit, but I know she's not going to make a big fuss with my mom sitting next to her. I'm still fucking aroused, but at least now she is, too. When the audience applauds for song, I have no fucking idea what, since I'm watching her instead of the dancing. She leans toward me. Your mom is going to notice, she whispers, breathing rapidly in my ear. You started it, baby, I answer, putting my lips right against her ear and then touching my tongue to her earlobe before she pulls away. Stop, she mouths at me. I shake my head, smiling. She smiles back and I think she's a little amused. But then she mouths, please. Damn, that gets to me. Defeated, I move my hand up to her shoulder, squeezing gently, and then slide back down to her upper arm. She leans over me for a minute before whatever's happening on stage captures her attention again and she sits up, leaning forward slightly. For most of the rest of the show, I watch her, only briefly sparing glances for the performance. Occasionally, she turns to look at me, but the rest of the time, she's focused on the dancing and she never stops smiling. When the fucking ballet is finally over, I'm out of my seat quickly, applauding along with everyone else, although I'm sure Bella and I are clapping for different reasons. Once we have our coats, we both thank my parents and then get the hell out of there. 20 minutes later, we're seated at a table in a loud, dark club. Now that we're alone, I can't keep my fucking hands off of her. Sitting close to her, I keep touching her arms, her back. I lean in to kiss her often. Twice I drag her onto the dance floor, keeping her out there for several songs, until she tells me her feet hurt from dancing in high heels. It's almost 2 o'clock when we get to my building. As I get out my side of the car, I reach into the backseat to get her duffel bag. She finally agreed to stay for the weekend after I said I'd help make the cookies. On the elevator, she winds her arms around my neck to hug me. "Thank you, Edward. I had so much fun tonight," she says, then yawns. My dick can see the writing on this wall. She's tired. We're not getting any attention tonight. "Me, too, baby," I say, holding her close. Laughing, she leans back and looks up at me. "You did not," she says. "I did," I insist. "I had fun being with you. But if we go to the ballet again, we're getting a private fucking box and not going with my parents." Sinking one of her hands in my hair, she pulls until I bend down, and then she kisses me until the elevator stops on my floor. When we get inside my condo, she gets ready for bed while I text Emmett to see how things went at the bar tonight. As I expected, by the time I get to the bedroom 10 minutes later, she's asleep under the covers. She sighs when I get in beside her and push my hand under the material of her tank top, resting my hand on her waist. As I close my eyes, I feel her burrowing down deeper into the covers and tugging my pillow with me. I scoot down, to blank. "Jesus, ballerina, how many fucking," I begin, then chuckle when she looks sternly over her shoulder at me. "Freaking dozens of cookies are you baking?" I didn't slip up on purpose this time, but sometimes I do. It amuses her and I fucking love the way she pretends to get mad. Shit, the frowning just about kills me in my dick. "I already told you how many, Edward," she answers patiently. "Besides, this batch is for you and Emmett." She only added the Emmett part to piss me off. She knows there's no way I'm sharing these cookies. "Ballerina," I warn teasingly, turning back around to continue my job and smiling when I hear her laughing behind me. We've been at this all fucking day, well, since W.E. got up at 10 working back to back in my kitchen. I frost the cookies at the counter. She mixes the dough and rolls it out on the island behind me. She told me I could quit after the first batch. But I really don't mind helping and it smells fucking great in here. I'd rather be in here with her than watching television alone in the other room anyway. "Oh, all right, you big baby. You can have them all," she concedes with a laugh. I'm still spreading green frosting on the last batch of tree-shaped cookies for her dance classes. I went to get us coffee and donuts this morning, so maybe it's the caffeine and sugar rush. But she's chattered nonstop today about Jacob's mom teaching her to bake, Alice's mom giving her this recipe, my mom trying to lure her over to do more Christmas baking next weekend. I've never heard her talk this much. It doesn't bug me or anything, it's just different than normal. I've grumbled a little about frosting the cookies while secretly stealing glances at her. She never got dressed, so she's still running around my kitchen in a tank top and plaid pajama pants that are hanging low on her hips. "I do love sugar cookies," I say distractedly, putting the spatula down and turning around to watch as she slides the cookie sheet into the wall oven. She must feel my eyes on her because she turns to look at me over her shoulder again, then closes the oven and turns all the way around. Biting her bottom lip, clearly trying not to laugh. "What?" I ask, frowning. "Lookin' good, chef," she jokes, pointing to my chest. She walks toward me as I glance down. Shit, the whole fucking front of my shirt is covered in frosting. I must have been wiping my hands across my chest without realizing it. She uses her fingernail to scratch some off my face, smiling widely. She's a little too amused by this and a little too clean. Reaching behind me, I dip my finger in the bowl of frosting and smear it across her cheek before she can stop me. "Oh, my God," she cries, batting my hand away. But she's laughing. She grabs the towel off the counter beside me to wipe her face, not paying attention to me, not noticing that I'm reloading. I smear a bright green streak across her other cheek. "Edward, She reaches around me to get her hand in the frosting, then rubs all 4 fingers of one hand across my mouth and down my chin. "You're in for it now, ballerina," I warn, picking up the bowl and dipping my fingers in. Grinning, I set it down and stalk her as she tries to get away by backing toward the island. I grab her around the waist with my clean hand, using my coated hand to wipe frosting from her chin down her neck and onto her chest. Squirming in my grasp, she reaches behind her, getting a handful of flour and rubbing it in my hair. We both laugh hard, looking at the mess we've made of each other. I lean down, intending to affectionately peck her lips. I kiss her twice, smiling as our frosted lips and chin stick together, pulling away to look in her eyes before lowering my head again. The third time, she sighs and wraps her arms around my neck, then licks across my bottom lip. Groaning, I open my lips and suck her tongue into my mouth, wrapping both arms around her slim waist. She digs her fingernails into my upper back, holding me close as she slides her sugary tongue against mine. By the time I pull away a minute later, we're both breathing heavily. Moving my mouth to her chin, I use my teeth to scrape away most of the frosting left there, then sweep my tongue down her neck, pausing to suck lightly at the base of her throat. When she grips my hair tightly in her fist, shift farther down, licking away the faint green streaks on her chest. "Edward," she whispers breathlessly. I pull my face away from her chest to look into her big, brown eyes. I kiss her again, then grasp the sides of her waist and lift her up to sit on the island. When I set her down, my arm bumps the flour sack, knocking it over. It spills all over the goddamned counter, sending up a cloud of white dust as I wedge myself between her legs. "You're making a fucking mess," she teases, her eyes shining as she sweeps her thumb across my chin to gather the frosting still left there. She wipes it off on my t-shirt, then grabs my shoulders, pulling me closer. "I don't fucking care," I reply, smiling back at her. Pressing my lips to hers again, I raise my hands to cup her breasts and squeeze gently, then capture her nipples between my thumbs and index fingers, pulling slightly as she moans into my mouth. Gasping for air a minute later, she twists her mouth away, allowing me to kiss down her neck to her shoulder. Skimming my hands down her ribcage, I grab the bottom of her tank top and lift it up, quickly taking it off and dropping it behind her. Slide my arms around her back as I lean down again to cover her breast with my mouth, swirling my tongue around her nipple while she buries her hands in my hair, holding me to her chest. When she tries to scoot forward, moving her hips closer to mine, I slide one hand from her back to her stomach, and then down, reaching between her legs and stroking her over the fabric of her pants. "Oh, God," she moans, pressing herself against my hand. I pull my mouth away from her chest to look at her, watch her. Her eyes are half closed, her lips open. I feel one of her hands drop to my shoulder and grip my t-shirt tightly. Keeping my eyes on her, I lean down to kiss her when she tugs my shirt. I move my hand up to untie the drawstring of her pants and then slip my hand inside her pants and underwear. I skim across her clit, then push a finger inside her. "Baby, you're so wet," I say, sliding my mouth across her jaw to her ear when she wrenches her mouth away to take a deep breath. I add a second finger, feeling how fucking tight she is around my fingers. She whimpers quietly as I pump my fingers a little bit faster. "Edward, closer, closer," she says, clutching the material of my shirt in her hands. "Are you close, baby?" I whisper, tracing the shell of her ear with my tongue. "No, you. Closer," she replies breathily. "I'm right here, ballerina," I say, tracing my tongue down her neck. "Oh God, Edward," she gasps as I move my fingers faster. "Please no. Stop, I want you closer." Something about the desperation in her voice makes me lift my head, still my fingers. Looking into her eyes, I swallow as she nods at me. "Fuck, Bella, don't do this to me," I groan, finally understanding what she means by wanting me closer. "You said I had to be sure during the day, it's the middle of the afternoon." "And I'm sure," she says, pressing her lips to mine. As we kiss, she shifts her hips, rubbing herself against the hand I still have between her legs. Shit, she feels so good on my fingers. As I slowly pump them into her again that I know I'm not gonna last 2 minutes when she's on my dick. Jesus. I don't know what to do. I'm hesitant to let her decide in the heat of the moment, but if she's ready, fuck, am I ever willing. Breaking our kiss, I bend forward and rest my forehead on her shoulder, watching the movement of my hand under the material of her pants. Edward, she sighs, pulling my face back up, and using her tongue and lips to clean up the rest of the frosting from my cheek. I want you, I finally croak, pulling my hand away from her and out of her pants. Wrapping both arms around her waist, I pick her up, holding her tightly against my chest, and then shifting one arm beneath her ass to support her as I walk out of the kitchen. You have me, she whispers, placid. Her lips against my ear as she hooks her legs around my waist. In the bedroom, I lay her down carefully on my smooth sheets, grateful that we didn't make the bed this morning. I take off my frosting coated t-shirt and then my jeans and boxers, noting that Bella is watching me. When I reach for the waistband of her pants, she lifts her hips and allows me to pull them off. While I'm still deciding if I should take her underwear off, too, she pushes them down her thighs. I slide them the rest of the way down her legs and drop them to the floor with the rest of our clothes. Looking down at her, I put one knee on the bed and climb up. Settling between her legs, she raises her head slightly and pulls out the band holding her ponytail, throwing it to the side as her hair tumbles down to the pillow. Smiling, she crooks her arm around my neck, putting her lips on mine and taking me with her as she lies back. I follow her down, kissing her unhurriedly, stroking my tongue against hers slowly. Propping myself on one elbow, I glide my hand down the length of her arm before lifting it to her chest. I circle my fingers around her nipple until she moans into my mouth, then cup her breast with my hand, using my index finger to rub across her nipple over and over. When she writhes underneath me, I let go of her breast, gliding the backs of my fingers across her stomach and down between her legs. I slip 2 fingers and then 3 inside her, making sure she's ready. Pulling my mouth away from hers, I reach for the nightstand and open the drawer to get a condom. I sit back on my knees to roll it on, then lie back down on top of her. Holding myself above her, outside of her, I look into her eyes again. Ballerina, I ask nervously. I think she's sure I feel like we're ready, but I know it will change things between us. I'm not thinking about anyone else, Edward. Are you? She asks, her eyes clear and bright, her gaze steady. I smile at her. No, just you, I reply, pausing to swallow around the sudden lump in my throat. Just us. Us, she echoes quietly, smiling. She raises one hand to my face, grazing my cheek with the back of her hand, then moving it up to grip my hair again. Taking a deep breath, I slowly push inside, trying to let her body adjust to mine even though she feels so good that I'm fucking overwhelmed with the urge to go hard and fast at her. Groaning, I feel my abs contract as her eyes slide closed, her hips lift to take me all the way in. Holding myself up with one arm, I wrap the other around her shoulders and lean down to kiss her gently. Bella, I mumble against her lips. She flutters her heavy-lidded eyes open to look up at me, her eyes soft and warm. Oh, fuck. As soon as I look into her eyes, my fucking chest tightens up and I have to fight He desire to profess all kinds of shit I'm not ready to say. I pull back and push in again with a quiet grunt. Jesus, she feels incredible. You're beautiful, I say, my voice cracking with emotion. No, you're the beautiful one, she murmurs, sliding her eyes closed again and pushing her hips against me. I thrust a little more forcefully into her as I lean down to press my lips to hers again. A minute later, I readjust my arms so I can slide one hand in between us, moving to circle her clit. She gasps and bucks against me. I kiss across her cheek to her ear, breathing raggedly. You're perfect, I whisper. Ah, Edward, Edward, she cries loudly as I feel her convulse around me. I hold still for a moment, letting her clutch my shoulders tightly as she arches up against me. When her body relaxes, I rise up to look at her and she opens her eyes to look dazedly at me. I smile, moving my hand from in between us and reaching for hers. I intertwine our fingers and slide our hands up above her head. Put your legs around me, ballerina, I say as I press into her again. As her legs wrap around me, I pull almost all the way out, then sink back into her as she tilts her hips and uses her legs to draw me closer. For a split second, I remember looking at her legs the night we met, imagining this exact scene, her fucking gorgeous legs holding us together, imagining feeling this way with her. But never imagining I would feel this way about her. Burying my face in her neck, I know I can't wait anymore and begin thrusting steadily into her, increasing my pace when I feel the orgasm coming in. Finally grunting out her name as I come inside her. Neither of us moves much as we catch our breath. Bella slides her fingers gently through the hair at the back of my neck while I stroke my thumb lightly along hers. Finally, afraid I'm too heavy, I lift up on my elbows to look at her. Her eyes are closed, but she's smiling, so I kiss her, sliding my tongue against hers lazily, pulling my mouth back from hers often to nip at her jaw. Eventually, I have to get up, even though I'd like nothing better than to leave my dick right where it is until it's ready for round 2, because there's definitely going to be a round 2. But I need to get rid of the condom first. I'll be right back, baby, I murmur against her lips, climbing off of her. With one hand, I pull the sheet and comfort her up around her so she won't get cold. Edward, what's that smell? Oh, my God, the cookies, she exclaims, tossing the covers aside and dashing toward the kitchen deliciously naked. Chuckling, I walk into the bathroom to toss the condom and am washing my hands when I hear her. Ow, fuck, her shout is accompanied by a loud crash. I turn and race for the kitchen. Bella, are you okay? I yell. Yeah, she answers disgustedly. Burned my arm, burned the cookies, ruined your cookie sheet. I get to the kitchen and see her leaning over the sink, holding her forearm under the running water. The only nay of those things I care about is your arm, I say, walking up behind her and peering over her shoulder at the red mark on the inside of her right forearm. Stay here, I'll get something to put on it. I press a kiss against the back of her shoulder and walk back to the bathroom to get the burn ointment. Before I leave the bedroom, I put boxers on and get my Radiohead t-shirt for her in case she's getting cold. When I get back in the kitchen, I turn the water off and gently dry her forearm, being careful not to touch the burn. I help her put the shirt on and then apply the medicine to her skin. Cringing and whispering an apology when she winces and inhales sharply. We'll put some gauze on it tonight, but it's best to let some air get to it for now, I say, kissing the side of her head. Quote, you want to go sit down while I clean this up? She turns and looks around the wrecked kitchen, probably taking it in for the first time. The counters are sticky, the island is covered in flour except for the spot where Bella's perfect ass sat. Her tank top is hanging half in, half out of the mixing bowl, and the floor is dotted with globs of green frosting accompanied by white flour footprints. And she dropped the baking sheet on the tile floor. Some of the Christmas tree-shaped and burned beyond edibility cookies must have gone flying. They're scattered among the green and white. Oh, my God, she muses, raising a hand to cover her mouth. We destroyed your kitchen. We did, I confirm, smirking, shifting to stand behind her. I slide my hands around her waist and rest my chin lightly on her shoulder. She moves her hand to cup the side of my face and leans her head against mine. Totally fucking worth it, she says. Laughing, I turn my head to kiss her cheek, then hug her when she turns around in my arms. I agree, baby, totally fucking worth it, blank. Once we've cleaned up the kitchen, I order Chinese food while Bella takes a shower. She comes back out just after it's delivered, wearing jeans and one of my full moon t-shirts. Why are you dressed? I ask, disappointed. Why are you dressed? She retorts, grinning at me. I had to answer the door. I explain seriously as we sit down. You have no excuse. Shaking her head, she laughs at me and tells me I'm overreacting. I probably am, but I continue grumbling about it while we eat, mostly to amuse her. It gets dark so goddamned early now that it feels like midnight, but I think it's only about 6 when we finish. Geez, Edward, why did you order so much food? She asks, looking at all the leftovers on the table in front of us. For later. I figure we'll be hungry again later, I say suggestively, quirking an eyebrow at her and nudging her foot with mine under the table. She blushes slightly, but laughs. You going for a run or something? She teases. Think you're going to work up an appetite? Sliding my chair back from the table, I crook my finger and wait for her to walk over to me. I already have an appetite, I say, pulling her down onto my lap and kissing her. She kisses back, digging her hands into my hair. You also have sticky hair, she mumbles against my lips. Then giggles and lets go of my hair to wipe her hands on my t-shirt. She offers to put away the leftovers while I shower, so I go back to my room. When I see our clothes still lying on the floor beside the bed, I walk over to pick them up and also notice that the sheets have some flower spots and green frosting on them. Chuckling, I strip them off and carry all the dirty stuff into the closet, dumping everything into the hamper. When I turn around, something on the floor catches my eye: the bag of candles. Shit, everything happened so fast earlier that being romantic didn't even occur to me. After making the bed with clean sheets and putting a trash can beside the bed, I set all the candles out, some on each nightstand and some on the dresser. Then I finally go into the bathroom, shutting the door behind me. During dinner, I noticed a little whisker burn on Bella's neck, so I shave carefully before I get in the shower. I have to shampoo twice to get all the shit out of my hair, which makes me smile and gives me a semi as I remember every detail of this afternoon. As I get out and half-ass dry off, I worry that maybe she regrets it. She hasn't acted like she does, but what if she's just scared to tell me? Fuck, it'll kill me if she wants to wait a while to have sex again. I'll do it, but it'll fucking kill me. After pulling boxers on, I fuck with my hair a little, but since I didn't even towel dry it, it won't do anything but lay limply across my forehead. Too hell-bent on finding Bella to mess with my hair any longer, I drop my hand and open the door. I take 3 quick steps into the bedroom, stopping abruptly when I realize she's in here, too, lighting the candles. Hey, I say softly, smiling at her when she looks over at me. I was gonna do that. She nods. I know. She turns her head to finish lighting the candles. She's still wearing my t-shirt, but her legs are bare now. Glancing over at the big chair in the corner, I see her jeans laying neatly across the ottoman with a pair of white, lacy underwear folded on top of them. Christ, I guess she's all right with having sex again. I turn back to her just in time to see her light the last candle and blow out the match. Then she walks toward me. Staggered by the force of the feeling in my chest as I watch her approach, I swallow uncomfortably. Frozen in place, I can't speak. I can only think that I am the luckiest asshole alive to be locked away in this room with her. And it's her, not me, not the motherfucking candles, not even the sex. It's the way I feel about her. I should have done this earlier, I say apologetically, finally finding my voice. For our first time. Huh, she replies, stopping in front of me. She rests her palms on my bare chest and leans forward to lick away a few drops of water that dripped down from my hair. I thought our first time was pretty good the way it was. It was really good, I say, putting one arm around her waist and digging the other hand into her hair, already distracted by the way she's dragging her tongue across my chest. But the candles. She tilts her head back to look at me, sliding her hands up to wrap around my neck. The CAND-less will provide excellent mood lighting for our second time, she murmurs with a chuckle. Her warm breath mixes with mine as she tugs me down and kisses me, opening her lips and sliding her tongue against mine. The kiss quickly heats up, and I slide one hand from her waist to her ass, then reach under her shirt, groaning when I touch her smooth skin. Breaking our kiss, she steps out of my arms, slowly backing toward the bed. Crossing her arms at her waist, she grasps the t-shirt and lifts it gradually, revealing her bare body underneath a little at a time. Jesus, Ballerina, are you trying to kill me? I groan. No, definitely not, she replies, smiling softly at me. But I am trying to get you in bed again. Baby, that's not really gonna be a challenge for you, I respond. When she starts to pull the shirt over her head, she grimaces, inhaling sharply through her gritted teeth and jerking her right arm away. Quickly stepping forward until I'm right in front of her, I help her get the shirt off. Carefully avoiding her burn as I pull it down her arm. You okay? I ask. Yeah, she answers, rolling her eyes as she drops the shirt to the floor. So much for the big seduction scene. Christ, Bella, you don't have to fucking seduce me. I want you all the time, I say honestly, raising my hands to cup the sides of her jaw. I bend down to kiss her, pulling gently at her lips, MPTing to be romantic for at least a minute before I grope her the way I want. She kisses back, and again she's the one who intensifies the kiss immediately, who presses her body against mine a moment later. I can't really be expected to resist that, can I? I try to take it slowly, but she wraps her left arm around my waist and tugs me with her as she backs up to the edge of the bed. I have hands buried in her hair now as I try to figure out how to get on the bed without having to stop kissing her. Then I stop kissing her, pulling my mouth away to gasp when she slides her left hand inside the back waistband of my boxers, scraping her fingernails slowly across my skin. Fuck, I moan as she kisses across my upper chest. I can feel her smiling against my skin, so I press her back gently until she looks up at me. You are trying to kill me and you think it's funny. Her quiet laugh seems to vibrate through my whole body, her eyes, her skin, everything about her pulls me further under her spell. She shakes her head slightly. No, baby, but you have these cute, little indentations right here, she says, circling her fingers on the skin right above my ass. I noticed them when you walked out of the kitchen after I burned myself. You have them, too, I say, smiling. And then there's this, she continues, ignoring my remark. Keeping her hand inside my waistband, she slides it around to the side of my waist, and then traces her fingers down and in across my lower abs toward my dick. Inhaling, I try to stand still, it fucking tickles though. The spot where your abs and hip flexors meet. Very sexy. Jesus. I exhale in a gust, squirming out of her grasp. Another ticklish spot, she asks, grinning at me. I nod dumbly. She turns and climbs onto the bed, scooting to the middle. Are you coming? Jesus fucking Christ, almost. Crawling onto the bed, I straddle one of her legs, lowering my upper body to press gently against hers as I kiss her lips, her neck, her upper chest. Determined to make this last, I shift to lie down on her left side. We both roll to face each other and I carefully lift her right hand to my shoulder to keep her burn from being bumped again. For several minutes, I kiss her, unhurriedly skimming my fingers down her neck, down her chest, between her breasts, down her stomach, pausing to trace around her navel. She shifts her right arm into my hair and throws her top leg over mine as she shivers. Cold, baby, I whisper against her lips. No, she pants, pressing her heel against the back of my knee, forcing my leg in between hers. I glide my hand around to her back, letting my fingers roam up her spine, across her shoulders, down her side. I continue kissing her as I learn her body, memorize her curves. When I finally cup her ass with my hand and pull her hips more tightly against mine, we're panting into each other's mouths. She tilts her head back and pulls my face to her neck, so I suck lightly as we move our hips against each other. I want you, she whispers. Bella, look at me, I answer, my voice low and raspy, as I lift my head. I don't speak again until her big, brown eyes are staring into mine. You fucking have me, she inhales shakily, moving her hand from my hair to my face. Still looking at me, she presses her lips gently to mine, nibbling and licking across my lower lip until I can't fucking take it anymore. Raising my hand to her neck, I hold her in place as I kiss her forcefully, sweeping my tongue into her mouth. Sighing, she starts to roll to her back, trying to pull me with her. But I let Her go and turn the other way to reach for a condom. I've got one, she says as I hear the package rip open. Rolling back toward her, I lie between her legs and push my boxers off. After putting the condom on, I slide 2 fingers into her as she wraps her left arm around my back and straightens her right arm out to her side. When she whimpers and raises her hips, I move my hand away and slowly push inside her. Once I'm all the way in, I hold still and look at her, balancing on my elbows and sliding my hands underneath her shoulders. Kissing her, I begin to move slowly, but I can't hold back for long. I speed up, keeping my thrusts shallow, angling my hips down slightly to put pressure on her clit with every stroke. It works. She bucks her hips underneath me within a couple of minutes. "Oh God, Edward," she pants, moving her right hand to push at the pillow under her head. I pull it away gently, laying her flat and kissing her cheek before raising back up to watch her. "Oh God, God," she bites her lip, so I know she's close. I keep my pace steady, but push a little more forcefully into her, grunting quietly. When she comes, she lets go of her bottom lip, letting her mouth drop open, her eyes close. She digs her fingernails into the middle of my back as I lean down to skim my lips along her jawline. When her fingers relax, I prop myself up on my arms to look down at her, Allah. RMED when I see a tear leak from the outside corner of her left eye. "Ballerina," I ask, stilling immediately. "What's wrong?" "I didn't know it was going to feel like this," she whispers, wiping the wetness away with her left hand and opening her eyes. "Am I hurting you?" Jesus. I didn't even think about the fact that she could be getting sore, but she shakes her head and smiles slightly at me. Quote, "I didn't know it was going to feel like this here," she says, pulling her hand away from her eye and laying it over her heart. I smile back at her as I gently lower myself to my left elbow, placing my right hand over her left. Leaning down, I kiss her, plucking at her lips softly, wanting her to know that I feel it, too. As I'm kissing her, I feel her fingers grip mine and her other hand push my left shoulder. When I lift up slightly, she raises her right hand to rest over my pounding heart. Taking a stuttering breath around the feeling in my chest, I move my lips more heatedly against hers. Until she pulls her mouth away moments later, gasping for breath. Pushing back, I kiss down her neck, letting go of her fingers and nudging her hand out of the way with my nose. I put my mouth over her breast, sucking powerfully on her. After giving equal attention to the other side, I kiss down her ribcage and across her stomach. Scooting down farther, I put my tongue on her, circling her clit until she buries a hand in my hair and tugs. Lifting my head, I look up at her. "You want me up there?" I ask, smiling when she nods at me. As I crawl back up her body, I place several kisses on her chest and neck before putting my lips on hers. Moaning quietly, she raises her legs, her knees gripping my sides as she puts her arms around my neck. I slide into her again, slowly, but when her hips jerk under mine, I know I won't be able to stop. "Bella, Bella," I groan, kissing her once more before I push up on my arms. "You're so fucking beautiful," I say hoarsely, thrusting into her. "You feel so fucking God." I tried to be gentle earlier, but I'm not gentle now. She moves with me, speeds up with me. Jesus Christ, she's fucking perfect. Finally letting my eyes slide shut, I pump faster until I come, panting and whispering her name. When I open my eyes and look down at her, she's staring back. I lower myself to kiss her, letting some of my weight rest on her, smiling when our damp skin meets and sticks together. "You're sweaty," I murmur. "So are you," she replies, then sighs when I lower my forehead to the bed and kiss her shoulder. "Is it going to be like this every time? I mean, this good every time?" "I'll do my best, ballerina," I say, amused as I rise up to look at her. "I can't make any promises though. Everybody has an off day once in a while." "I'll try to help," she replies, her eyes shining with laughter even though she's trying to keep a straight face. "You don't have to do all the work." I laugh, then kiss her again slowly, sweetly as we both catch our breath. After a minute, I move off of her, drop the condom in the trash beside the bed and lie on my side facing her. She sighs and sits up to grab the sheet, draping it over us as I fix the pillows. She lies down facing me, smiling as I sink my fingers into her hair and lean forward to kiss her. We talk quietly about anything nothing and I realize that I haven't done this for years, laid in bed after sex and talked. I was always out of there once I got what I wanted. But I can't imagine doing that with Bella. When she says she's hungry again, I go to heat up the leftovers, warning her not to get dressed while I'm out of the room. I return with a bowl of shrimp fried rice for me and one of kung pao for her. When I sit down and lean back against the headboard, she scoots over next to me and drapes one of her legs across mine. You know, we got gypped, she announces several minutes later. How, baby? I ask as I dig around in the fried rice for the shrimp I know she likes. They didn't give us fortune cookies, she complains. Then brightens when I hold my chopsticks in front of her. She leans forward and bites the shrimp off the end. Laughing, I kiss the top of her head when she leans against my shoulder. You want me to give you a fortune, ballerina? MMHMM. Confucius say, eat Chinese food in bed, get sticky rice stuck places, I say, pulling the sheet away from her chest. Giggling, she pulls the sheet back to her body. What are you doing? Just checking, baby. As your boyfriend, it's my job to make sure your places are rice-free. Confucius say that, too, I explain. And Confucius say your places look fucking great naked. That one sounds more like Edward than Confucius, she remarks, turning her head to kiss my shoulder. Really? I ask skeptically. I could have sworn it was Confucius. Confucius say, Edward trying to get lucky third time, she laughs. I laugh with her, then turn to set the bowl and chopsticks down on the nightstand so I can put my arms around her. Nope, ballerina has worn Edward out, I say. Edward will have to sleep first. Okay, she says, reaching up to kiss me and then scooting out of the bed. You want to watch a movie or something? It's only 9. She stands up beside the bed still naked and I feel my dick start to react. I was lying, I could go again right now, but I think she'll be sore. Setting down her bowl, shish. Picks up the t-shirt she was wearing earlier and puts it on, arching her back a little as she pulls her hair out from under the collar. Jesus, I don't even think she's doing this shit on purpose right now. Sure, I answer. Watching her walk around the bed to my side, she leans down to kiss me again, then stacks my bowl on top of hers and turns to leave, telling me to pick something to watch while she's in the kitchen. I'm not sure how I thought Bella would act after we had sex. I guess I thought maybe she'd be shy or embarrassed, but other than blushing a couple of times, she hasn't been. She always fucking surprises me. When she comes back into the room, she walks around, blowing out all the candles. Unexpectedly, it makes me a little sad. I guess I must look it, too, because she laughs at me. Edward, we can light them again sometime, she soothes, putting her hand in my hair after she blows out the one on my nightstand. I know, but I like them, I say, surprising myself with my honesty. I look up at her, hoping she doesn't think I'm a sap or a pussy. She sits down, facing me. I like them, too, she says, leaning in to put her hands on either side of my face. I liked everything today. Reaching up to grasp her forearms, I sit forward to kiss her, but before our lips touch, she pulls her right arm away. Fuck, you're burned, I say. Did I hurt you? She shakes her head, and I tell her to sit still while I get the medicine and some gauze for it. And, ballerina, don't even think about getting in bed with that fucking t-shirt on. I hear her laughter behind me as I walk into the bathroom. I don't think I'll ever get tired of that sound. After I doctor her arm and get the t-shirt off of her, we spend the next couple of hours lying in bed and watching a movie. Jesus, it's fucking distracting to have all that naked skin pressed up against me, her smooth legs sliding along mine, her arm draped across my stomach. And she constantly moves her head around to look at me. brushing her silky hair against my shoulder and chest. I have no fucking idea what the movie is about, and I hope she doesn't realize what I'm hiding when I bend my knee and slide my foot in, pulling the covers away from my hard dick. By the time the movie is over, I've calmed down. After I turn off the television, I roll toward her as she curls up against me and sighs. Smiling to myself in the dark. I think that a year ago, 6 months ago, this would have been my nightmare. Tying myself to one woman, baking all day, eating takeout and watching a movie in bed. Now, I can't think of a better way to spend a Saturday night. You're smiling, she says sleepily, tracing her fingers across my lips. Yep, I answer, stroking my fingers lightly up and down her smooth back. I'm smiling, too, she yawns. No, you're yawning, and pretty soon you'll be burrowing, I tease. Sleeping with you at night is like trying to chase a goddamned rabbit down the hole. She reaches up to find my lips in the dark. I know, but now I have you to burrow with me. Moving my hand to the back of her head, I hold it against mine as I kiss her again. Well, what the fuck are you waiting for, baby? I ask, chuckling as I let her go. I hear her quiet laughter as she scoots down in the bed, and then I grab my pillow and follow. Blank. Blank. In the morning, we screw around a little in bed. But when I push a finger into her, she winces. I'm sorry, baby, I whisper. I was too rough. It's okay, she answers. Don't stop. I pull my hand away from her and put my arms around her. Ballerina, there's gonna be a lot of sex. It doesn't all have to be this weekend, I say. We could shower together instead. She likes that idea. So we get clean, then dirty, then clean again together. Afterward, I take her out for a late breakfast. While we're eating, we decide to go get a Christmas tree. Well, she decides to go get a Christmas tree, and I talk her into letting me go with her and into putting the tree up at my condo. I'm pretty sure I can get her to stay with me almost every night with that kind of lure. I don't mind staying at her place, but it's supposed to rain all week and I have a black car and a garage. We get her truck and then drop my car off back at the condo. Reluctantly, she lets me drive her truck to the Christmas tree farm since I know where it is. Before we're out of town, my phone rings. Fucking Rosalie. Talking fast, she tells me that Paul, the contractor, came by the bar and left samples that I need to look at today. Irritated, I mostly grunt or groan in reply. But when I hang up, Bella says she doesn't mind stopping. This shouldn't take long, baby, I say, taking her hand as we walk into the bar. It's pretty crowded for the me, but we don't get a lot of attention except from a couple of regulars who call out to me and wave. I wave back, but don't stop to talk to anyone, intent on finding Rosalie, picking shit out, and then getting out of here. There's one empty seat at the end of the bar, so I steer Bella that way. You want to sit down? I ask, leaning down to speak quietly in her ear. Emmett waves to us from behind the bar and then walks down to stand in front of us. Okay, she answers, squeezing my hand and then letting go as she boosts herself onto the stool. Hi, Emmett. Hello, tiny dancer, he grins, winking at her before looking at me. Sorry to call you in, but Paul wants an answer on the bar finish. He left the samples upstairs. No big deal, I shrug as I start to walk around the end of the bar. Where do you think you're going? Emmett asks, blocking my way. Behind the bar to fix Bella a drink. You're not working today. I'll make it, he says, taking a glass down from the shelf behind him. She likes it with lem, I say. I know. Christ, he mutters, what a control freak. As I move to stand behind Bella, she smiles up at me, clearly amused by Emmett's mumbling. I'm not that amused, but I can't help smiling back at her as I wrap my arms around her and press my chest against her back. Tiny, have I ever told you about the night I met Edward? Emmett asks when he sets her drink on the bar in front of her, looking pointedly in my eyes as he squeezes the lemon over the top of the glass and then drops it in. No, she laughs, leaning forward to take a drink from the straw. I've told her, I insist. Not wanting Bella to hear Emmett's version of the story. I sound like an asshole the way he tells it. Well, then she deserves to hear the whole truth, Emmett asserts. Emmett, we were drunk before we even met that night, I grouse. And then we drank an entire bottle of wild turkey after you beat the shit out of me. Neither of us remembers the whole truth. Laughing again, Bella glances at me over her shoulder. The look in her eyes just about stops my fucking heart, and I bend down to kiss her 3 times before I even think about the fact that we have an audience. I used to make fun of Emmett for acting like this with my sister, but now I get it. When I straighten back up, Rose is standing beside Emmett. She's studying my face, her head tilted to the side slightly, her eyes narrowed. Bella leans back against my chest as Emmett launches into his account of our first meeting. The introduction, the fistfight, the liquor-fueled laughter that forged our friendship. I've heard it all before. I listen for a couple of minutes, interrupting occasionally to correct him, but Rose's continued scrutiny is making me really uncomfortable. I've heard enough. I'm going upstairs, I interject. When Emmett pauses for dramatic effect. Leaning down, I whisper in Bella's ear. Come up when Emmett's done ruining my reputation. Sure, she answers, turning to look at me. She puts 2 fingers under my chin and pulls me in to kiss her again. When I straighten up, I see that Rose's eyebrows are lifted, her lips pursed together tightly and pulled to one side. She learned this look from Mom, too. It's the, "You are in so much fucking trouble," glare. I knew it pretty well when I was 17. Ignoring her, I go up the stairs, but before I reach the top, I hear slow, methodical footsteps following on the treads behind me. Fuck. I keep going, rounding the railing when I get to the top and spotting the sample boards I'm supposed to choose from propped against the far wall. I walk toward them, standing a few feet back to get a first impression. Rose stops right behind me. How has your weekend been, Edward? She asks sweetly. Fine, I answer curtly. You should take the weekend off more often. She remarks thoughtfully. You look very relaxed. You don't look tense at all for the first time in months. Surprised that she doesn't sound as mad as she looked downstairs. I turn around to face her. It's about fucking time, she says, drawing her words out exaggeratedly and widening her eyes. I was beginning to think you two would never grow the balls to get down to it. What are you talking about? I frown, puzzled by what she said. You're the one who put the goddamned ban on us. And you're welcome, she replies haughtily. Then she laughs. She motherfucking laughs like some maniacal villain. My anger spikes quickly as I try to figure out what the hell she thinks I should be thankful for and why she seems happy that I ignored her stupid, goddamned rule. What the fuck, Rosalie? You weren't expecting me to abide by it. She shrugs. I figured you would for a while. I meant it at first, you know. You needed to slow down. She would have slept with you too fast because she would have been afraid you wouldn't like her if she didn't. And you would have slept with her immediately because you've used sex that way for several years. Used sex what way? As a substitute for emotion, she pronounces. Fucking know it all, I mutter, glaring at her even though she's got a point. You don't have to agree, she says nonchalantly. I know I'm right. As usual, she's not intimidated by me. Anyway, I put the ban in place because I figured if you both could blame me, you wouldn't feel so pressured. And then sooner or later, you would get to the point where you wouldn't give a fuck what I said. Open-mouthed, unable to speak, I just stare at her, shaking my head minutely. So, I took one for the team. Had 2 of my favorite people in the world pissed at me for months. She admits proudly. Still speechless, I close my eyes, trying to tame my temper. I can't yell at her right now without everyone downstairs hearing me. When I open them again, she's smiling distractedly, her eyes downcast. I'm kind of like a love whisperer, she pronounces self-righteously, looking back up at me. You're nothing like that, I retort sharply, finally finding my voice. You are even more of a manipulative bitch than I thought though. Well, that's something, she says happily, still not bothered at all. That wasn't a compliment, Rose, I see it. Does this amuse you trying to run my fucking life? Nope, not at all, she states, her face suddenly serious. And now that my duty is done, I won't interfere anymore. You two are on your own. Reet, I say, dragging the word out to show my doubt. I'm not kidding, Edward. The only thing I'm interested in now is repairing my relationship with Bella, she says, looking intently at me. Her eyes are clear and honest. I love her, too. And there goes my ability to speak again. You do love her, right? She asks quietly. Luckily, I hear more footsteps on the stairs, so I turn back around without answering. I'm facing the samples, but I'm not really looking at them. My chest is tight and my fucking heart is pounding. When I take a deep breath, it's uneven and stuttering. And my hands feel shaky as I stuff them in my front pockets. Christ, leave it to Rose to hit on the subject I'm finally able to think about, but nowhere near ready to discuss with anyone. You two are quiet, Bella remarks as she approaches. We're just looking at the samples for the bar up here, I say, turning to look at her. She smiles at me, making my breath hitch again for a different reason. Or, fuck, maybe it's the same reason. I don't fucking know, but I know I want my hands on her, so as soon as she's close enough, I put my arm around her and pull her to stand in front of me. Which one do you like, baby? She reaches for my hand, intertwining our fingers at her waist and leaning back against me. I ignore the gagging noise my sister makes, but Bella laughs, turning her head to look at Rosalie. What? Bella asks. You two are sickening. Get a room or something. Rose deadpans, but she's smiling back at Bella. Bella laughs again and smiles up at me before pulling away to move closer to the samples with Rose. For the next 10 minutes, they look at every fucking sample in every different part of the goddamned room, hauling them over to the natural light and even into the room. Get in bathroom so they can see how it will look in the dark. Finally, they agree on one and it's the same one that I like best. This is the one, Edward. It's dark and distressed, so it looks kind of worn antique like it's always been here, Rose says. What do you think? Bella asks, looking over at me and smiling. I think I don't fucking care as long as we can be done, I say, trying to sound irritated. But I can't help smiling at Bella. All right, you're finished, Rose says exasperatedly. Get out of here. I'll tell Paul when he comes in. Thanks, sis, I say. See you tomorrow. Grabbing Bella's hand, I pull her away as she calls goodbye to Rose. Downstairs, I resist when she tries to veer toward where Emmett is standing at the bar. Can I say goodbye? She asks, sounding annoyed. I huff, but let her lead me over to the stool where she was sitting earlier. Thanks for the drink, Emmett. See you later. You're welcome, Tiny, he answers. I see my sister approaching and tug on Bella's hand again, trying to get her moving. Jesus, Edward, where's the fire? Emmett asks as we walk away. In his pants, Rose laughs as she sidles up next to Emmett, reaching her arm around his waist. Leaning comfortably against him, hesitantly, I turn to look at Bella, afraid she'll be embarrassed by Rose's remark. She's looking back at me, her lips rolled together as she tries not to laugh. I push the side door of the bar open, letting her step outside before me. She giggles as we walk to the passenger side of the truck, and then leans back against the door to look up at me. How did she know? She asks incredulously. No fucking clue. I hedge even though I'm pretty sure it had something to do with the way I couldn't stop touching her and kissing her and looking at her. I tell her about the conversation Rose and I had upstairs, relating Rose's ridiculous reasoning for the ban and her promise to butt the fuck out from now on. That's fucked up, Bella says when I'm finished. That's my sister, I say drolly. Then change the subject, needling her a little. You know, you're starting to sound like me with all the cussing you've been doing the last couple of days. I know, she laughs, winding her arms around my neck. But now I can't seem to fucking stop. Language, Bella, I tease, bending down to kiss her. Gently, I touch my lips to hers twice, then she pulls away, dropping her arms to circle my waist. She leans her forehead against my chest as I wrap my arms around her back. Edward, I don't like what Rose did and you'd better not be making any other prom. Is to her that concern our relationship, she says, tilting her head back to look up at me with one raised eyebrow. After I nod, her face relaxes and she takes a deep breath. But I'm really glad we waited. I think everything about this weekend was perfect. Ballerina, I breathe, lifting one hand to cup the side of her neck and lowering my forehead to rest against hers. Shutting my eyes, I inhale deeply, feeling both the hot rush of desire and the warm, slow swell of something else flow through my body. She shifts her forehead away and presses her soft lips against mine. Groaning quietly, I move my lips eagerly with hers, digging my hand into her hair. Under my leather jacket, I feel her hands gripping my shirt at the small of my back as we both open our lips and I sweep my tongue into her mouth. Jesus, I thought that sex with Bella would diminish the potency of making out with Bella, but I was fucking wrong. I still have one hand resting on her back and I slide it slowly down to her waist. Itching to get my hands on her skin, but knowing I can't do that in the middle of the fucking parking lot. I let my hand drop farther to the top of her ass before shifting it to rest against her hip. Our lips and tongues meet, pull apart, then meet again. We're both breathing heavily after a minute, and I know we're going to get carried away if we don't stop, but I don't want to stop. I push my hips against hers, pressing her up against the side of her truck and then finally wrench my mouth away from hers. We have to, I pant, leaning my forehead against the truck window behind her. I know, she murmurs, her chest rising and falling rapidly against mine. I slide my hand from her hair to her neck, pressing my first two fingers against the spot where I feel her pulse racing. Smiling, I lower my head to rest on her shoulder as she shifts her arms to wrap around my neck, hugging me. We stand still and intertwined for a minute, cooling off, and then I step back. Reaching around her, I open the passenger door of the truck. Let's go get a tree, I say as she climbs in. Okay. Then we're making cookies, she says as she fastens her seatbelt. What the fuck? Again, my whole goddamned kitchen counter is stacked with plastic containers full of cookies. Bella, are you sure you need to make more cookies? I frown, standing just outside the door. No, she smiles. The cookies are symbolic, you know. Like fun-size candy. Suddenly catching on, I step inside the open door and lean down so that our faces are only an inch apart. You mean you want to make burnt cookies, baby? I ask. Yeah, several batches, she whispers, lifting her hands to frame my face and pulling me in to kiss her. Groaning, I let her lead, let her deepen the kiss for a minute before I back off to look at her again. Ballerina, are you sure we need a fucking tree? After she laughingly assures me that we do, I shut her door and walk around the back of the truck. As I pull my hand through the top of my hair, I exhale in a gust. Fuck, she's still trying to kill me, I mutter. When I glance through the back window of the truck, Bella's turned around, looking at me, smiling at me. In that instant, I remember what Emmett said to me a few days ago and, with a quiet chuckle, I grudgingly admit to myself that he's right. I'm a goner. BPOV. When Edward turns off the overhead lights, I gasp quietly. It's beautiful, I say, blinking quickly as my eyes adjust to the darkened room. I take a few steps backward to study it, the perfect, conical shape. The colored lights, the red and green ball ornaments, the gold star on top. You picked a good one, baby, he says quietly, coming to stand behind me. I like our tree, not the tree or my tree. Our tree. My heart beats quickly and erratically. And I smile as he comes to stand behind me. Am I forgiven yet for not cutting it down myself? He chuckles, wrapping his arms around me. Of course, Edward, I say playfully. Alec was so strong. He was perfectly capable of cutting the tree down for us. Yeah, you mentioned that about 100 fucking times while he was doing it, he says, sounding amused. You embarrassed the hell out of the poor kid. I giggle, but I feel a little bad when I remember how red-faced the high school age boy was by the time he and Edward got the tree loaded into the back of my truck. I tip. Pet him extra just because I felt guilty, Edward continues. But you made your point. You think I'm a pussy. No, I don't, I laugh. I was just teasing you. Turning my head, I look at his face in the shadowy light to make sure he's not upset. He kisses me, nibbling lightly at my lips, so I guess he's not. When we break apart, I lean my head back against his chest and sigh, smiling at the tree in the corner again. Does it look the way you wanted? He asks. Nodding, I whisper my answer. Exactly. Like the trees of your childhood. I've never had a real tree before, I say quietly. My D wasn't really into decorating for Christmas. We had a little artificial tree. But this is what I always wanted. His arms tighten around me and I feel his lips against the side of my head. Ballerina, he says quietly. Don't, I say firmly. Don't feel sorry for me. I had a great childhood with my dad. He did his best during the holidays, and I was happy. I just want something different this year. I don't feel sorry for you. Ballerina, you're the toughest fucking girl I know, he says, which makes me smile even though it's probably not really true. Let's eat. Our food's getting cold. We leave the lights off as we sit close together on the couch and eat the pizza we ordered while we were decorating the tree. He tells me about his Aunt Maggie's family since they'll be arriving next weekend. And gives me the rundown on the upcoming Christmas with the Cullen's midnight mass, middle of the night breakfast, sleep until noon, dinner and gifts that evening. It sounds great, Edward. Thank you for inviting me, I say, twisting sideways on the couch and stretching up to kiss him. I'm glad you're coming with me, he answers as I hug him. I'll cut the tree down next year, okay. Edward, you don't have to, I begin, pulling away slightly to look at him. Bella, he interrupts insistently. I'm cutting the motherfucking tree down next year. Okay. I widen my eyes jokingly until he smiles. When he leans down to kiss me again, I wonder if he realizes that he just implied we'll spend next Christmas together, too. My heart is racing again at the thought of being here next year and all the months in between. He stands up and holds a hand out to me. Come here, he says. I look at him skeptically. I want to show you something. Hesitantly, I take his hand, letting him pull me up and lead me over to the tree. He drops my hand and drops to the floor, lying down on his back. Smiling up at me, he scoots his head and shoulders under the tree. The seconds tick by as I wait for him to do something besides look ridiculous with his chest and legs sticking out beneath the green branches. I nudge his bare foot with mine. What are you doing? I ask, puzzled, wondering why he's lying under the tree like a mechanic lies under a car. Waiting for you to come down here, ballerina, he says again, his voice slightly muffled. I loved doing this when I was a kid. Curious. I lie down next to him and bend my knees to push myself under the tree, scrunching my eyes closed as the lowest bough skims my face. When I'm past it, I open my eyes and look up. Oh, it's so pretty. Blindly, I reach to my right, grasping Edward's forearm as I look up at the lights from the inside of the tree. I thought you'd like it, he remarks lowly. When I turn my head to look at him, he's watching me. Smiling slightly, crookedly, he shifts his arm, grasping my hand and curling his fingers around my palm. I do, I say, my voice hushed. As I wiggle closer, he lifts his arm, allowing me to slide mine under so I'm pressed against his side. I kiss his shoulder and then look back up at the lights. You did this when you were little. Yeah, he answers, twisting his hand to lace our fingers together. Stroking his thumb slowly along mine, he tells me some of his favorite Christmas memories and asks about my holiday traditions. We stay under the tree for a while trading stories. But eventually I find myself looking more at him than the lights. Edward, I whisper. Yeah, he answers, looking at me. Thank you for this weekend, I say, squeezing his hand. I don't know how it could have been better. Yeah, it's been pretty fucking good, ballerina, he agrees, his bright green darkening as he studies me. You ready to get up? Suddenly feeling self-conscious under his intense gaze. I dip my head, pressing my face against his upper arm. I believe there was a discussion earlier today about cookies, I say quietly, rubbing my toes over the top of his foot. He shifts our joined hands to his chest, and I feel the vibration of his deep, quiet chuckle under my fingers. I remember something about that. What kind of cookies did you want again? He prods. Tilting my head back, I look at him again, my breath quickening when I see the affection, the desire in his eyes. Burnt. I wanted burnt cookies. Sounds good, baby, he says. We peel our hands apart and scoot out from under the tree. He stands first, then offers me a hand, kissing me as soon as I'm up. Burnt cookies sound fucking perfect to me. Blank, underscore, blank. We made it, Alice says excitedly from behind me. We did, I reply tiredly, locking the front door of the studio after the last of the dancers leave Thursday night. Bella, why aren't you happier? She asks indignantly. We've made it through half the year, including this crazy week when every single student was hopped up on sugar. Your little studio is doing great. I am happy, I respond, turning to look at her. I'm just exhausted. She tilts her head slightly and quirks one eyebrow at me. And why is that? She teases. Stop it, Alice, I say as my face heats with embarrassment. Honestly, B, she continues as she follows me into the office, I can't believe you didn't tell me you slept with Edward. If I hadn't seen the sloppy grin on his face Monday night when he came to get you after classes, I wouldn't have known. Luckily, your boyfriend can't hide his emotions at freaking all. She's right. Edward's been pretty obvious this week. He's been over here a lot during the evenings, and he's left the bar the last 3 nights when my classes are over. I sit down at my desk and open the drawer to get the checkbook. I can't do much of a bonus this year, Alice, I say, ignoring her commentary on my love life. Hopefully next year. You know I'd teach classes for free to help you, she says, frowning at me. That's not me. I like to pay my own way. I write out her paycheck and hand it to her. Yes, B, I know. She rolls her eyes at me. That's why you won't quit your day job even though you work for the biggest prick on the planet. Can't you file a complaint against him or something? He's very careful now, I say with a sigh, remembering the comment he made about the skirt I was wearing today. It's never really out-and-out harassment and it's never in writing or in front of anyone. It would be my word against his. I'm hoping to be able to quit by July, okay. I just need to build up my savings a little more. No, you don't, she insists. You know your dad would want you to use the money. No, I won't. And you know why. She must understand that I'm serious because she lets it go. When I open the desk drawer to put the checkbook away, I notice that my fortune from Dow Dow, the one I got the first time Edward brought me lunch, is missing. For the last 2 months, it's been in the right-hand corner of this drawer, and, other than me, only Alice and Rose know about it. Have you seen my fortune? I ask, trying not to panic. It's missing. Huh, no, I haven't, she answers. It's in there somewhere, B. Why don't we go next door and have a drink to celebrate the studio's success? It's on me. Quote, no, I want to find it, I whisper as tears sting the back of my eyes. I don't know why I'm so attached to the little strip of paper, maybe because it was the first time Edward and I spent more than a couple of minutes alone, or because it was the day I knew he at least liked me enough to be friends. His fortune from that same day is still tucked into the frame around his bathroom mirror. Rubber bands, pens, band-aids, chapstick. I rifle through the drawer again and again, but there's no strip of paper, no blue ink proclaiming, "One who admires you great. Lee" is hidden before your eyes, in English on one side and Chinese on the other. Where did it go? I didn't move it, I lament, looking up at Alice. It'll turn up, she says, shifting from one foot to the other as she smiles at me. Don't worry, look tomorrow with a fresh set of eyes. Still upset, I put the checkbook in the drawer and shut it slowly. She helps turn out the lights, and then we walk across the parking lot. Although I'm still worried about the missing fortune, I follow Alice inside the full moon, take off my coat, and sit down on a bar stool. I manage to smile back slightly. And a smirking Rose appears in front of us. Nope. No way, Bella, she declares. You're not getting him out of work tonight. What are you talking about? I ask, setting my keys on the bar. Every night this week, my baby brother has begged Emmett or Lauren or me to close for him so he can go with you, she tells me. And we've done it because you two are pretty cute together, and he makes a really sad face when he talks about not being able to leave. But tonight the pouty face didn't work with any of us. He's going to have to stay. I know exactly what sad, pouty look she means. I got it Monday night when I said I was sleeping at my own apartment. I gave in, too. In fact, I haven't slept in my own bed for a week. Maybe you'll finally get some sleep tonight, Bella, Alice teases, nudging my arm with her elbow. In spite of my embarrassment, I smile as they laugh. Thankfully, they move on to another topic as Rose mixes martinis for Alice and me. I listen, but stay quiet as I sip my drink and look around for Edward. I haven't seen him since we came in 10 minutes ago. You're as bad as he is, Rose huffs, tapping the bar in front of me to get my attention. He's upstairs with my dad. Oh, I wasn't, I reply. Then chuckle when she rolls her eyes. Okay, I was. I can't help it. When I see movement on the stairs out of the corner of my eye, I turn to my left and see Edward and Carlisle coming down. Deep in discussion, followed by Emmett. Tiny dancer, Emmett says loudly, waving at me. Edward stops at the bottom of the stairs to smile at me, and then glare at Rose. While Edward is standing still, Emmett skirts around him, walking over to wedge himself in between Alice and me. He rests his arms on our shoulders and kisses each of us on the cheek. What the fuck, Rose? I told you to send her upstairs if she came in, Edward grouses, moving to stand on the other side of me. He pushes Emmett's arm off my shoulder, then leans down and kisses me. Hi, baby, how were classes? Good. Carlisle sits on the stool beside me as Edward walks behind the bar. Carlisle and I chat for a few minutes as we sip on the fresh drinks Rose sets in front of us. On my other side, Edward and Alice are whispering about something, but I can't hear what they're saying and don't want to be rude to Carlisle by turning to look at them. They're speaking at a normal volume by the time. Alice hooks her arm through mine a few minutes later and tells me she's leaving. Carlisle says he'll walk out with her and I stand to hug them both goodbye. Let me know how it goes with Arrow, Carly. SLE says to Edward as he puts his jacket on. Frowning, I look at Edward just in time to see his eyes shoot my way. I lift one eyebrow curiously at him and he nods, silently letting me know he'll tell me later what Carlisle's talking about. Once they're out the door, Edward puts his elbows on the bar top and leans across it to talk quietly to me. I'm going to see Arrow tomorrow afternoon, he begins. I feel the blood drain from my face as I swallow nervously, afraid he found out that Arrow has still been making inappropriate comments to me. About me? No, he answers, then frowns. Why, he's not fucking with you again, is he? No, I reply more enthusiastically than necessary. Edward's face relaxes though, so I guess he didn't notice my artificial response. My breathing has returned to normal, at least. Even though my heart is still pounding. I want to buy my building. Edward, that's great, I say, reaching forward to grab his hands. The right side of his mouth curls upward in a half smile. Well, you know Arrow. He probably won't make it easy or cheap, Edward remarks, the smile fading from his lips. And I want to buy your building, too. When I start to pull my hands away, he tightens his grip. Ballerina. We've discussed this, Edward, I say quietly, trying not to grit my teeth. I don't want you to interfere between Arrow and me. I can deal with him. Agitated, I yank, harder and successfully wrench my hands out of his grasp. I keep my eyes on his as I lift myself off the barstool and yank my coat from underneath me. Jesus, Bella, hang on, he pleads as I put my arms through the sleeves. Will you listen to me? He picks my keys up from the bar top and puts them in his pocket. Give me my keys, I demand, holding my hand across the bar. As soon as I'm done talking, he retorts. Number 1, yes, it gets you out from under Arrow's thumb at least with your business. He said some disgusting things to me about you the day you moved in. Probably similar to the shit he said to you last fall. How long is your lease? 6 months, I answer tersely. Edward looks surprised. He didn't give you a year. You know that means he can pull your lease next month, baby. I don't think he will. I say defensively. I feel like a fool now for signing the shorter lease, and the look in Edward's eyes confirms that he agrees. I know that I didn't make a good decision, but I was so grateful and excited at the time Arrow offered it that I didn't bother to consult anyone. Embarrassed, I drop my gaze to the bar top and trace the grain of the wood with my index finger as I try to explain. He said he was doing it as a favor. You know, in case the studio wasn't doing well. So I wouldn't be stuck paying rent. When I look up, he's scrubbing his hands across his face. I can tell he wants to say something. But he's holding back. Okay, let's table that for now. Buying your building is also a good business opportunity for me. It gives me control over my neighbor. Now you want to control me. Immediately, I'm right back to being pissed off. Burying one hand in the top of his hair, he closes his eyes and exhales in a huff. No, I don't want to fucking control you. And to have control over who leases the space next door, he says, clearly exasperated with me. Your classes are packed, ballerina. There's a good chance you'll outgrow that building in a year or two. I want to choose who moves in next. Oh, I say, wishing I could retract my outburst. I have issues with control. No shit, he says sarcastically, shaking his head slightly. Where does that come from? Where do your issues with relationships come from? I retort snottily. A bitch I dated during college, he shrugs. Dumbfounded, I stare at him for several seconds with my jaw hanging open. I didn't expect him to answer so readily. You never talked about it before, I stammer. You never asked, he replies matter-of-factly. I answered your question. Your turn. I can't hear, Edward, I say, dropping my eyes for an instant before I force myself to look back up at him. He nods. At my place later. He pulls both my keys and his out of his front pocket. I have to close tonight. As he's talking, he slides a silver key off his keychain and puts it on mine. Don't give me your key, I argue. It's not my key. I had it made for you, he answers, smiling slightly when he looks up at me. You remember the code to get in the parking garage. Yeah, but I was thinking I should go to my apartment tonight, I say. I was thinking you'd be burrowed down in my bed when I got home tonight, he replies. Oh, shit, he's making the sad, pouty face. Stop making that face. It's not gonna work every time. But it's working this time. He asks, smiling and lifting his eyebrows at me. Rolling my eyes, I nod. Then laugh when his eyes light up. As he hands me my keys, he leans across the bar and I meet him halfway, kissing him twice. Blank, _ blank. After, I use my new key to let myself in his condo. I drop my keychain on the console table just inside the door right under the wall sculpture he bought during our first real date. My keys skid across the table and I notice there are several faint scratches on the wood. This is where Edward always leaves his keys, too. Carrying my duffel bag, I walk down the hallway to his bedroom. I take a shower, dry my hair, put on yoga pants and one of Edward's t-shirts. Then I wander to the living room and turn on the tree lights. I wander to the kitchen and unload the dishwasher, then reload it. The dishes Edward left in the sink earlier today. Finally, a little after midnight, I get in bed. I flip through the cable channels on TV, but can't find anything to watch. I turn out the lights. It's almost an hour before I go to sleep. I miss him. I've gotten used to falling asleep with his arms wrapped around me. Later, through a sleepy haze, I hear the front door close, hear his keys hit the wood of the console table. I listen to his quiet footsteps coming toward the bedroom, and then feel his side of the bed dip when he sits down. Waking as he uncovers my head, I feel cool air on my face. Feel his fingertips brush across my neck, pushing my hair out of the way. I sigh when he buries his face in my neck. Pressing his lips against the spot just under my left ear, he traces small circles on my skin with his tongue, arousing me immediately. "Hi," I breathe, rolling over to look at him. "Ballerina, do you know how fucking good it is to come home and see you sleeping in my bed?" "No," I whisper, burying my hand in his hair and my tongue in his mouth as I kiss him desperately. For several minutes, we're quiet, speaking only with our lips, our hands. Then he pulls back slightly to look at me. "Get in here," I pant, wanting him between the sheets with me. "I'm gonna hit the shower first," he says quietly, smiling at me. "Can't you smell me?" Some drunk girl spilled her beer everywhere, including all over me. Quote, "I smell you," I answer, leaning forward to kiss him again. "I don't care." "I do." He chuckles against my lips. "I'll be right back, ballerina." He kisses me once more, then gets up, tucking the covers back around me. I close my eyes, but I'm still awake, listening to the water running in the bathroom and thinking about Edward, wet, naked Edward. Before I lose my nerve, I slide out of bed and walk toward the bathroom, pushing the slightly ajar door open. I drop my t-shirt and underwear to the floor, then pull my hair up with the elastic band I left laying beside the sink. Taking a deep breath, I slide the shower door open and step into the steamy stall. Edward is standing with his back to me, leaning face forward under the spray. When he hears the door, he turns his head to the side a little, but doesn't turn around to look at me. "Want some company?" I ask, suddenly feeling shy as I close the door. "Fuck, yeah, baby," he replies, holding one hand out behind him for me to take. As soon as my hand is in his, he pulls me forward until I'm pressed against him. Standing on my tiptoes, I kiss across his upper back while he flattens my hand over his pounding heart. Holding it in place with his hand. "I missed you tonight," I whisper against his skin. "I don't like being here without you." "I'm hiring more bartenders," he replies earnestly, making me chuckle. "I'm not closing 5 or 6 nights a week anymore." As he's talking, he twists around, wrapping his arms around my upper back as he crashes his lips to mine. While we kiss, breathing hard into each other's mouths, he turns us and pushes me carefully back against the tile wall. Moving his hands to my breasts, he squeezes lightly and brushes his thumbs across my nipples. "Edward," I moan, clutching his shoulders as he lowers his head to my chest. Leaning my head against the wall, I close my eyes and concentrate on the feeling of his lips against my skin as he skims his mouth back and forth across the swell of my breasts. When I arch my back, he pulls my nipple into his mouth, sucking rhythmically, strongly. At the same time, he drifts one hand lingeringly down my stomach, ousing to trace around my navel before reaching between my legs at last. I spread my legs farther apart as he glides his fingers back and forth, pressing my clit repeatedly. "Oh God," I whisper. My eyes closed as I bury one hand in the back of his hair and lightly scrape the fingernails of my other hand down his chest. Groaning against my skin, he releases my breast and quickly moves to the other side. As soon as I can reach him, I wrap my hand around him, stroking him slowly. "Fuck," he breathes, drawing the word out as he pulls his mouth away from my chest. "Open your eyes, ballerina." When I do, he's looking intently at me. Reaching for my right leg, he lifts it, holding it against his hip for a moment, and then propping my foot on the tiled shower seat next to me. Keeping his gaze locked on mine, he reaches between my legs again, circling my clit lazily. I'm still stroking him, my movements jerky and erratic, but he groans quietly and closes his eyes for an instant, leaning down to kiss me. Simultaneously, he pushes himself more forcefully into my hand and eases 2 fingers inside of me. Panting, gasping, I let my eyes close again as he kisses across my jaw and chin, using several times to press his lips to mine as he begins to move his fingers. I match his pace, speeding up when he does, until we're working each other frantically. Grunting, he pulls his hand away from me, pushing my hand away from him. 2. Gripping my raised leg, he presses his hips against mine, sliding himself smoothly back and forth between my legs. Fuck, he groans, wrapping his other arm around my lower back to support me. Please, I pant, gripping his arms for balance. We can't, Jesus, Bella. Yes, we can, I breathe, then inwardly cringe at the shocked look on his face as he stops moving. What? I've been on the pill for 3 years. I should have told you sooner, but we haven't talked about. I let go of him, pressing my hands to the tile at my back, and close my eyes. I'm sorry, baby. Do you think I'm going to be mad at you? He asks, skimming his lips across my cheekbone. Because I'm having trouble understanding how this is bad news for me. Opening my eyes, I find his smiling face right in front of mine. This isn't a romantic discussion, I huff. We haven't talked about your past. He nods, his face becoming serious. My past. I haven't had sex without a condom in more than 4 years, he says sincerely. And I got tested after we started dating. I should have told you that before we slept together. So we're good, I ask, smiling as I raise my hands to his shoulders. Yeah, he answers, kissing me. I close my eyes as he slides his hand in between us, circling my clit again, driving me toward an orgasm, driving me crazy. Edward, God, oh, God, I cry out, pulling my lips away from his as I come. Before I recover, before I've even opened my eyes, he's pushing inside me and lifting me up. I wrap my arms and legs around him tight as I feel him adjust his grip on my upper thighs. Ballerina, he groans, lowering me until we're completely joined. You feel so fucking good. You do, too, I whisper as he holds still, letting my body adjust. You okay? MMHMM. I moan. My eyes slide shut as he pulls out, then slides slowly back in. He pumps steadily into me, but he's still careful, gentle with me. Even when I urge him to move faster and he does, he's never rough. He hasn't really been uncontrolled with me since the first night we slept together. When he comes, he mutters my name and kisses me, breathing rapidly into my mouth. After a minute, he turns and sits on the shower seat, holding me close, nipping at my lips. Finally, we stand up to wash and Edward laughs at the look on my face when I look down. Yeah, it's messier this way, he says. Sorry, baby, I'll clean you up. He pulls the tie out of my hair and pulls me into the stream of hot water with him. Then he washes me head to toe, some places more thoroughly than others. Blank. When I come out of the bathroom after drying my hair, Edward is sitting in bed eating leftover pasta from last night. Want some? He asks. It's cold. I was too hungry to heat it up. I'll pass, I laugh, getting into bed beside him and leaning back against the headboard. I know he's waiting for me to tell him what he wants to KN. What I probably should have told him weeks ago. So, he leads, looking at me. You gonna talk to me or what? Or what? I mumble, but when I slide my eyes toward him and see the hurt look on his face, I immediately regret it and try to take it back. I'm kidding. I'll talk. Why do you have control issues? Taking a deep breath and then blowing it out slowly, I begin. You know my mom left when I was 6. I thought your mom died when you were 6, he interrupts, looking confused. No, left. She died when I was 21, I say, forcing myself to look at him even though I want to look away. One day when I got off the bus from kindergarten, she was just gone. I swallow twice, trying to hold the emotion down. My memory of that day is hazy, but I vividly remember looking through the house. For her going into my parents' room and seeing her half of the closet empty. Bella, he says softly, turning to set his container of pasta on the nightstand before reaching for me. Fix your face, I warn him. I'm not talking anymore if you're gonna feel sorry for me. He rubs a hand across his face the way he does when he's upset, then moves to sit cross-legged facing me. Nodding, he takes my hand and looks at me normally. After that day, it was just me and my dad. I never saw her again, but she called me every year on my birthday. I grip his fingers a little more tightly and let my EY's drop to our joined hands as I take another deep breath. I force my gaze back up to meet his before I continue. It was always a pretty short conversation. I looked forward to it though, and I thought, it meant she loved me, thought about me. That was my truth, you know. Yeah, I get it, ballerina, he says, now holding my hand between both of his. When she died, my dad and I went to Arizona where she lived for the funeral. I grieved for her, for this woman who I believed loved me, I disclose. It wasn't until after my dad died, actually it was right around this time last year, when I was going through all his financial records, that I found out the truth. I pause, looking down again as the tears I've been holding back flood my eyes, then spill over to slide down my cheeks. Baby, he says, his voice tight. He pulls gently on my hand, but I don't want to hug him right now, not yet. Let me finish, I whisper, using my free hand to brush away the tears on my cheeks. My dad gave my mom money, a lot of money, once a year, every year. Always right after my birthday. Bella, you can't think. That he bought that phone call. That he lied to me my whole life about her, made me think she fucking cared about me. I absolutely think that, I say angrily, looking up at him. I was so pissed at him when I found out the truth, and he wasn't even here for me to yell at. I laugh hollowly. It was worse, you know. Worse than if I just had never talked to her again. I know my dad did it so I would feel loved, but in the end, I just felt more rejected by her. And controlled by him. My dad manipulated my emotions for all those years. You know your dad didn't do it to control you, he says softly. I nod. I know. It took me a while to forgive him though, I reply. And I never want to feel that way again. I guess that's why I'm so hypersensitive about people telling me what to do or having control over me. I'm aware of the irony of what I'm saying, aware that Arrow has a lot of power over me at the moment. I hope Edward doesn't point that out right now, but I have a feeling he's going to want to talk about Arrow again soon. I feel terrible lying to him, but I can't tell him the things that Arrow is saying, the snide remarks, the suggestive comments, because, like it or not, Arrow has some control over Edward, too. But if Edward is able to buy his building, then I will be able to be honest with him after May. It will ruin my fledgling business if Arrow doesn't renew my lease. I need to sign for another 6 months, and then I'll figure out what to do after classes are over in May. I hate the thought of moving my studio not being next door to Edward anymore, but I think that's probably the best thing. Sighing, my thoughts shift back to my dad. He was the center of my life. I still miss him every day. His death, and my subsequent discovery of the ruse he carried out about my mom, left me reeling. Last year at this time, I was afraid I'd never get out of that dark place, but I did. I was afraid I'd never be happy again, but I am. Edward, besides Sue and Billy, no one else knows that stuff about my dad, about what he did. Not even Alice. I divulge NXIOUS for him to understand how deeply I trust him. Thank you for telling me, baby, he says. I search his eyes, worried that I'll see pity. I don't. When he tugs my hand gently this time, I willingly go, leaning forward to hug him. He holds me tightly, rubbing my back soothingly. After a few minutes, I skim my lips along his bare shoulder. It's late, I remark. Almost 4. You want to go to sleep? He asks. I pull away to look at him, smiling slightly. He smiles back. Me neither. He's careful, almost hesitant when he kisses me, pressing his lips to mine and then retreating several times. I know he cares about me, know he's trying to convey his feelings for me nonverbally. Neither of us has used the L word yet. I love him, but I don't want to say it unless I know he feels the same. It would be horrible if he said it just because I did, and even worse if he didn't say it back at all. Placing my hand on the side of his neck, I hold him to me and deepen the kiss. He responds immediately, sliding his tongue slowly against mine. When the kiss goes on and on with Edward's hands remaining on my back, I wonder why his hands are always roaming by the time we've kissed this long. Burying one hand in the top of his still damp hair, I skim my other hand down the center of his chest to rest on his abs. As I glide my fingers toward the waistband of his boxers, he pulls his stomach in. But doesn't stop me and still hasn't moved his hands. Suddenly, it dawns on me he's letting me lead. I break our kiss and open my eyes to look at him. His dark green gaze meets mine and he reaches one hand to my jaw, brushing his knuckles back and forth gently against my skin. Leaning away from him, I raise up on my knees and pull my t-shirt off, then straddle him. "I want you to touch me, Edward," I whisper, wrapping my arms around his neck. "Where?" he asks as I put my lips on his again. "Everywhere." As requested, he puts his hands where I want them, cupping my breasts for a moment before moving on. He does exactly what I asked, tenderly caressing my arms, back, legs. Several minutes later, I scoot backward off his lap to lie down, pulling him with me. He continues touching me everywhere, stroking one hand down my chest, across my abdomen and then following with his mouth. His kisses are whisper light against my skin, every movement deliberate, unhurried. He presses one final kiss against the skin below my navel before pushing back on his knees. I shift my legs so they're both on one side of him as he reaches for the waistband of my underwear. He slides them off, tosses them to the floor and then guides my legs back where he wants them. Keeping his eyes on mine, he skims his hands along the tops of my thighs. "I want you," I murmur, arching my back when he pushes one finger inside me. "I want you, too, Bella," he answers, leaning down over me. "I want you so much." When he slides inside me a moment later, I gasp, letting my eyes close. It's different than eerily. In the shower, not as deep, not as frantic, more of a slow burn than a flash fire. After almost a week of sleeping together, I'm becoming accustomed to the physical pleasure of being with him. But the emotional pleasure is still overwhelming. Being connected to him this way brings more intense feelings for me each time. "Ballerina, look at me," he says lowly, his lips against my cheek. Once our eyes meet, I hear him swallow loudly. "I will never try to control you." Unable to answer him, I just nod and pull him close, wrapping my legs around him as we move together. He rolls us to our sides, helping me move my leg until it's comfortable. He continues to kiss me gently, then presses his forehead to mine as I clutch his shoulder. He doesn't increase his pace until I move more quickly against him. When I come, I call his name and he grunts into my neck a second later, holding still as I feel him climax. 2 minutes later, when we're settled partway down the bed where I like to sleep, I pull his arm a little more tightly around my stomach. "Thank you, Edward," I whisper, "for not feeling sorry for me. I mean, baby, I told you the other day that I don't feel sorry for you," he says, resting his lips against my bare shoulder. "You're tough as shit. Knocked me on my ass the day I met you and I haven't been able to get up since." "How did I knock you on your ass?" "First it was your fucking legs in those shorts and then it was your eyes." The second I looked into those big, brown eyes, I knew I was fucked. Chuckling quietly, I ask, "I assume that's a compliment." "Yeah, ballerina, that's a compliment," he mumbles against my skin. "And I'm starting to like it down here on my ass anyway." I twist my head his way to kiss him, our smiling lips meeting twice before I turn around again. Sleepy and happy, I close my eyes and drift off to sleep quickly, not awake enough to respond when he whispers goodnight. Blank, _ blank. Esme called me a few times over the last week, asking me to come and bake with her. So on Saturday afternoon, I stand in the Cullen's kitchen surrounded by the delicious aromas of Christmas. We've made pies and cookies and even a coffee cake. Edward came with me and wouldn't stay out of the cookie dough, so Esme sent him with Carlisle to pick up Maggie and her family at the airport. "I didn't want to ask Edward," Esme says, turning off the mixer and looking at me, "but I gather things with Arrow didn't go well yesterday." He didn't really want to talk about it last night, I reply. He called Arrow a couple of names and then asked me to drop it. Goddamned asshole, she mutters, then, seeing my surprised look, she shrugs. I've been Edward's mother for 26 years. His language eventually rubs off on you whether you want it or not. We both laugh and I tell her that I've been doing the same thing. After a minute, she turns the mixer back on and I get back to icing the coffee cake. I find myself smiling as I list N to Esme sing along to the Christmas songs on the radio. Bella, you've never mentioned your mother, she says hesitantly. I turn around to look at her, hoping I don't look as taken aback as I feel. I'm not trying to pry, sweetheart. I just want you to know that you can tell me anything and it doesn't go any further. The silence between us stretches, and when I swallow, it sounds loud to me. I mean it, she finally says. Then taps a finger against her lips. Like a vault, you wouldn't believe the things Rose has told me over the years. Yes, I would, I smile, hoping to break the tension. It works. Esme laughs loudly and turns off the mixer again. I swear her cranberry bread is never going to get done. You just fit right into this family, she says, walking over to hug me. Let's sit for a minute and sample our goods. She pours each of us a glass of hot spiced cider while I fix a small plate of cookies and we sit down at the table. She tells me about her family, talking a little about her parents, who were both deceased, but concentrating on Maggie. I think she's trying to make me comfortable enough to talk about my own family. I'm not sure I'm ready to talk about my parents. So I tell her about Sue becoming my substitute mom and always treating me like her own daughter. I doubt that was difficult, Bella, she says, smiling at me. You must have been a delightful child. I'm sure everyone loved you. Shaking my head slightly, I feel my eyes fill with tears and then the whole story of my mom comes pouring out of me. Maybe it was still close to the surface after I too. LD Edward, or maybe it's that I already feel close to Esme. Whatever the reason, I tell her everything I told him. She stays quiet, letting me talk, but often reaching over to pat my hand or rub my forearm. When I'm finished, I close my eyes, swiping at the tears running down my cheeks. The legs of Esme's chair scrape across the brick floor as she pushes away from the table, and then I feel her next to me, her arms around my shoulders, her head resting on top of mine. She rocks me slowly as I continue to cry, holding me tightly until I'm calmer. Finally, I sigh. I know you're probably wondering what kind of person I can possibly be when I had a mother like that. What? She gasps, pulling away from me quickly. I look up at her and see that she's been crying, too. Reaching behind her, shish. Pulls her chair over and sits down right next to me so that we're eye to eye. No, Bella, that's not what I was thinking. I was thinking how sorry I feel for your mom that she didn't know you didn't. She know what an incredible person you are. I'm not, I mumble, dropping my eyes. My son says you are, so you must be, she pronounces, waiting until I look back up before continuing. And I was thin. King, what a wonderful man your father must have been to have raised a woman like you on his own. Pulling her apron loose, she lifts it up and holds a corner toward me. As I use it to wipe my eyes, shish. Dabs hers dry with the opposite corner. When our eyes meet, we both chuckle. Once we're finished, she folds the apron and leans in to hug me again, patting my back softly. I'm sorry, I say when we pull apart. We're supposed to be cooking with Christmas spirit, not crying. To my surprise, she laughs. Bella, women, no matter how old, sometimes just need a good cry. And now I think we need a stiff drink. When she brings me a glass of amber-colored liquid a minute later, I don't even ask what it is. Esme and I tap glasses and slam the drinks. Uh-oh, she says, taking my glass to the sink along with hers. I hear the garage door. Stick close, sweetie. They come in like a pack of wild dogs. When the door from the garage to the kitchen opens, the volume increase is immediate. Two boys run in, calling hello as they race by. They remember where Edward's old trains are, I bet, Esme says, sliding her arm through mine. The next person through the door doesn't need an introduction. She looks just like Esme, only younger. She's carrying a sleeping younger boy who's probably 2 or 3. Esme, she yells, smiling. Her green eyes the same as Esme's, and Edward's slide curiously why way before moving back to rest on her sister. Esme releases me to hug her, but puts her arm around my shoulders when they break apart. Mags, this is Bella Swan, Edward's girlfriend, Esme says. Mag, Dee's eyes widen as she looks from me to Esme and back again. No shit. Well, apparently snowballs have a chance in hell after all, she laughs, leaning in to hug me with one arm. That's what Edward told me last year when I asked if he had a girlfriend. I laugh, too, as I return the hug. Over her shoulder, Edward comes through the doorway carrying an infant car seat with a pink-clad baby in it. He winks at me before turning to set the carrier on the counter. Esme moves away to look at the baby as Maggie lets me go. Why wouldn't my godson mention that he has a girlfriend? She wonders loudly, turning to look at Edward. You rode with my dad, he explains, standing beside me and putting an arm around my shoulder. I reach up to link my fingers with his. You stuck me with Ben, one brat, and what's her name in my mom's car. Maggie laughs. Jesus, Edward, do you know any of my children's names? Nope, he answers, but I know he's teasing because he told me all of their names earlier today. He turns to me and leans down to kiss me, but stops short when he looks into my eyes. Frowning, he questions me so quietly it's barely even a whisper. Have you been crying? I'm fine. I'll tell you later, I reply, just as softly. He nods and presses his lips to mine. I'm gonna go help with luggage. Don't believe anything Aunt Maggie says about me. I speak only the truth, Maggie says. Edward licks his lips as he lets me go and starts to walk away. Ballerina, why do you taste like Irish? You and my mom been drinking. I'm going to lay this one down and get Ben, that's my husband, to check on the other, brats. Maggie says to me, shaking her head in amusement. Then I want to have a glass of wine with you, Bella, and find out exactly what you did to make that boy so smitten with you. By the time Edward and I leave his parents' house 3 hours later, my sides hurt from laughing and I think I'm the one smitten with Maggie. Edward, I really like your family, I say, twisting sideways in the passenger seat and leaning my head against the seat. He reaches over to graze my cheek with the back of his fingers. Of course you do. My mom got you drunk and Aunt Maggie told you all kinds of embarrassing stories about me, he smiles. Reaching up, I pull his hand to my lips, kissing across the back of it. Are you taking me home? I ask, letting go of his hand when he has to move it to downshift. Stopped at a red light, he turns to look at me. If you want me to, he says. I don't care where we sleep. I don't either, but my heart skips a beat knowing that he wants to be where I am. It's the same way I feel about him. Reaching down, I unfasten my seatbelt and lean across the console to kiss him. I want you to take me home with you to your bed, I murmur against his lips. You just like our Christmas tree, he teases, pulling back. I do like the tree, I admit. But it's you, Edward. You have to know that. Lights green. He faces forward again. Buckle up, ballerina. I want to get you in my bed before you decide it really is about the tree, he jokes, reaching for my hand as soon as my seatbelt is fastened. He pulls my hand to his mouth, returning the kisses I placed on his a moment ago. You could have me anywhere you want me, I say flirtatiously. Bed, couch, floor, car. Jesus fucking Christ, Bella, he says, swerving back into the lane after drifting across the center line. You can't say that shit to me while I'm driving. I giggle but remain quiet otherwise. And I swear I hear Edward mutter something under his breath about me trying to kill him. __. Christmas Eve night, Edward and I walk into the church holding hands. It's just before midnight, so the church is crowded. I struggle in the dim light to see Carlisle or Esme. But Edward seems to know where he's going as he leads me up the aisle. My mom sits in the same spot every year, he whispers, smiling at me. Finally I spot Carlisle sitting on the end of a row. He stands up and steps into the aisle, allowing us into the pew. "Hi, kids," he whispers, patting my shoulder and then Edward's. I sit down next to Maggie, who's holding baby Bree. We whisper hellos to everyone, including Emmett, who's not good at whispering. I think everyone in the church heard him say, "Hi, Tiny." The church is candlelit and quiet as the bells ring at midnight. Just as the choir begins to sing, Edward puts his arm around me and leans over to whisper in my ear. "Merry Christmas, ballerina." Leaning into him slightly, I reply, "Merry Christmas, Edward." I've only been to a Catholic church once before, but Edward helps me navigate the standing and sitting parts. When the crowd starts to kneel down, Maggie turns to me. "Bella, do you want to sit and hold Bree?" she whispers. Smiling, I nod and carefully take the sleeping baby from her. She shifts around in my arms, stretching and then sighing deeply as she curls into me. Edward twists around to look at me, then smirks as he leans toward me. "That's exactly what you sound like all fucking night," he whispers. He strokes his fingers down Bree's arm to her hand, then grazes my knee. On his other side, I see Esme yanking on his arm. Edward grins lopsidedly at me, knowing he's in trouble, then turns back around. Esme looks sternly at him until I hear his whispered apology and see him kiss her cheek. She shakes her head at him, but smiles and pats his arm. When Mass is over, Maggie thanks me and takes the baby to put her in the carrier. "You're welcome," I say quietly. She's so sweet. She buckles Bree in and then turns to look at me, smirking the same way Edward does. She is now. But don't be fooled, Bella. Even Edward started out this sweet. He's still pretty sweet, I remark, defending him automatically even though I can hear him behind me calling Emmett a dickhead. "Actually," Maggie says thoughtfully, "he is sweet with you. You're very good for him." I mumble a thank you as I tuck Bree's blanket around her. When I straighten back up, Edward is right behind me. "Come on, ballerina, let's go. I'm starving," he whines, holding my coat and helping me put it on. "And Maggie, you want me to carry what's her name?" She laughs, shaking her head at me. "Yes, Edward, please carry what's her name to the car. Bella and I will walk out together." I didn't get a shonk yet to tell her that horribly embarrassing story from your freshman year of high school. "Hey, you promised you'd never repeat that," he protests, but he's laughing. "I know, but I think Bella's show. LD know what she's getting into with you," she says jokingly. Turning to smile at Edward, I grab his hand, squeezing tightly. "I only believe the good stuff," I whisper. "You're smart enough to know it's all true," he remarks, shrugging. "Especially the bad stuff." Narrowing my eyes, I shake my head at him teasingly. "Sorry, Edward, you're not going to drive me away that easily. If you want to get rid of me, you're just going to have to try harder." Chuckling quietly, he leans down to rest his forehead against mine. "I'm not trying to get rid of you, ballerina. I'm not trying to do that at all." He kisses me then, leaving his lips pressed against mine until Esme quietly clears her throat behind him. I feel my face flush as we pull apart. "Don't be embarrassed, ballerina," he whispers, scooting past me to pick up Bree's carrier. Kissing in church isn't nearly as bad as what Mom caught Emmett and Rose doing at her 4th of July party. "Let's go. I really am starving." We walk out of the church together, Edward carrying Bree with one hand and hanging on to me with the other. Blank. It's after 3 when Edward and I finally leave Carlisle and Esme's. After eating the middle of the night breakfast prepared by the guys. They invited us to spend the night, but Edward declined. Actually, he said, "No fucking way," expecting Maggie's kids to wake up in a couple of hours to see what Santa brought. When we get to the condo, all the lights are off except the Christmas tree. Smiling, I stare at it while Edward pulls my coat off from behind me. I yawned the whole drive here, but I'm wide awake now. Sleep or presents, baby? He asks, wrapping his arms around me. Presents. Duh, I reply, laughing with him when he chuckles in my ear. But I want to change first. When I come back to the living room after putting pajamas on, Edward has spread the furry, white blanket out on the floor in front of the Christmas tree. He's sitting in the middle of it, grinning widely, waiting for me. You first, ballerina, he says as he hands me a box. I rip the paper off excitedly. Full moon t-shirts. 1, 2, 3 7 full moon t-shirts. I laugh. Are you cutting me off from your wardrobe? No, he answers. These are ladies' tees, one in every color, for the daytime. I still want you to wear mine at night. At least until I take them off you. Leaning forward, I wrap my arms around his neck and kiss him. Thank you. They're perfect. I reach under the tree to get one of Edward's gifts. Your turn. Is it a Studio B t-shirt? He jokes, glancing up at me as he tears the wrapping paper. He lifts one of the monogrammed beer glasses out of the box. Baby, these are great. Are you sure? I ask, biting my thumbnail. You don't have any. And I know you have poker here next week. I'm sure. Thank you. He sets the box aside and scoots closer, getting as close as he can while we're both sitting cross-legged and facing each other. He SSES me as he hands me another wrapped box. They're silver earrings that he admits Rosalie helped choose. He opens a shirt. I open a cashmere sweater. He opens a small copper bowl embossed with small circles that matches the sculpture on the wall. It's for the table for your keys, I explain, afraid that he doesn't like it by the way he's holding it in his hands, turning it around, studying it. Where did you get this? He asks quietly. They didn't have anything like this in the gallery. Yeah, I asked the sculptor to make it. The table it's getting all scratched from the keys. He nods. Bella, this is the best fucking gift anyone's ever given me, he replies, looking up at me. He leans forward to press his lips gently against mine. I have one more thing for you. No, we said 3 gifts, I remind him. I know, I broke the rules, he grins. It's kind of funny now though. I frown as he gets up and disappears behind the tree. The package he drags out is big and it's one he told me was a gift for his sister. I stand and untie the bow holding the big bag around the box closed, then peek inside. An art crate. What did you do? I murmur, raising on my tiptoes to kiss him. He shrugs sheepishly, then helps me pull the top of the crate off. Whatever is inside is big and made of copper. He lifts the sculpture out and leans it against the wall. It's like his. 2 rectangular copper panels, one concave, the other convex. The sculpture hanging on his wall has trailing circles that look like rain. The one in front of me has Chinese writing on both panels. The same artist, I whisper, blinking at it through the tears that have gathered in my eyes. Yeah, he chuckles. We think alike, I guess. What does it say? One who admires you greatly is hidden before your eyes, he answers. Gasping, I look up at him. My fortune. I smile. You're the one who took it. Technically, Alice took it, but she did it for me so I didn't fuck this up, he answers, smiling slightly. We put it back. Yes, I know, I smile. I couldn't understand why it wasn't anywhere one night, but was right back in its place the next afternoon. I thought I was crazy. You were for spending all your time with me, he answers, smirking at me. Maybe you're the crazy one, I retort teasingly, sliding up beside him and wrapping my arms around his waist. Thank you, Edward. I love it. I press my lips over his heart and then crouch down in front of my sculpture. You're welcome. Trailing my fingers over the characters, I whisper the words. One who admires you greatly is hidden before your eyes. Edward Cullen, he says quietly from behind me. It says your name, I ask, then take a stuttering breath. Yeah, well, I'm the one who admires you, so, he says quietly. New tears pool in my eyes. Which part is your name? I have no fucking idea, he answers. It could actually say someone else's name and I'd never know. I laugh as I trace over the metal again. It's beautiful. I love that it's like yours. I say, sniffling quietly. Standing, I turn to face him and wrap my arms tightly around his neck. I love it, Edward. I love it. Good, he says quietly. We hug tightly for a minute. Then I turn my head to press my lips to his neck. I pull them away, resting my head on his shoulder as I stare at the 3 little moles right above the neck of the t-shirt he's wearing. I can't help putting my tongue on them and then kissing them and then sucking lightly on them. Bella, he groans quietly, arching his neck back a little. He stands still as I raise up on my tiptoes, kissing up his neck along his strong jawline. Yes, baby, I answer, rearing back to look at him as he digs his hands into my hair. He swallows loudly, his green gaze boring into mine. He stammers, closing his eyes and leaning down to kiss me. Edward, I need you. Please, I whisper against his lips as I reach for the bottom of his t-shirt. He pulls his shirt, then mine, off before kissing me again. I don't want to wait, he mutters against my mouth, wrapping his arms around me to pick me up. He walks straight to the couch, expertly skirting the coffee table, and lower. Us without ever stopping the movement of his mouth. It's fast, passionate, intense. Each time I open my eyes, he's watching me. I try to keep mine open, but when I come, they slide closed again. You're beautiful, he whispers. Then I feel him climax, too. For several minutes, we lie still, catching our breath. I've turned my head to look at the Christmas tree, staring at the colored lights for so long that they blur together, or maybe it's the tears that are clouding my vision. You want to sleep out here? He asks quietly, getting up to get the blanket after I nod. Once we're settled, intertwined and facing each other, I take a deep breath. Thank you for making this Christmas so good, I whisper, trying to keep my voice even. Last year was I wasn't sure I'd ever enjoy Christmas again. But with you, with your family, it's been one of the best holidays I've ever had. I feel guilty for saying that, like I'm being disloyal and ungrateful to my dad. But it's the truth. And I think my dad would understand what I mean. I feel the same way, he answers quietly, brushing his lips against my forehead. Bella, I wait several seconds, but he doesn't finish his sentence. What? Nothing. Never mind, he mumbles. That's the second time he's started to say something and then smiling, nuzzling into the front of his neck. I wonder if he was going to say what I think he was going to say. I want to tell him how I feel. I want to tell him it's okay if he's not ready to say it. But I don't want to push him. Not now, not yet. Merry Christmas, Edward, I murmur instead. He tightens his arms around me as he replies. Merry Christmas, ballerina. We will continue in next part.